Chapter 806 Engagement. Luo Yan could clearly feel that something was wrong with Luo You, and she asked out of curiosity. Luo You was surprised. She kept quiet for a moment before saying, "When are we going home?" When Luo Yan heard the word home, she was stunned as well. Then, she gave a bitter smile and said, "I want to go home as well, but those from the Luo family wouldn't allow that." This was because the Luo family was the ones who saved Luo You from the beginning. They didn't hesitate staying here and so had to continue staying here after that. Then, the Luo family noticed that Luo You was a talented, skilled young woman and got her into Confronting Academy. Within a short period of time, not only has she broken through being a rank 9 warrior, she was already a warrior master now. The speed at which she was escalating was so fast that it shocked the entire Luo family. It would be impossible if they wanted to leave now. Luo You seemed to know what was going on inside Luo Yan's mind and she kept quiet as well. "You can train a little more here. When you get stronger, maybe we'll have a chance to return home." Luo Yan tried comforting her sister. "Alright." Luo You nodded her head, but her mood was still down. As she looked into the distance, she seemed to be thinking of something and looked depressed. "What is it are you thinking about him?" Seeing how Luo You was acting, she asked subconsciously. After hearing what her sister said, Luo You had a change of expression. There was fear of being exposed in Luo Yu's eyes and she looked nervous. "But I don't think that he's here," Luo Yan answered helplessly. Although she messaged Lin Z once, he was in a difficult situation himself and it would be impossible for him to be here. Plus, the danger on this planet was much higher compared to back on Earth. Even if he got here, he would be in great danger as well. She was curious about the person who allowed traveling between both planets. If there was another with a plan to ruin Earth, that planet would have been in chaos now. "He will be here," Luo You said flatly. "Who is it that will be joining us?" At the same time, there was a middle-aged man that walked towards them as he laughed. "Uncle." Luo Yan looked at the man and greeted him politely. "N?" The man nodded his head and said to Luo You, "Looks like you have been getting good results in the academy." "It's just average," Luo You replied flatly. The man seemed to be used to how Luo You was and continued speaking. "I have come here today to tell you both good news." "What is it?" Luo Yan was surprised and asked immediately. "The nephew of the royal family, Huang Zhen, has asked for our hand in marriage." The man gently stroked his beard and chuckled. "Oh, congratulations." Luo Yan smiled as well. On the Marquee planet, the royal family was the absolute ruler of the planet. The king was a respected warrior and his abilities were extremely terrifying. The Luo family might be a respectable family on this planet, but it would definitely make them stronger if they were able to be allies with the royal family. "The congratulations should be extended to both of us." The man looked at Luo You as he said with a smile, "You're saying that?" Luo Yan was a little confused, but she soon understood what was happening. "That's right. Huang Zhen has asked for Luo You from our family." The man continued stroking his beard as he laughed. It was obvious that this man was extremely happy with the news. However, the smile on Luo Yan's face turned frozen. "I refuse." Luo Yu's face turned cold as well and she said calmly, "The one who asked for it is Huang Zhen. He is one of the best amongst the younger generation." "Right. Both of you are in the same class. You should know him," the man continued saying with a happy tone. "I refuse." Luo You repeated herself and glared at the man with a determined look in her eyes. The man suddenly looked awful. "Uncle, Luo You isn't even 18 yet. I think that, in another 3 weeks, it will be her birthday. We will hold a birthday party for her followed by the engagement." The man continued speaking. Luo Yan was struck by the news, but she gritted her teeth as she said, "Luo You already has someone that she likes." HMPH. Before Luo Yan could finish, the man sneered and said, "The rubbish back on Earth isn't good enough for Luo You. Your father, who is useless, would be the only people who would want to stay on Earth." 3 weeks later, the engagement will be held. He said it with a solemn look on his face and did not leave any room for negotiation. "Both of you, stay in Fanghua City. You are not allowed anywhere else." As soon as he was done, he left. Damn it. Luo You cursed to herself. The look in Luo Yu's eyes changed, and with the sword in her arms, she was ready to leave this place. Miss Luo, where are you going? At that moment, there were a few men who stood by the exit of the mansion. Luo Yu frowned. When she tried to leave the place forcefully, they immediately released their domain forces. There were multiple domain forces that were released, and soon it covered the entire ground. Their domain seemed to complement each other, and soon there was a special force formed. It immediately suppressed Luo Yu's energy. Not only Luo Yu, even Luo Yan felt as if she had lost all of the energy in her body. Miss Luo, we are only doing what we are told. The men apologized to Luo Yu and Luo Yan. You're putting us on house arrest. Luo Yan screamed. But their energies were suppressed, and they had no other solutions. If that boy got here. Luo Yan suddenly thought of Lin Z. However, she quickly shook her head. This is Fangan City on the Marquee planet. How is it possible that the boy would be here? Haha, brother Lin. Happy birthday. At the same time, on the other end, it was already night time. Lin Z and Liupan were sitting on a patch of empty land and were drinking a blue fluid. Both the android tigers were sitting behind them. Thank you. Lin Z thanked Liupan for it with a smile on his face. Although he was already in his late 20s back on Earth, he was only 18 in this world. As he looked up to the sky, there were stars that covered the sky. Lin Z thought of something as he picked up the crescent pendant on his neck and looked at it gently. In another 3 weeks, it would be her birthday. Brother Lin, what is this? Liupan looked at Liupan and asked out of curiosity. It's nothing. Lin Z subconsciously tucked the pendant back into his shirt and smiled. Someone's coming. At that moment, Liupan felt something and the look on his face changed. Chapter 807 Arrive at Fangan City. Chapter 807 Arrive at Fangan City. There's someone. Hearing Liupan's words, Lin Z's eyes suddenly narrowed. After the sensing ability was released, it could be clearly felt in an instant that a group of warriors were coming from behind. We're not far from Fangan City. Right. Lin Z ignored those at this time and said to Liupan, we should arrive tomorrow. There's still time. The game will be the day after tomorrow. Liupan said with a smile. Soon, a group of warriors walked over from the other side. There are about 15 members of this group of warriors. At this time, they looked at the bonfire over there and the large piece of meat of the evolved beast being grilled by the bonfire, and they all swallowed secretly. Brothers, can I have something to eat? At this moment they came over and said aloud. Liupan looked at Lin Z at this time. Sure. These. Take them all. Lin Z nodded. These were the leftovers. Thanks. These warriors didn't stand on ceremony. At this time, they sat on the side and shared the food. Where are you guys from? Liupan noticed that these people looked a little battered, and at this time, he could not help but ask out of curiosity. Us after one of the warriors devoured the roasted evolved beast meat. He heard Liupan's words and stopped his movements. We are going to go to Fangan City to watch the game, they said with a smile. But on the way, we met robbers. Saying this, their faces changed. Robbers? Liupan was startled. Because of the riots of evolved beasts in various places this month, many vehicles cannot be used. So many contestants or spectators use their own vehicles to come here. A group of robbers made up of high-ranking warriors specially intercepted and robbed property nearby. Brothers, are you guys also going to Fangan City? A warrior pointed to the giant mechanical tiger next to Lin Z and Liupan and said aloud. These two mechanical mounts are very conspicuous. Yes. Liupan laughed. Ha ha ha. Then we are on the same journey. The warrior said with a smile. Come on. This is the fire spirit fruit we just picked. Well, give you two. A warrior took out 2 red fruits from his backpack and handed them to Lin Z and Liupan. This is really a fire spirit fruit. When Liupan saw these, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This kind of fire spirit fruit contains very powerful energy. If it is absorbed into one's body, it should be of great help to oneself. These are the last 2 we have left. In order to thank you for inviting us to eat, we would like to give them to you, the warrior said with a smile. However, At this moment, Lin Z and Liupan held the so-called fire spirit fruit, then squeezed the so-called fire spirit fruit into pieces. You guys. Seeing this scene, the faces of these warriors changed drastically. If you're full, it's time to go on your way, Lin Z said lightly. What do you mean? These warriors all stood up and looked at Lin Z and Liupan with a nasty look. Mr. Rubber. The corners of Lin Z's mouth curled up slightly, then said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words, the faces of these people suddenly turned gloomy. How did you know? The warrior who just spoke said with a gloomy expression. These so-called fire spirit fruits should contain hidden poisons. Right. Lin Z did not answer his words, but said lightly, Humph. The man snorted coldly, and at the next moment, they took out the weapons hanging on their bodies and instantly surrounded Lin Z and Liupan. I originally planned to have some fun with you guys, but seems like we don't need to pretend anymore. These warriors sneered. It seems that you guys are also two fat sheep, but you can't go to Fangan City. Haha. Go to hell. The next moment, these warriors attacked Lin Z and Liupan with their weapons in their hands. They didn't relax at all, and the strength of their whole body was directly activated. The terrifying power burst out in an instant, and it was about to kill Lin Z and Liupan directly. Get lost. Lin Z faintly spit out a word, and with a sweep of the spear in his hand, all the warriors who surrounded him flew out. Bang bang bang. At the moment of flying out, the bodies of these warriors burst into two halves. Blood spattered in the air. Liupan, who originally wanted to make a move, was stunned at this moment. Brother Lin, you are too powerful. Liupan couldn't help being stunned at this moment. With his sensing ability, he could clearly feel that there were many master warrior level warriors among those warriors just now. But Lin Z was only one blow, and more than a dozen warriors were instantly swept out and their bodies were split in half. The difference in strength was really too big. It seems that this area is not very peaceful. Lin Z looked into the distance and said aloud like he was talking to himself. They had encountered many warriors with bad intentions here. Moreover, there are more such warriors in this place. Because if you wanted to go to Fangan City, you must pass this way. Let's go. Lin Z didn't say much and rode directly on top of the mechanical tiger. Wait for me. Liupan also hurriedly rode on top of the mechanical tiger. The two of them drove the mechanical tiger and ran forward quickly. During the next journey, there wasn't a single soul around. During these days, Lin Z's strength did not improve much. Because the higher the level, the more experience you need in order to level up. The experience brought by killing Master Warrior level warriors was no longer enough for Lin Z, and killing the King Warrior Yan Yongsan in Kangkyong City only increased the experience progress bar to about 85. Just a little bit more and he could become a King Warrior. When he becomes to King Warrior, there would probably be a qualitative leap in his strength. After hurrying all night, Lin Z and Liupan had already arrived at Fangan City the next evening. This is Fangan City. Lin Z turned his eyes to the front and was surprised. By looking at it so far from a high place, you can see that it was a city with all kinds of weird buildings. The area of this city is really too big. There seem to be many patrol aircraft flying back and forth in the sky. The city gate is very huge and there seems to be a large number of warriors guarding it. At this time, at the city gate, there were many people entering. Chapter 808 Find News about Luo You. Chapter 808 Find News about Luo You. That's right, that's Fangan City. Seeing the scene, Liupan said a little excitedly. It's been 10 years since I last went there. I didn't expect it to change so much now, Liupan said with emotion. Then let's go down quickly. Lin Z nodded, then drove the mechanical tiger from the mountainside to the city gate of Fangan City. Thump thump. At this time, Lin Z felt that his heart was beating a little faster. Fangan City after so long. He finally arrived at Fangan City. Luo You, are you really here? It didn't take long for the two of them to stand at the gate of Fangan City. The city gate looked very tall and imposing. The open city gate was very huge, with 2 rows of warriors standing guard on both sides, wearing a uniform and had the same sword. Lin Z subconsciously activated the analytic eye to scan them, and found that the strength of these guards turned out to be all Master Warrior level warriors. Moreover, these Master Warrior level warriors were at the peak of the level. Sure enough, the strength of Fangan City is too terrifying. This kind of warrior is actually just a gatekeeper. Anyone who goes to the earth would probably be a ruler. Stop. Just when Lin Z and Liupan rode the giant mechanical tiger and wanted to enter, two soldiers came over and blocked them both. Except for contestants. Or spectators. No entry or exit will be allowed in the recent days. The two soldiers said to Lin Z and Liupan, "We are contestants." Lin Z jumped out of the mechanical tiger, then took out the competition card he had obtained earlier. When Lin Z went to the Divine Fire Cave, he asked Liupan to keep it for him. Otherwise, it would have been burned into the scum in the cave. At this time, Liupan also took out his entry card and handed it over. The two soldiers scanned the entry card with a special machine, and the information of Lin Z and Liupan was immediately displayed on it. The two checked it, and once they were sure that it was correct, they were relieved. "My darling, brother Lin, do you feel that the strength of these soldiers seems to be at the Master Warrior level?" After Liupan entered Fangan City, he immediately took a breath and said, "The captain just now was at the King Warrior level." Lin Z said lightly. When he just arrived, he realized that the strength of one of the leaders turned out to be King Warrior. A King Warrior is just a team leader who guards the gate. How strong is this Fangan City? These cannot be ridden. After entering quickly, some staff who managed the street immediately blocked Lin Z and Liupan's way. Alright, Lin Z and Liupan didn't ride this thing at this time, and just let them drag it away. Now the sky has darkened, but the entire Fangan City seems to be full of lights. Extremely bright. There are a lot of pedestrians on the street, and found that there are almost as many Master Warrior level warriors on the street as dogs. There were numerous rank 9 warriors too, and so many Master Warriors. Liupan couldn't help but exclaim at this time. "Oh right. Let's find a place to rest first." Liupan continued to speak. Lin Z nodded and soon found a large hotel. There were so many people checking in, and it was hard to get a double room. After entering the room, Lin Z took a shower, stood in the hall wearing pajamas, and could not help but exhale comfortably. It was indeed a little tiring to be rushing around these few days. He stood on the balcony, opened the windows, and looked outside. "Fatty, do you know anyone here?" At this time, Lin Z said to Liupan, who was sitting there watching the projection. Haha. Liupan didn't know what to watch and showed a wretched smile. At this time, it seemed that Lin Z hadn't heard the words. Lin Z was stunned for a moment, then walked over and saw Fatty watching some kind of indescribable action movie. This action movie was even a real 3D projection. It looked like a real person was there. When Lin Z saw this scene, he was speechless. "Fatty!" Lin Z shouted at this moment, and Liupan came to his senses. "Haha, brother Lin. There are good brothers here. Don't look at these. Let me ask you. Do you know anyone in Fangan City?" Lin Z helplessly rubbed his eyebrows at this time, then said aloud. Seeing Lin Z's serious expression at this time, Fatty also turned off this thing and said seriously, "Well, I do know some people." The fat man nodded. "If you want to get some news, I do have a way." This fat man seemed to know what Lin Z wanted to do and said aloud, "Take me. I want to find someone." Lin Z said aloud, "No." But Liupan shook his head directly at this moment. "Why?" Lin Z was stunned for a moment, then said subconsciously, "Because." Liupan seemed a little hesitant at this time. "Just tell me." Seeing Liupan's hesitant expression, Lin Z said lightly, "They only accept people from the Marquee planet." Liupan spoke directly at this time. Lin Z quickly came to his senses, probably because he had black pupils. Those people would not entertain him. He has been on this Marquee planet for a while, and Lin Z knew that the people of this Marquee planet are very discriminatory towards those who do not have blue pupils. "Well, you can help me find someone," Lin Z said. "Who are you looking for?" "Her." Lin Z took out his phone at this time, and there was a photo of Luo You on it. It was taken by Lin Z secretly. Damn. Who is this beauty? Looking at the photos on the phone, Liupan's eyes widened, as if shocked. Although it's not a proper photo, it's surprising enough. Looks good, huh? Lin Z narrowed his eyes and said, cough. Is this sister-in-law? Looking at Lin Z's face, the fat man also touched his head and said with a smile, don't waste time. Help me find out if she is in Fangan City. Lin Z glared at him helplessly, then said, okay. Send me the photo. Liupan nodded and said, how much gold do you need? Lin Z said aloud after watching Liupan prepare to go out to help him find out. Damn. Don't ask me that if you treat me like a brother. Liupan laughed and scolded when he heard Lin Z's words. Okay. Lin Z also smiled. After spending time together these days, Lin Z knew that this fat man was indeed a friend worth making. By the way, what's my sister-in-law's name? When Liupan was about to go out, he seemed to think of something and asked out of curiosity. Luo You. Chapter 809 Fanghua is here. Chapter 809 Fanghua is here. As Liupan left the room, Lin Z sat in the wide hall and activated his cultivation technique. This was Fangan City after all. The energy in the air here was much richer than the ones in the other city. As his cultivation technique started, there was a large amount of energy that was absorbed into Lin Z's body. It entered into every single cell in his body. Boom boom boom. Time passed and soon, Lin Z heard 3 loud knocks on his door. Lin Z opened his eyes and frowned. Who was it? Liupan had the keys and he did not order anything from the hotel. With his past experiences, Lin Z became more careful. Who is it? Lin Z walked towards the door and asked the person outside. Is this Lin Z? It was a familiar voice that answered him. Lin Z was a little surprised, but he already knew who it was. Yick! As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fangan standing by the door. You're really here? Fangan laughed as well when he saw Lin Z. How did you know that I was here? Lin Z was still surprised and asked subconsciously. I was out last night and I thought I saw you. I looked around and asked a little before looking for you here. Fangan shrugged his shoulders as he answered. So, are you not going to invite me inside? Fangan smiled as he asked. Come in. Lin Z chuckled. You're really lucky. It is extremely difficult for anyone to get a room now, Fangan said to Lin Z. He immediately sat on the couch. After a while, he looked at Lin Z and asked, what happened? Lin Z knew what he was asking about and told him the truth. Nothing much. I was caught by an enemy. When he thought of what happened on the train, there was a murderous intention in Lin Z's eyes, especially when he thought of that peculiar man. Huanzhiheng. That man should be a king warrior as well. The competition starts the day after tomorrow. Although Fangan was still curious about what happened after that, he didn't have much time to ask and had to talk about more serious matters. So quick. Lin Z was stunned after hearing what was told. It has been some time. Fangan sounded a little helpless when he spoke to Lin Z. From the last time that they met, it has been almost a month. If it wasn't because he saw Lin Z tonight, he would have assumed that Lin Z was dead. However, after taking a good look at Lin Z, it felt as if the boy in front of him was different from the one he met before this. It wasn't about the looks, but the aura and charisma that Lin Z gave now was even more mysterious. Perhaps his abilities have improved. What level are you now? Fangan spoke to Lin Z with a serious tone. What do you think? Lin Z smiled and said in a cheeky voice. King warrior. Lin Z dissolved his disguise, and with the large warrior aura coming towards him, Fangan's pupils shrink in surprise. Not yet. Lin Z chuckled. Who I thought that you were almost a king warrior by now. Fangan let out a breath of relief. When they parted ways in the ice and snow city, he could feel that Lin Z had already entered the master warrior level. Plus, Lin Z even gained his source mark at that time. Therefore, it was obvious that he could feel Lin Z being much stronger now. But, I'm almost there. When he felt relieved and wanted to take a sip of water, he heard what Lin Z said. PFFT. He spat out the water that he had in his mouth and his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Z in disbelief. You are really a monster. Qianjing was speechless. If he was almost a king warrior. It has only been 1 month, but this guy's strength has improved so much. He really is a monster. He always thought that there might be a chance where he could challenge Lin Z, but now, he no longer wanted to do so. Come with me tomorrow. The staff from Tanlong City who guided us here have been looking for you. Qianjing finally told Lin Z. Give me the address. You'll head over there tomorrow. Lin Z said flatly. Alright. Then, Lin Z's phone started ringing. He only bought this phone last night and he only had Liupan's number. Did he find news about Luo You? As he thought about it, Lin Z started feeling excited as he quickly answered the call. Fatty. He answered the call, but on the other end, it was not Liupan's number. 100 million gold coins or else. Be prepared to only see his body. Then, someone spoke from the other end. When he realized that it was a stranger's voice, Lin Z's pupil shrank. The address. Fanghua Street. The call ended immediately. What's wrong? When Qianjing saw the look on Lin Z's face, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Do you know where Fanghua Street is? Lin Z asked. Fanghua Street. Lin Z wanted to continue, but the look on Qianjing's face showed that something wasn't right. What's wrong? It made him feel curious. It's not a particular street. It's an area here. It's a region by the border where it is not bound by any rules or regulations. There are warriors from all over the world who would sell and trade things over there. I also heard that there are lots of assassins from the Marquee planet who will be there. Qianjing said with a solemn look on his face. Lin Z was deep in thought when he nodded his head and asked, Can you bring me there? What the FK, why would I go there? They don't care if you're killed there. Qianjing looked scared as he said to Lin Z. We're not in Tanlong City. Are you afraid? Lin Z raised his eyebrows as he asked Qianjing. Who's afraid? Then, both of them rented a maglev motorcycle and rode towards that area. Damn it, just because he provoked me. I agreed to come here. Qianjing couldn't help but regret his choice. As he thought of what it was like in that area, there were chills felt all over his body. In order to get to Fanghua Street, they would have to leave the city center and head east. They were all long windy roads. As they got closer to the border, the area became even more secluded. Why would Fatty be in this sort of place? As they rode on their maglev motorcycle, they finally reached Fanghua Street within 30 minutes. So, this is Fanghua Street. Lin Z looked at the area before his eyes, and he was undeniably shocked. This was because the area that he saw did not seem to belong to Fangan City. Chapter 810 Fanghua Street. Chapter 810 Fanghua Street. This area looked very much like those abandoned areas. The exterior of some of the buildings here were much older compared to the ones in Fangan City. There were some metal high-rises that were already rusted, and they looked ancient. However, even when they were old and rusty, there were still lights inside the buildings. Plus, there were also shadows walking in these rooms. Let's go. Lin Z parked his motorcycle in the distance and started walking. I don't think I will be joining you. Qianjing gulped as he said to Lin Z. Are you scared? No, I'm not. After hearing what Lin Z said, he felt a little embarrassed and got angry. That's because there are things that I have to take care of. You're scared after all. Lin Z nodded his head. In the end, Qianjing followed Lin Z. If he were to leave now, he would definitely be looked down upon by this man. As they went into the area, there were lots of warriors walking around. There were different types of warriors around, but most of them were covered with a murderous aura. These men were used to surviving in these dark areas. The entire area was crowded and it looked like a dark market. Fanghua Street. Number 18. Lin Z was looking around to search for the place, and that's when he noticed an isolated building amongst the rubbles. It's here. Soon. Lin Z stopped in front of a tall building that was already filled with bushes. As he looked to the side, there was an old number plate. There were lots of algae all over the plate. It looked really old. This is it. Qianjing looked at the building and asked Lin Z. That's what he said. Do you dare to go in with me? Lin Z looked at Qianjing and gave a cheeky smile. Why? Why wouldn't I? King Jing looked at the eerie situation around him and the look on his face changed almost immediately. When he walked into the area, he could already feel that there was something odd about the air around this place. All of the warriors here were filled with the same aura as well. Plus, they were all really powerful warriors as most of them were master warriors. Both of them were at the door when the lights inside the dark building suddenly lit up. A bright light suddenly entered Lin Z's eyes. "Hey! You're here!" It was the same voice that came from the other end of the phone call. When he took a closer look at the room, there was a middle-aged man who was sitting on a chair. He was surrounded by lots of warriors, standing on both sides. All of them were looking at Lin Z and Qianjing who had just arrived. As they stared at them, Qianjing could feel a terrifying aura coming from them. This caused chills running down his entire body. These men, it was obvious that they were scary even with just one look. As for Lin Z, it was the total opposite as he looked like he wasn't affected at all. "Where is he?" Lin Z stared at the men before him and narrowed his eyes as he asked. With the analytical eye, he could clearly see all of the names and stats of these men. The leader amongst them was called Zhao Nian. He was at the peak of a warrior master. The rest of them were master warriors as well and they were strong. It was as expected since there were so many warrior masters here in Fangan City. But it was still a rare scene to see so many of them gathered together. Clap clap. When Zhao Nian heard what was demanded, he clapped his hands twice and the ceiling above them opened. Then, Fata's body fell from the city. Suddenly, his body was tied onto the ceiling with a rope. So, his entire body was hanging mid-air. There were lots of wounds all over his body. "Let him go." When he saw what happened, Lin Z had the intention to kill. "Lin Z, quick! Leave!" Liupan tried his best to open his eyes. Although his visions were blurred, he could still recognize that it was Lin Z. "Where's the money?" Liupan asked bluntly. "Z." Lin Z took out a card from his pocket and threw it. The card flew from his hand and went towards Zhao Nian. Back. Zhao Nian caught the card and threw it to a warrior standing next to him. "Take a look." "Yes, sir." There was indeed 100 million instead of the card. This was the money that Lin Z got in exchange for a higher rank odd crystals when he was on his way here. The man quickly confirmed the amount and signaled it to Zhao Nian. "Are we done now?" Liu Ziu asked flatly. "Sure." Zhao Nian clicked his fingers together. Then, the rope that was tied to the fatty suddenly snapped and Liupan immediately fell onto the ground. "Are you alright?" Lin Z walked over and quickly pulled out the rest of the ropes that were tied around him. "I'm fine." Fatty shook his head, gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up on his own. Lin Z noticed that his entire body was covered with injuries. They were quite serious as well. Seeing how Lin Z was trying to help Liupan stand, Qianjing quickly said to them, "Let's get going." It was obvious that these men aren't nice people. Although they lost 100 million, they would still be able to earn it back in the future. For higher rank warriors like them especially, it shouldn't be too hard for them. Take him back first. Lin Z nodded his head and smiled. Although he has no idea what happened to Liupan, he was still the reason why Liupan left. Now that Liupan was heard, Lin Z felt responsible for it. After hearing what Lin Z said, Qianjing was stunned, but he soon came back to his senses. He finally realized what Lin Z was planning to do and his pupils shrank. "Leave." Lin Z got Qianjing to hold on to Liupan before turning back to those men. He smiled and said, "I already gave you the money, but since you injured my friend, we should have that settled as well." "Oh." Zhao Nian felt excited after hearing what was said. The rest of them laughed and mocked Lin Z as if they were looking at an idiot. "Leave." Lin Z peered at Qianjing who still wasn't moving before repeating himself. "Be careful." Qianjing clenched his jaw before helping Liupan, who was semi-conscious, walk out of the place. "This brat, he's really crazy." "So, what do you want then?" Zhao Nian looked at Lin Z curiously and asked. "Get down on your knees and apologize." Lin Z said it loud and clear. "Ha ha ha, did you hear what he said? He told me to apologize." Zhao Nian paused for a moment before breaking into a huge laugh. It was as if this was the biggest joke that he has ever heard. Ha ha ha. You're funny. The other warriors started laughing as well. You brat. Do you not know where this is? One of the warriors asked Lin Z with a threatening look on his face. Chapter 811 Instant Kill. Chapter 811 Instant Kill. Lin Z held a long spear and looked at them, without the slightest change in expression. Dao Nian frowned at this moment and he could sense a strange aura in Lin Z's eyes. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. Get rid of him. Dao Nian showed a killing intent in his eyes, then said coldly, as soon as his words fell. At this moment, 3 of the warriors, the source strength of their bodies burst out and rushed directly to Lin Z. Swoosh! Their speed was very fast and at this moment, they appeared in front of Lin Z. Die! These warriors roared and the fists wrapped by the source strength were about to smash at Lin Z. Bang bang bang! But at this moment, the spear in Lin Z's hand stabbed out. In an instant, hundreds of spears appeared. The 3 warriors who came from the attack originally thought that they could easily block Lin Z's attack with the source strength covering their body. But what they didn't expect was that at this moment, the spear in Lin Z's hand seemed to penetrate their bodies in an instant. Their eyes widened and there was no way to react at this time, because at this moment, their bodies were all holes pierced by spears. Boom! At this moment, the 3 of them all flew out, then fell heavily on the ground. Blood flowed from their bodies. When Zhao Nian and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened. Instant kill. A master warrior level warrior was instantly killed by Lin Z so easily, and Lin Z's expression didn't change at all. Blood dripped from the spear tip in his hand. Tell me why you beat him. Lin Z continued walking with the spear, staring at Zhao Nian and saying, kill him for me. Zhao Nian directly crushed the glass in his hand and roared. At this moment, the dozen or so warriors around them all carried the long spears in their hands and attacked Lin Z directly. Humph! Lin Z snorted coldly and the spear in both hands danced wildly. Dang dang! Even though he was attacked by many people at the same time, Lin Z still seemed to be at ease. This guy! Looking at a long spear, it was dancing in Lin Z's hand like they were one entity. More than a dozen master warrior level warriors did not take advantage. As for the warriors who were fighting against Lin Z, it was really challenging, because they clearly felt that their attacks always felt blocked by something. So the damage caused was only half. Of course they didn't know that the effect of Lin Z's warrior title had a 30 chance of being able to resist 50 of the attacks he was about to receive. When they surrounded him, the effect was still very obvious. With or without a trace body skill, Lin Z's figure was like a phantom, and they couldn't attack him at all. At this moment, the spear in Lin Z's hand waved, and a large number of flaming birds burst out in an instant. The flame of the flaming birds was dark blue, which looks very strange. And with the appearance of the flaming birds, the entire space, at this moment, seemed to become extremely hot. It's like being in a big furnace. Be careful. When a warrior saw the scene, the expression on his face changed greatly. Although the surrounding warriors dodged quickly, in the next moment, a warrior still did not dodge and watched the terrifying flaming birds attack. Sphere! He roared inwardly, wanting to directly use Sphere to block Lin Z's attack. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, with the impact of the flaming bird, the seemingly indestructible sphere actually melted directly. In the next moment, the dark blue flaming bird impacted his body. What? With a loud wailing sound. In the next moment, his body was completely scorched in an instant, turned into a coke. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing a master warrior and gaining 165,464 experience. The increase in experience was 2, and Lin Z could hardly see any movement in the progress bar. Although the rest of the warriors unfolded their spheres at this time, their bodies trembled slightly at this time. Terrible. It's really too terrifying. That kind of flame even melted the sphere of a warrior. The sphere of a warrior is the strongest protection of a warrior, and this strongest protection seemed useless in front of Lin Z. How can this fight go on? At this time, these warriors all began to retreat a little. A bunch of trash. Zhao Nian roared angrily at this time. also holding a huge sword beside him, and stood up. You guys kill him and he'll let you go. At this moment, Lin Z narrowed his eyes, stared at Zhao Nian and said aloud. Hearing Lin Z's words, these warriors were stunned. Kill him. You guys can choose another boss and I won't pursue this matter. Lin Z stood on the spot and said lightly. These people's eyes widened at this time and they seemed to be hesitant. You guys dare to kill me? When Zhao Nian heard Lin Z's provocative words, then looked at his subordinates, he suddenly shouted angrily. Die! Zhao Nian looked at Lin Z, who was facing him. He waved the sword in his hand. At this moment, a terrifying sword aura burst out and rushed straight to Lin Z. Boom! Lin Z swung the spear in his hand violently, directly resisting the terrifying sword aura. Give you all 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Courting death. Zhao Nian was already crazy and the strength of his whole body burst out. A fiery pattern appeared on his forehead. Source mark power. In the next moment, with the use of his source mark power, a large number of fiery red flames, like giant fire snakes, charged towards Lin Z. Origin pattern power flaming serpent. The power of fire attribute. The corners of Lin Z's mouth twitched and the sphere of his body unfolded instantly. Those huge and terrifying flaming snakes all hit Lin Z's sphere and disappeared instantly. It didn't cause any damage to Lin Z at all, and if you look closely, you can see that Lin Z's sphere has turned dark blue. The whole sphere seems to be made of hellfire. How is this possible? Seeing Lin Z standing still, easily resisting his most powerful source mark power, Zhao Nian was shocked and angry. 2. 1. As Lin Z glanced at them, those warriors appeared as if they fell into an ice cave. In the next moment, he looked towards Zhao Nian, his eyes showing killing intent. What are you guys doing? Chapter 812 The News about Luo You. Chapter 812 The News about Luo You. You are my subordinates. My lackeys. Not his. Zhao Nian looked at the eyes of his subordinates and roared. I have had enough of you. A warrior seemed to dislike Zhao Nian from the beginning. At this time, he directly held his own weapon and turned to attack Zhao Nian. After all, Lin Z's strength is too terrifying. A flaming bird can easily kill them. Even the sphere can be easily broken and it is only a matter of time before he and others will be killed. With him taking the lead, the rest immediately turned to attack Zhao Nian. Looking at this scene, the corners of Lin Z's mouth could not help but twitch. From just observing the faces of these people, Lin Z knew that these people were not loyal to Zhao Nian. Moreover, Zhao Nian's strength is not that strong enough to completely suppress them, and many people were probably already upset with him. Instead of directly killing these warriors, Lin Z also had his own plans. You dogs? Zhao Nian roared angrily, then seemed to fight these people. Although he was the peak master warrior, he has not yet reached the level of a king warrior. And these people are also master warrior level warriors and their strength is not very weak. Boom boom boom. Loud noises continued to be heard and it didn't take long for Zhao Nian to die on the ground under the siege of these warriors. And the rest of the warriors were also panting at this time. Taking a closer look, they also had a lot of injuries. After all, Zhao Nian is also a powerful warrior. At this time, their eyes all turned to Lin Z's side, and there was a little panic in their eyes. The power displayed by this young man is really too powerful. Who hit my friend just now? Lin Z narrowed his eyes, glanced at these people and said lightly. Feeling Lin Z's gaze, their bodies could not help but tremble. Lin Z's eyes were really terrifying. It was a look from someone who has experienced death and crawled back from hell. It's Zhao Nian. And the two of them. A warrior trembled at this moment, pointed at Zhao Nian and the corpses of two men said aloud. Who else? Lin Z said lightly, staring at them, putting a lot of pressure on them. The expressions of these people changed a bit, and finally one person couldn't bear the pressure and fell to his knees directly on the ground, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. I didn't know he was your friend. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a group of flaming birds charging towards him. The surrounding warriors were startled and subconsciously dodged. The flame rushed over and without any defense. At this moment, he instantly turned into a skeleton. The hellfire. A warrior seemed to feel something. Originally, because of the appearance of the flaming bird, the surrounding environment was extremely hot. But at this moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because yesterday, he just saw the news about the disappearance of the flames in the Divine Fire Cave. You must know that the hellfire in the Divine Fire Cave is known as the most terrifying flame in Marquis, and the flame has existed for many years and is endless. But now there was news about it. People still found this news unbelievable. He has been to the Divine Fire Cave and he has seen this kind of flame, which is exactly the same as the one released by Lin Z. Moreover, the hellfire at this time seemed to be even more terrifying than what he saw at that time. Who else? Lin Z held the dark edge spear in his hand, then pointed at the people around him and said aloud, "It's not us. We really didn't." When these people looked at the long spear that Lin Z pointed at, they shuddered and said quickly. They looked at Lin Z as if they were waiting for judgment. "All right," Lin Z said lightly and put down the spear. Seeing this scene, these people immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they really felt like they had one foot in hell. "Tell me what happened." Lin Z continued to speak, without any hesitation. These warriors told Lin Z what happened before. It turned out that Liupan was introduced by someone and came to ask them for help to find out about Luo You. But because Zhao Nian's asking price was too high, Fei left, but was stopped by Zhao Nian's men. And because of Fata's resistance, he got beaten by them. After all, they were all master warriors and Fatty has no power to fight back. Later, it was because they found Lin Z in Fata's phone address book, so they wanted to blackmail Lin Z. Fangan City is not a peaceful place in the first place. Although it is possible to make any transactions here and to inquire about news, there are also many risks. Therefore, people with average strength would not dare to set foot here. In that case, you guys have intel, right? Lin Z said lightly. Yes. We are first-class intelligence experts. When these warriors heard Lin Z's words, they hurriedly said, as long as they had value, Lin Z would not kill them. "Help me find someone." Lin Z was silent for a while, then said aloud. The night passed quickly and on the second day, Liupan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes immediately. The dazzling sunlight instantly shone into his eyes. "Fatty, are you awake?" At this moment, a familiar voice came over, causing Lin Z to widen his eyes. "Brother Lin." Fatty abruptly sat up halfway. The injury from last night has now fully recovered, because after Qianjin took Fatty away last night, he went to the hospital, where his injuries were treated. "N, are you alright?" Lin Z said to Liupan. "It's okay. Those guys yesterday." Liupan shook his head, then seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, "Don't worry. I've taken revenge for you." Lin Z smiled and didn't say much. "You scared me to death yesterday." Qianjin, who was standing on the other side, couldn't help but complain at this time. After all, the warriors who faced yesterday, just by looking at them, you can feel the terrifying aura brought by them. He also didn't know how Lin Z came out in the end. His name is Qianjin. He's barely a friend. Lin Z said with a faint smile. "Barely," Qianjin complained a little unhappily. "I'm sorry. Brother Lin. Yesterday Liupan thought that he was originally helping Lin Z yesterday, but in the end it was Lin Z who helped him and he couldn't help but apologize." "It's okay. I already got the information I needed." Lin Z laughed. "You've got news about sister-in-law." "N? That's right." Chapter 813 Liu Yanren's Express. Chapter 813 Liu Yanren's Express. These people were indeed intelligence experts, and after asking them, it was clear that in Fangan City, there was a Luo family named Luo You who was studying at Xuanfeng Academy. It seems that she is quite famous in Xuanfeng Academy because of her beauty. But she seems to be cold. "Is that you?" "Luo You," Lin Z said to himself in his heart. But it is not that easy to go to Xuanfeng Academy. What's more, it seems that the holidays had started at Xuanfeng Academy. If he wanted to find Luo You, he could only go to the Luo family. But the Luo family didn't seem to be a small family in this Fangan city. and it's in the city center. However, it is said that Luo You will also participate in the warrior competition. Comfortable, Liupan stretched out at this moment, and the next moment, he jumped out of bed. Now his injury has fully recovered and there is no problem at this time. Those people didn't do anything to you, did they? Liupan seemed to have thought of something, then hurriedly said, "What do you think?" Lin Z smiled, then asked back, "Brother Lin, I knew you were amazing, but I'm embarrassed again this time." Liupan touched his head embarrassedly and said. Lin Z shook his head and smiled. "Don't say that. It's all my fault." "Okay. Don't talk nonsense anymore. We have a competition tomorrow," Qianjin said helplessly. "Right, competition. Brother Lin, I have to go back to find our people over there first." Liupan seemed to have thought of something at this time and said quickly, "Go back first then." Lin Z said aloud, "Brother Lin and Brother Qian, see you tomorrow." Liupan waved his hand and hurriedly ran outside. Let's go back to the staff first. You haven't told them about the things you lost." Qianjin looked at Lin Z, spread his hands helplessly and said, "Sure." Qianjin and they stayed in the hotel on the other side of the city center. At this time, in one of the conference rooms of this hotel, Jiangjun, who led the team before, and other staff members, including the rest of the men on the Tanlong City Tanjiao list, all appeared here. At this time, seeing Qianjin brought Lin Z in, their eyes were full of surprise. "Lin Z, you're back." Jiangjun was explaining something when his eyes widened. Lin Z nodded. "What happened that day?" Jiangjun continued to speak at this time. "Nothing. There was a little accident." Lin Z smiled lightly. "Why are you pretending? Do you think that when you arrive in Fangan City, you can still get the first place so easily?" A warrior who was very unhappy with Lin Z's top place on the Tianjiao list said coldly. "Want to give it a go?" Lin Z narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The warrior suddenly felt a powerful murderous aura envelop him, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. His body trembled and cold sweat was already pouring out of his forehead. "Okay. Lin Z is back. Let's talk about tomorrow's schedule now." At this time, Jiangjun said suddenly. As Lin Z looked away, the warrior heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting on the chair beside him, his legs seemed to have no strength to stand up again. "This guy, what the hell is going on? His power is so much stronger now." The rest of the warriors looked at Lin Z's figure and were secretly shocked, because the power that Lin Z has displayed now is much stronger than before. It's only been a month. Lin Z was also sitting on a chair at this time and heard Jiangjun's explanation. "Tomorrow, it will be the warrior conference. The preliminaries for the finals of the Fangan City start at 8 in the morning. They will arrive at the competition venue, then draw lots. The advanced warriors will go to the next round of competition. Tomorrow, 36 strong players will be selected, and on the second day, the final of the top 36 will compete. You guys have to go all out. As long as you enter the top 36, you will definitely be seen by the major forces and your future will definitely be limitless," Jiangjun warned. Their hands clenched into fists and they nodded immediately. The main purpose of participating in the warrior competition was to show one's strength in front of the major forces. The higher the ranking, the more people would pay attention to you. Maybe some big forces will find and accept them, which is also very beneficial for their future development. If any of us can make it to the top 3, that would be great. Jiangjun spoke, then shook his head again. Tanlong City was just a small town. If there were really top 3 warriors from this place, it would be incredible. Soon, after Jiangjun's explanation was complete, they disbanded. "By the way, Lin Z, I received a courier for you before." At this moment, Qianjin patted his head, as if he had thought of something and said aloud, "My courier." Hearing Qianjin's voice, Lin Z also had a curious look in his eyes. In Fangan City, Lin Z didn't seem to know anyone, yet someone delivered something to him. Well, it seems to be Liu Yanren from Tanlong City. Liu Yanren. Lin Z was stunned for a moment and he quickly thought of the woman he met when he first came to Marquee Planet. What did she send? Just when Lin Z was a little confused, Kei Jin took out a square courier and handed it to Lin Z. This courier box was specially set, so ordinary people can't open it. Only Lin Z could perform facial recognition. He was fighting in Tanlong City before and there was a video, so she could use it for the courier to recognize his face. Gotcha. After he performed facial recognition authentication, the box opened automatically. Hee. Did you hook up with this beauty from the Liu family? At this time, Kei Jin showed an ambiguous smile to Lin Z. Move aside. Lin Z glared at him and said aloud. He looked at the box and there was a card in it. What is this? The cards were like skills cards, but they didn't have any obvious tiers. He picked it up and took a closer look. There were 3 big characters written on it: levitation. Is this the secret book of that warrior family? However, Lin Z really needed the levitation skill. After the most powerful old man of the Wu family was killed by Lin Z, the Wu family was probably annexed by the Liu family. Right. Otherwise, how would she find this levitation? Thank you. Looking at this skill card, Lin Z said out loud to himself. What exactly is it? Kei Jin looked at the card curiously. From the back of the card, he couldn't tell what it was at all. He'll go back to train first. See you tomorrow. Lin Z smiled lightly, then left. Chapter 814 The competition begins. Chapter 814 The competition begins. The next day came quickly. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the gate of the hotel here. Jun led the team to the other side of the field. This time, because there were many people participating in the warrior competition, in order to quickly decide the top 36, it is divided into 4 venues: East, West, North and South. Each venue will determine the top 9. Then on the second day, the final duel will happen on the biggest tournament stage in Fangan City Faxian stage. Those on the east follow Zhangjun and those on the west follow. When you get there, take out your entry cards, then draw lots. You'll compete according to the arrangement of the staff. Dongjun said aloud as he led Lin Z and the others forward. When these warriors heard his words, their bodies trembled with excitement. After all, the competition was about to start and it was even held in Fangan City. Kei Jin and Lin Z were assigned to the east and Dongjun led them there. This is the eastern battlefield, it's so big. Walking to the front, Kei Jin looked at it from a distance. The so-called eastern battlefield covers a huge area and is an open field. It's like being on a huge football field. In all directions, there are already a large number of people sitting on the seats. Hurry up and sign in, then draw lots. Dongjun said to Lin Z and Kei Jin at this time. He was optimistic about Lin Z and Kei Jin, so he personally led them here. As long as Lin Z and Kei Jin achieve good rankings, it will be good news for Tanlong City. Or for him. Take out your entry card and go to the competition area to compete. The lottery was drawn very randomly. As Lin Z clicked on a large screen in front of him, the numbers turned and soon, the 2 numbers 18 appeared. You are no 18. You can wait in the waiting area here. A staff member put a circular number plate with 18 written on it in front of Lin Z's chest and said aloud. Lin Z nodded. In the waiting area, he could clearly see that there were many warriors here. The analytic eye swept across and it was clear that most of them were master warrior level warriors. The strength seems to be quite strong. Lin Z, what's your number? Kei Jin came over at this time and said with a smile. 18. Damn. Fortunately, I'm number 20. When Kei Jin heard Lin Z's words, he could not help but heaved a sigh of relief. If they fought in order and you were next to Lin Z's number, you were likely to meet Lin Z. Although he always wanted to fight Lin Z before, Lin Z was too perverted. They haven't seen each other for just a month, but his strength has grown to such an extent. There were more than 100 warriors in this east field and each warrior was an elite among the elites sent from cities all over the world. Okay, the competition is about to start. In the first match, No. 5 will play No. 13. They are Lei Zhan from Qiong City and Lin Yan from Shenmu City. At this moment, as the host's voice sounded, the whole venue was boiling. The competition has finally started. These two people look quite strong. In the waiting area of the participating warriors, Kyanjin couldn't help saying aloud while watching the scene on the field. They are okay. Both of them are Master Warrior level warriors, Lin Z said lightly. Master Warrior level. Hearing Lin Z's words, Kyanjin's eyes widened. Didn't you also step into the Master Warrior level? Lin Z rolled his eyes at him. I've just been promoted to the Master Warrior level not long ago. Kyanjin said a little depressed. He didn't expect that there were so many Master Warrior level warriors. From this perspective, the rest of the Tianlong City contestants should be miserable. Boom boom boom. And at this time, the battle on the field has reached a white-hot battle. The whole ground seems to be shaking slightly because of this battle. Don't let me fight a pervert like you later, Kyanjin said aloud while watching the scene on the field. Because from this battle, it seems to be random numbers drawn and the number is just a sign for people. Lin Z was not interested in fighting and his eyes were still searching for Luo Yu's figure. But unfortunately, although there are some female warriors, Luo Yu was not seen at all. Is it because Luo Yu didn't come? Or was it because she wasn't in this venue? And on the other side, after the competition is over, you can hold your engagement ceremony. Luo Yu's elder brother Luo Jiacheng said to Luo Yu at this time. I reject. Luo Yu still said so coldly. You. When Luo Jiacheng heard Luo Yu's words, he was instantly angry. But thinking of the benefits to their Luo family as long as the marriage is successful, he calmed down. Humph. Luo Yan. You take her to the competition, get a good ranking and show it to the people from the Huang family, Luo Jiacheng said to Luo Yan. And? Luo Yan nodded. The two quickly left Luo's house and headed to the western battlefield. Behind the two, there were two middle-aged men escorting them. This is the bodyguard sent by Luo Jiacheng, said to be bodyguard. In fact, he was more like monitoring their actions. Don't think we can escape. Luo Yan walked side by side with Luo Yu at this time and said in a low voice. Luo Yu's good-looking brows also furrowed slightly. The strength of the two bodyguards behind them seemed to be at the level of King Warrior. She wanted to run, but she couldn't. Let's take part in the competition first, Luo Yu said. We can only do that soon. Luo Yu also entered the field to participate in the competition. The West Arena seems to have started a little slower due to a machine failure. However, the registration and inspection of player information have already started and it will start soon. Luo Yu stood in the waiting area for players and looked around as if she was expecting someone. Did I sense wrong? Luo Yu put her hand on her chest and felt that her heart was beating a little faster. No. 18. Lin Z from Tianlong City. Against no. 29. Yan Mo from Kangqion City. At this moment, with a loud voice, Lin Z immediately stood up from the seat in the contestant area. Lin Z, come on. Kyanjin also spoke to Lin Z at this time. Similarly, Jian Mo also stood up from the chair on the other side. Looking at Lin Z, there was a look of disdain in his eyes. Then he raised his middle finger. Seeing the scene, Lin Z couldn't help but raise his brows. Even the Marquee planet does the middle finger. As Lin Z and Yan Mo stood on the stage, the host who rode the aircraft in the air shouted excitedly. Okay, both sides are ready. Competition begins. Chapter AN15 an instant kill. Chapter AN15 an instant kill. Tisk tisk. Which planet is this ant from? Jian Mo looked at Lin Z, did not move and said coldly. I'll give you a chance to get off yourself. He looked at Lin Z's dark pupils and said lightly. His words were full of pride. It was as if that he could crush Lin Z to death with just a wave of his fingers. Get lost. Get lost. Jian Mo's voice was very loud and at this time, many of the audience around him chimed in as well. Get lost. Lin Z looked at him, then said lightly. Jian Mo, who had raised his head arrogantly at first, was startled when he heard Lin Z's words. He looked at Lin Z in disbelief. This ant actually told me to get out of here. Courting death. Jian Mo roared and at this moment, holding the sword in his hand, he charged directly towards Lin Z. He wanted to kill Lin Z directly without giving him any chance to admit defeat. Heaven and earth slash. The sword slashed out, turning into a very huge phantom of the sword. This blow was so powerful that if you got hit, you would die immediately. Die. Jiang Mo fiercely used one of his most powerful skills to cut Lin Z's body in half. Boom! But at this moment, the dark-edged spear that Lin Z was holding struck directly. Boom! With a loud noise, the phantom of the huge sword was slashed and dissipated. And at this moment, Lin Z appeared in front of Jiang Mo like he teleported. The spear in his hand pierced, and at this moment, it seemed as if hundreds of spear shadows were stabbed out. Jiang Mo's face changed greatly and he was about to unfold his spear to resist. But at this moment, the spear that was stabbed out instantly pierced his spear, directly piercing his body. Blood splashed all over the ground. Jiang Mo was killed in seconds. There was an uproar in the audience. This man with black pupils actually possesses such powerful power. Jiang Mo was killed in seconds. Some contestants who knew Jiang Mo had shock in their eyes at this time. Jiang Mo was a warrior at the master warrior level. How could it be possible that he was killed without even remembering to release the source mark power? This is too perverted. At this moment, Fangan couldn't help swallowing secretly. More than a month ago, Lin Z and Wu Changkan were evenly matched in the battle. But now Lin Z actually killed a master warrior with one move. This is simply too terrifying. No. 18 Lin Z. Win. At this time, the referee has already announced the result. How did your strength increase so much? Seeing Lin Z walking down the stage, Fangan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before, Fangan had always wanted to fight him, but what he didn't expect was that Lin Z's strength has improved to this level now. Now, he didn't have any intention of fighting Lin Z anymore. With that kind of terrifying strength, how can people raise their fighting spirit? Pariah, you dare to kill Jiang Mo? As Lin Z returned to the competition area, a man stood up, stared at Lin Z, pointed the weapon in his hand at him and said grimly. Lin Z didn't even bother to look at him. HMPH. These guys. At this time, Fangan also glanced at the rampant man with a bad expression. Pariah, if you meet me, you will die. At this time, the man continued to speak. Too weak. Lin Z finally glanced at him, but shook his head and said, You. Hearing Lin Z's words, the man opened his eyes wide and was very angry. But here, it was impossible for him to make a move, leaving him helpless. This time, you will definitely be able to enter the top 9. Fangan still had confidence in Lin Z. Entering the top 9 means entering the top 36. Lin Z shook his head. Fangan was stunned for a moment, then continued to say, Those guys are not strong. You can definitely do it. I mean, not only will I be in the top 9, but you'll be number 1. Lin Z said indifferently. With a look of incomparable confidence in his tone, Fangan's eyes widened. This is also too crazy. However, what Lin Z said seems to be true. The next game, Fangan from Tanlong City, will play against Lin. Soon, it was Fangan's turn to play. It's that guy. When Fangan saw the person he was going to fight, he couldn't help but frown slightly. His opponent was the man who insulted Lin Z just now. You are dead. The man stood up, looked at Fangan and said coldly, Be careful. Lin Z also said aloud at this time when he saw the gaze cast by the man. Fangan nodded. He'll give you a good time. After Lin watched Fangan stand on the competition stage, he suddenly said with a grim expression. Fangan ignored his words. Holding a long sword in his hand, all the energy in his body was mobilized. As the referee announced the start, Fangan attacked him directly. Dang dang. The weapons of the two collided and loud sounds were heard in an instant. Lin Z on the other side enabled the analytic eye to check and found that Lin's strength was stronger than that of ordinary master warrior level warriors. Although he has not reached the peak, he was still very strong. No wonder he dared to insult him like this just after he killed Jiang Mo. You are too weak. Originally, the two seemed to be evenly matched. But in the next moment, the sword in Lin's hand released a terrifying skill and Fangan was knocked away. Fangan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Lin would suddenly burst out with such a strong power. Admit defeat. Lin Z, who was standing below, spoke to Jin at this time. On this competition stage, as long as he admits defeat, the opponent cannot continue to attack him. Otherwise, Lin would definitely kill Jin. At this time, Jin also clearly felt that something was wrong. There was indeed a little gap between himself and Lin's strength. But before he could speak, Lin had already rushed in front of him. The sword slashed at once. Boom! Although Jin unfolded the sphere, the terrifying slash caused his sphere to vibrate violently. Moreover, Lin's movements did not stagnate at all, and he kept waving his sword to attack. Bang bang bang. A loud noise rang out. Even with the protection of sphere, Jin still felt very uncomfortable. In the next moment, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Because of the internal injury, the unfolded sphere also became extremely unstable. Go to hell! Lin roared angrily, seeing that the sphere on Jin's body could no longer be maintained. He immediately slashed down. Chapter 816 The contestant is Luo You. Chapter 816 The contestant is Luo You. Jin's eyes widened. But at this time, it seemed that there was no way to dodge it. Boom! With his slashing, Jin's arm was chopped off immediately. I surrender. At this moment, Jin shouted loudly. Lin ignored Jin's words and continued to wave his sword. Jin's body was about to be chopped in half. Dang! But at this moment, the referee slapped his sword away and said coldly, according to the rules, the opponent has conceded and the game is over. Humph, good luck to you. Lin said a little unwillingly. Jin's face was pale at this time. He took his severed arm and followed the medical staff to treat him. Don't let me see you. Lin looked at Lin Z below, raised his head at this time, and said coldly. Lin Z looked at him and narrowed his eyes. He was a little angry. The competition is still going on. Jin has already been eliminated and now in this venue. Only Lin Z was a contestant from Tanlong City. Most of the rank 9 warriors were eliminated and the rest were almost all warriors at the master warrior level. Next, picking 9 warriors out of 18 warriors. The first group. No. 18 Lin Z. Against no. 6 Lin. As the referee's voice came over, the corners of Lin Z's mouth curled up. Lin's eyes also showed a vicious look and sure enough, he really encountered Lin Z. Can the 2 contestants come on stage please? At this time, as the referee's voice came over again, Lin Z jumped directly onto the competition stage. Hee. This time, you won't be as lucky as your friend. He'll give you no chance to admit defeat. Lin stared at Lin Z and said coldly. Similarly, I will give you the sentence as well. Lin Z said lightly. Humph. Lin snorted coldly and the whole body's source strength was mobilized. Match begins. Swoosh. As the referee's words just fell. At this moment, Lin Z and Lin moved at the same time, holding the weapons in their hands and attacking. Because of Lin Z's powerful strength just now, many spectators were watching this game with fixated eyes. Why is a man with black eyes so strong? Dang Dan. The spear in Lin Z's hand stabbed out, and Lin kept resisting with the blade of the sword. This Lin's strength is really good and he can fight against Lin Z with ease. Humph, you only have this strength. When Lin resisted Lin Z's attack again, he turned around and slashed at Lin Z's body. But he was dodged by Lin Z who responded quickly. Bluegrass field. Lin looked at Lin Z, who had dodged his attack and roared, and a blue light burst out from his body. Then covered the ground. Soon, a large amount of blue grass grew on the ground. These grasses were very long and thick and they all stabbed towards Lin Z. Lin Z raised his brows. His body moved and his movement became active and he kept dodging. Source mark power immortal lock up. Lin didn't stop moving and continued to release the source mark power. He wanted to kill Lin Z directly. As his words just fell, a purple light appeared on his forehead. And at this moment, this purple light burst out and directly impacted Lin Z, turning into many long, purple energy bodies. What kind of source mark power is this? Lin Z's expression changed slightly when he felt the scene. These strip-shaped energy bodies rushed over in an instant. Lin Z wanted to dodge. But soon, he was bound by this light. His body couldn't move. Go! Moreover, all the terrifying bluegrass that grew flew towards Lin Z. In an instant, Lin Z was wrapped around him like a dumpling. H&G. That's all, huh? Seeing this scene, Lin couldn't help but sneer. Then he stretched out his right hand and squeezed it suddenly. Die! The bluegrass that wrapped around Lin Z's body immediately spun frantically. It was like twisted in an instant. The people inside must have been totally twisted. I thought he's so powerful and he just died like this. Ha ha ha. Pariahs are just pariahs after all. When the audience saw this scene, they immediately laughed. Referee. Announce the result. At this time, Lin looked at the referee over there and said lightly. Now Lin Z was definitely twisted. Boom! But at this moment, a huge sound rang out and the bluegrass burst directly. A figure appeared again. The bluegrass created by his domain force and source mark power seemed to have all been destroyed by Lin Z. Lin watched this scene. His eyes widened and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. How could it be? How could he not die? Just this level of power, huh? Lin Z patted his clothes, then said lightly. The surrounding audience was also dumbfounded at this time. Courting death. Lin roared angrily. Then holding the long sword in his hand, he directly charged over. Swoosh! Before he could rush to Lin Z's side, Lin Z's figure instantly turned into a black shadow. Then he rushed over. In an instant, Lin Z appeared behind him, and Lin's body suddenly seemed to be frozen in place. His eyes widened. In the next moment, the body exploded directly. There was an uproar in the audience. Lin Z advanced to the top 9. Are you alright? After the game, Lin Z went to the medical room and saw Jin. It's nothing. Jin shook his head and said, his arm has been attached and now he only needs to recover from the injury. Jun also seemed to know about Jin's injury, so he also came here at this time. I didn't expect that our Tianlong city, except for Lin Z, would be wiped out. Jun also sighed at this time. Tomorrow's competition will be all on you. Jun looked at Lin Z and continued. And soon, it was the next day. The final top 36 had finally arrived. This time, the competition venue is Faxian Stage in Fangan City. This place was very huge and it was suspended in the air. The surrounding auditoriums were also full of spectators and there were no empty seats. Fatty, I didn't expect that you would also advance to the top 36. In the waiting area for the competition, while watching the opening ceremony, he said to Liupan who came, Hee. By a fluke. Taking a closer look at this time. In this competition area, it seems that there are still some warriors who have not come. Lin Z looked at it, but he still didn't see the figure of the person he wanted to see. Was he wrong? Did she not compete? Or is she not in Fangan City at all? Alright, for the first match, please come on the field. Lin Z, a player from Tianlong City. Brother Lin, it's you in the first match. Liupan also said in surprise at this time. Lin Z nodded slightly, then stood on the field. All the best. Liupan waved his fist and said, the top 36 should be stronger than the previous ones. Lin Z took a deep breath and prepared to take it seriously. The player he is going to face is from Xuan Feng Academy. Luo You. Chapter 817 Reunited at last. Chapter 817 Reunited at last. Luo You. When he heard those words, Lin Z was beyond surprised. On the other hand, she was about to walk out of the tunnel but her body was trembling. Perhaps they share the same name, or could it be him? Lin Z turned towards the tunnel and saw that the familiar figure walking out of it. Wow, such a beau. She is pretty but she looks cold. As Luo You walked out of the tunnel, the audience got into an uproar. He's here. Luo Yan, who was on the side, widened her eyes in shock as well as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Although there wasn't much expression on her face, her entire body was trembling. Lin Z stared at Luo You, who was walking towards the stage, and his lips were shaking as well. Match start. The announcer screamed into the mic, but none of them started the fight. Instead, they were walking slowly step by step towards each other. Each step that they took felt so far. Lin Z was still walking while his eyes were locked onto Luo You. He smiled, and even when he thought that he was good with controlling his expression, he was still shaking from head to toe. When the judges saw what was happening, they were all shocked. None of them knew what was happening. The audience stared at them with wide eyes, as well, as they had no idea what was about to happen next. Lin Z stood in front of Luo You and slowly reached out his right arm that was trembling. He placed it on Luo Yu's face and gently wiped off the tears that were on her face. "I'm sorry I came late." Both of them dropped their weapons to the ground, and there was a loud sound that rang across the room. Then, both of them finally hugged each other. Lin Z took a deep breath. He could finally take in a breath of Luo Yu's scent, and he was touching her. This caused Lin Z's eyes to turn red. "Luo Yu, I really missed you." "Me too." As if she could read his mind, Luo Yu whispered to Lin Z. From the moment she saw Lin Z and when Lin Z met with her eyes, Luo Yu noticed that she didn't even have the courage to speak to him. She really missed him. What on earth is happening? Qianjing widened his eyes in shock as well. He was completely clueless with what happened on stage. How did Lin Z meet a student of the Xuan Fang Academy? The rest of the audience started discussing what was happening as it completely caught them off guard. "Are you still going to fight?" The judges finally came back to their senses and asked. "Let's go." Lin Z reluctantly let go of Luo Yu, who was in his arms, and chuckled as he asked Luo Yu, "Sure. We will be forfeiting this match." Forfeit? Due to the powerful skills that Lin Z had shown earlier, most of them were still waiting for him to show more. They wanted to see how much more powerful he could be. However, they didn't expect Lin Z to forfeit the match. Lin Z and Luo Yu picked up their weapons and jumped off the stage. "Congratulations, young Master Huang. I heard about your engagement, which will be happening 2 weeks from now." At the same time, there was another flirtatious man that walked out of the tunnel as he spoke to Huang Zhen. "Of course, it is a marriage proposed by my uncle. The Luo family will be delighted." As they were walking out of the tunnel, they soon noticed Lin Z and Luo Yu. Both of them held hands as they walked out of the building. When Lin Z saw them, the look on his face changed. "What happened?" The man standing next to him asked out of curiosity. "Who is that brat?" Huang Zhen growled in rage. At the same time, Lin Z and Luo Yu had already left the building. "Lin Z, long time no see." Both of them had left the stadium, and were headed towards a suburban area when they saw Luo Yan, who suddenly appeared. "It's been a long time." Lin Z gave a bright smile in return, seeing how Luo Yan was looking at them with a suspicious look. Luo Yu blushed. "How did you get here?" Luo Yan had to ask as she was courteous. Luo Yu turned towards Lin Z as well. She knew this planet too well, and no matter if it was the strength of a warrior or an evolved beast, they were much stronger than what they've met on Earth. "He must have suffered a lot in order to get here." "I just took it one step at a time." Lin Z said it casually. "Let's head back to Earth." Lin Z looked at Luo Yu and his eyes were filled with warmth and joy. Although the air here had much more energy than Earth, and it was a much more suitable place for them to cultivate, Earth was still their home. Plus, he still had other things to complete back on Earth. Luo Yu nodded her head. "We won't be able to leave now." Luo Yan thought of what would happen to the Luo family and frowned. "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" Right at that moment, there was a stranger's voice that appeared from behind them. As they took a closer look, they realized it was Huang Zhen, who brought along 10 more warriors with him. "Brachi is the woman that I had eyes on, and my uncle has already announced the engagement. You are asking for a death wish by being so bold." Huang Zhen glared at Lin Z and said with a horrible-looking expression on his face, "Your Huang Zhen, my sister, will never be married to someone as disgusting as you." Luo Yan pointed at Huang Zhen as she screamed at him, "You!" As he was being scolded by Luo Yan, Huang Zhen was stunned, but as he looked at Lin Z, his eyes were filled with rage. He had already taken Luo You as one of his own properties. His eyes had a murderous look in them as he glared at Lin Z. Kill him. Huang Zhen gave orders to his men, and the rest of the warriors rushed towards Lin Z. HMPH. Lin Z sneered. He picked up his long spear and started spinning it. The look on Luo Yu's face changed as she pulled out her sword and tried to help with defending those who were coming after Lin Z. Damn it. Yuo Yan cursed to herself. The men that Huang Zhen brought were mostly warrior masters. Yuo Yan might be at the peak of her rank 9 warrior. The difference between her and these master warriors was still huge. These warriors were throwing deadly skills towards them one after another. Lin Z did not hide his true abilities as well as he released all of them at once. Awe of the Phoenix. As he swung his spear, he managed to block all the attack from the other warriors, and soon there were flaming birds that were flying towards the warriors. Kunlun. Although they were only diamond rank skills, the temperature of the flames were still extremely high as they were hellfire. Some of the warriors caught on fire after being touched by the flaming birds, and they started screaming on top of their lungs while rolling helplessly on the ground. The rest of the warriors released their Yuan as well and noticed that the Yuan was still being distorted from the heat that was coming from the horrible flame. Chapter 818 Out of the City. Chapter 818 Out of the City. Luo Yu's eyes were. The sword in her arms was sharp as the wind as well, and with one sweep, she instantly killed a few of them. Damn it. When Huang Zhen noticed what had happened, he had a bad feeling about it. He didn't think that Lin Z's abilities would be at this level. If he knew about this, he definitely would have called for help from the royal guards in order to kill Lin Z. Go to hell. A few of the warrior masters headed towards Lin Z while Huang Zhen had a twisted expression on his face. The Foldron source mark appeared on his forehead, and following after that, there was a huge halogen arm that was headed towards Lin Z. He no longer cared about the warriors who were fighting Lin Z at the moment. He wanted to kill Lin Z even if it meant sacrificing them. Kunlun. With the loud sound that rang across the place, there was a huge explosion that occurred on the ground as well. The warriors who were surrounding Lin Z were all killed by the source energy that came from the gigantic golden arm. Fortunately, Lin Z reacted fast enough and quickly released his Yuan. Plus, Huang Zhen noticed that his giant golden arm that was formed by his source mark energy immediately melted away as soon as it came into contact with Lin Z's Yuan. How was this even possible? When Huang Zhen realized what was happening, he had a look of disbelief in his eyes. As Huang Zhen was still confused, Lin Z quickly dashed towards him. With the long spear in his arm, Lin Z wanted to kill Huang Zhen immediately. Stop him. Huang Zhen's pupil shrank as he saw the spear coming to him, and he immediately roared to his men. The rest of the warriors belonged to the royal family and were supposed to listen to Huang Zhen's commands, but when Huang Zhen killed their comrades in order to kill Lin Z, they felt betrayed. This was why they reacted a few seconds slower. Although it was only a few seconds, it was sufficient for Lin Z to appear right in front of Huang Zhen. Yuan. When he saw how close Lin Z was, Huang Zhen screamed as he released his Yuan. At that moment, Lin Z's spear was glowing as it looked at a purple gold crystal. At the tip of it, there was a dark blue flame. Clean sweep. As Lin Z roared, he swung the spear in his arm. A long piercing sound appeared in the air, and Huang Zhen's Yuan was instantly destroyed by Lin Z. I am part of the royal family, you can't kill me. Seeing how Lin Z was about to continue his attack, Huang Zhen finally looked afraid. He really did not expect Lin Z to have such strength. Torrential storm of rose flower. Then, the spear was thrusted forward and it splitted into thousands of figures. There were multiple bloody holes that appeared all over Huang Zhen's body. Huang Zhen's eyes widened in shock as he couldn't believe until the moment that he was dead that Lin Z is such a powerful man. Kill him. Lin Z managed to defeat Huang Zhen in a matter of seconds. When the other warriors saw what happened, the look in their eyes changed drastically. Huang Zhen is dead. This meant that even if they return now, they will be severely punished. They had no other choice but to try and defeat Lin Z. Ziu. Just as they surrounded Lin Z and were about to attack him, there were countless terrifying sword aura that came toward them. Luo You was the one who gave out these aura with her sword as she rushed towards Lin Z. Luo You has become a master warrior as well. Seeing how Luo You was moving swiftly with her overpowering sword aura, Lin Z was shocked. Luo Yan was only a rank 9 warrior, which was why she couldn't join the fight. However, as she looked around, she looked anxious. The event that happened with Lin Z and Luo You would have already spread to the Luo family. The Luo family would definitely send men to capture Luo You. What should they do now? You're dead. Lin Z noticed that the warriors weren't only attacking him and had started to aim for Luo You as well, and he was furious. He tightened his grip around the spear and his attacks became even more powerful. In a blink of an eye, he managed to kill a few more master warriors that surrounded them. With Luo You by his side, they managed to kill all of the remaining warriors. We should go quick, we wouldn't make it if we waited any longer. Luo Yan was still looking around and noticed that there was no one coming after them. As she let out a breath of relief, she quickly nudged Lin Z and Luo You. There are still guards by the gates. Luo You frowned as she said to the both of them. In order to prevent Luo You and Luo Yan from leaving, the Luo family had already sent men to the city gates. It would be impossible for them to get out of here. We can just rush out of here. Luo Yan thought about it before saying with her jaw clenched. As they walked towards the gates, Luo You briefly told Lin Z about what happened previously to the both of them. I will not allow anyone to take you away from me, Lin Z said to Luo You as they ran towards the city gates. Both of you should stop with the public display of affection. Otherwise, we might not be able to make it. Luo Yan couldn't help but warn them. She suddenly felt as if she was a huge third-wheeler. As they got to the gates, there were lots of guards who were checking those who were leaving the city. All of them were warrior masters. Their leader was definitely a warrior king. I'll release one of my warrior skills and we will rush out of here together. Lin Z quickly gauged the scenario ahead and told the Luo sisters. Both of them nodded their heads as they got closer to the gates. Now, as they were at the gates, Lin Z screamed as he gathered all the source energy in his body and released all of them at once. Ziyu, his entire body immediately rushed forward. Who is it? The rest of the warriors reacted quickly as well and shouted to inform the others. Of the Phoenix. Lin Z swung his spear around and released a large number of flamin' birds. Fire refining starlit sky. Lin Z did not stop and continued releasing the large-scale warrior skills. At that moment, there were dark blue flames that appeared all over the skies. These flames were in the shape of a ball and were headed towards the ground like meteors. All of the warriors were shocked and they tried to hide from it. This was because they could clearly feel the terrifying power that was in those flames. It was strong enough to threaten their lives. Kunlun. As for Luo Yan and Luo You, they took the opportunity and ran out of the gates. Quick! Lin Z continued his strategy as planned and shouted at Luo Yan and Luo You. With his large-scale warrior skills, the leader of the group who was a warrior king, had to run as well and he was not aware of those who managed to run out of the city. Quick! Lin Z said to the girls. From what Luo Yan told him earlier, it was obvious that the Luo family was only using the Luo You for the marriage with the royal family. Now that he had killed Wang Zhen, those men who never let it go so easily if they found out about him. As for the Luo family, they definitely wouldn't allow Luo You and Luo Yan to leave as well. Where do you think you're going? Just as they left the city, they thought that everything was over. But there was a loud voice that came from the sky like a thunder that was directed towards them. Chapter 8 and 9 Life or Death. I will be by your side. Chapter 8 and 9 Life or Death. I will be by your side. When Lin Z heard the noises behind him, he quickly turned around and that's when he clearly saw a large group of warriors flying in the air. Behind them, there were even more warriors. There were too many of them. Both of you. Leave. After seeing what it was, Lin Z's pupil shrank uncontrollably. As he activated his analytical eyes, he could clearly feel like all of the warriors who were flying towards them were warrior kings. As for those running on the ground, there were at least hundreds of warrior masters. There were too many of them and all of them were extremely strong, which worried Lin Z. Luo You looked at Lin Z and shook her head. Life or death. I will not leave you alone. Luo Yan, leave right now if you stay here. I'm worried that they might harm you. Lin Z said to Luo Yan. Luo You has dramatically improved from before and he knew her too well. No matter what he said, she would never leave as long as she had made up her mind. Luo Yan was aware of it as well. She clenched onto her jaw, and when she finally made up her decision, the warrior kings were already headed towards them. Everything happened within a blink of an eye. All of the warrior masters had already surrounded the group from all directions. HMPH, you will not be able to leave even if you wanted to. There was a loud voice that came from the sky. Luo Jiacheng looked down at Lin Z and the Luo sisters with eyes filled with murderous intention. Such useless people. Just like your father. Don't you dare insult my father. When Luo Yan heard what Luo Jiacheng said, she glared at the arrogant man who was in the air. Luo Zhang is just a man that I defeated. The one who ran to that useless planet and gave birth to a pair of useless daughters. Luo Jiacheng had already decided to cut ties with them, which was why he spoke coldly to Luo Yan. Hue Zhen has been killed and the marriage proposal would naturally be over as well. Plus, Luo You is related to a man from Earth and the royal family would never accept Luo Yu's existence. This is the man who killed Huangzhen. There was another elder in the air as well. His eyes were cold as he glared at Lin Z. There were 14 other warrior kings as well that were looking at Lin Z. They were watching him as if Lin Z was a dead man. Since you killed a member of the royal family, it won't be over with just dying. Capture all of them alive. The elder was known as Huang Lin, the ultimate warrior master. He was the strongest amongst all the others. Other than Luo Jiacheng, the rest of the warriors there belonged to the royal family. HMPH. One of the men in the air glared at Lin Z. He sneered as he swung a fist. There was a gigantic fist figure in the air and it was thrown towards the ground. Kunlun. There was a huge explosion that occurred on the ground. At that moment, all three of them dodged the attack. Luo Yan was aware that she was weaker amongst them and quickly released her yuan. Most of the warriors around were warrior masters. All of them headed towards Luo Yan, hoping to be able to capture her first. Lin Z noticed what they wanted to do and swung his spear. With the source energy from his body being transmitted into his spear, the entire weapon looked as if it was made of purple gold crystal. Heavenly Array Rage. As he combined both of these powerful skills together, he released the both of them together. With both of them together, Lin Z moved the spear in his arm and instantly, there were multiple flaming birds that were released at the same time. These flaming birds were dark blue in color and they had a high temperature. With the appearance of the flaming birds, the entire place felt like the center of a volcano. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flower. Kunlun. There were thousands of huge flaming birds being released at the same time as Lin Z moved his spear. With him being in the best condition, Lin Z's strength has already reached his peak. The power of these flaming birds was beyond terrifying. The warriors around did not even get the chance to react, and they were already attacked by the flaming birds. In that instant, thousands of warrior kings around them died instantly. With Lin Z's abilities at this point, he was extremely close to being a warrior king. With his system strengthening him, Lin Z's strength was already beyond a warrior master. He was definitely a warrior king. Fire refining starlit sky. The energy in him was more than enough to allow Lin Z to continue these large-scale warrior skills. The warrior skills released by a warrior king was enough to destroy an entire city. Plus, Lin Z's warrior skills consist of hellfire. It was extremely terrifying. The warrior masters around them didn't even have the chance to release their yuan as they were facing the large number of flaming birds and the flaming balls. Almost all of them died on the spot. Luo Yan's eyes were filled with shock as well. The man who was being attacked by the rank 9 warriors has now grown to this extent. Initially, she thought that it was only possible for Luo You to improve so quickly because of her inborn talent, but she didn't think that Lin Z would be even scarier than her. Luo You swung her sword and there was a bright light that headed towards the men, first sword chopping the sky. Luo You, the peak of a warrior master. Luo Jiacheng looked at the scene in shock, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Luo You had inherited the true blood of the Luo family, and she was the strongest amongst them all. If they continue to allow Luo You to cultivate, her future would be bright. But they didn't have a chance now. The royal family would never let her go, for their own benefit. No matter what, Luo You must die. Damn it. This brat. Seeing how Lin Z was using such horrifying skills, the warrior kings started to look worried. It wasn't easy to raise a warrior master, especially when most of them were at their peak of warrior master. Most of them were now dead after getting killed by Lin Z. Huang Lin started moving and appeared right in front of Lin Z. With his fist clenched tight, he threw it towards Lin Z. Kung Lung. The punch was extremely quick, so that there was no opportunity for Lin Z to dodge the attack. At that moment, Lin Z's brain immediately exploded. However, he was a warrior king after all. He quickly noticed that this was not Lin Z's physical body. When he turned around, there was a bright light that headed towards him. Lin Z, who was holding onto the spear, came from behind. When the spear was being thrusted forward, there was a bright glow from the tip of it. In a split second, there were thousands of spears that appeared in the air. There was a blue flame at the tip of the spear. Even when it was Huang Lin, he wouldn't be able to take it face on and was forced to release his yuan. Boom boom boom. The spear landed on his yuan and there were multiple explosions that followed after it. The expression on the warrior king's face changed drastically. But at this time, it would be better for them to not participate. This was because for a warrior king, if they had to work together to kill a young man, it would be an insult. Damn it, this brat. Chapter 820 Domineering Lin Z. Chapter 820 Domineering Lin Z. With the impact from the torrential storm of rose flower, Huang Lin was still pushed backwards even when he already had his yuan released. For someone like him, this was shameful. Huang Lin screamed once again as he waved his right hand. The white source energy was gathered and it formed a physical sword. He materialized his source energy. Lin Z's pupil shrank uncontrollably when he noticed what happened. Ziyu. Then, within a blink of an eye, Huang Lin's figure appeared right in front of Lin Z. The sword in his arm was thrusted forward sharp and quick. Lin Z's combat suit was cut open. This was a combat suit with the highest defensive capacity, but yet at times like these, it was useless. This showed how sharp the sword actually was. Lin Z clenched his jaw and looked towards Luo You and Luo Yan, who were fighting with their best efforts. That's when he felt the blood in his body boiling. He can't die. Luo You had just returned to him. He has to protect her. When he thought of how he saw Luo You severely injured in order to protect him when they were back on Earth, he had sworn that he would never let Luo You be injured ever again. Ah! Lin Z roared. All of the muscle in his body became tense and he gathered all of the energy that he had in his body. The long spear seemed to be able to detect the spirit of its owner and it was shaking violently as well. Go to hell. Seeing how Huang Lin was swinging his sword, about to pierce it through him, Lin Z screamed once again. This time, he did not block the attack. Instead he attacked Huang Lin instead. Dumbass. When Huang Lin saw Lin Z coming toward him, Huang Lin shouted as well. His weapon now was made of the magnificent source energy and this was the strongest sword ever. The sword was incomparable to any other weapons made. Off with your head. The sword was glowing brightly and as Huang Lin swung it, there were loud explosions in the air. It was as if the sword could slice the air into pieces. Clean. Sweep. Lin Z stared at the sword that was headed toward him as he continued to gather all his source energy onto his spear. With his spear, the air around seemed to be distorted by the large amount of energy in it. Before Huang Lin could get close enough to Lin Z, the spear that could break the sky had already pierced through his head. Boom! His head was sliced off. As he was gathering his source energy, there was so much pressure his head bopped off his neck and flew at least 3 meters high. Huang Lin, the king warrior dead. Lin Z's EXP grew to 96, but it still wasn't enough. How was this even possible? The rest of the warrior king were still floating in the air as if they were gods. They wanted to see how Huang Lin would torture Lin Z. However, they did not expect Huang Lin to fail. In fact, Lin Z was the one who finished him. The skill that looked boring and simple had such terrifying strength. How did that happen? The look on Luo Jicheng's face changed as well. Huang Lin from the royal family was defeated by a young man. Did you really think that warrior kings are gods? The young man asked arrogantly as he pointed his spear to the sky. He stood on the ground, but he looked at those in the sky as if they were nothing. You're mad. The warrior kings in the air did not waste any time. All of them moved at the same time and were headed towards the ground. Yuo Jicheng. You will deal with those from your family. We will get rid of this arrogant man. One of the warrior kings screamed. From how Lin Z had killed Huang Lin, it gave him a sense of danger. They didn't have time to think. They just wanted to kill Lin Z. Did you think that you're the only ones that could fly? Lin Z looked at the warrior kings who were headed towards him from the sky. He did not run and instead gathered all the energy once again and leaped into the air. Levitation. Lin Z had already mastered the mysterious warrior skill that Liu Yanren sent to him. It was something that was only passed down to the descendants of the Wu family. Damn it. Seeing how Lin Z was running for his life and was in the air instead, the warrior kings turned furious. All of them grabbed onto their weapons, gathered their source energy and attacked Lin Z. Kung Lung. There was a deafening sound that rang in the air. As they rushed forward, Lin Z's body seemed to be affected by the strengths of the warrior skills. His entire body immediately disappeared. HMPH. Before they realized what was happening, there was a cold sneer in the air. They quickly looked up and realized that Lin Z was not dead. In fact, he was in the air above them. The long spear was aimed at them and there were flaming birds coming at them. Hellfire. These warrior kings obviously heard of how the hellfire had disappeared from the divine fire cave. After seeing Lin Z's warrior skill, they finally understood what happened. There was actually someone who dared to absorb the hellfire and most importantly, he succeeded. Is he a monster? Dark demon domain. Giant tree domain. Golden fire domain. All of the warriors screamed in unison as they released their domain forces. Previously, Lin Z might not be able to overcome the strength of the domain forces that belonged to a warrior king, but as his abilities grew and with his current strength, Lin Z was confident that their domain forces would be useless. Lin Z, who was still in the air, raised his left hand. There was a bright white light coming from it and the energy was coming from Lin Z's body. Disappear. Lin Z then threw his left hand onto the ground. The bright light headed towards the ground as well. The domain forces that the warrior kings used instantly disappeared. My domain. The warrior widened their eyes in shock as they couldn't believe what was happening. There were dozens of warrior kings who released their domain forces together, but all of them disappeared at the same time. Lin Z looked down at the warrior kings who were in shock. As for him, he was filled with energy. The bright light that came from the old man in the Tower of Trials was coming to use now. It was a little dull earlier, but now it was shining like crazy. Kong. Then, Lin Z looked into the distance, and noticed that there was a large number of warriors on drones and even giant evolved beasts headed in their direction. Looks like these people are determined to kill him. Get out here now. Lin Z screamed and immediately activated the exotic summoning. Lin Z noticed that this particular skill could be upgraded as well. As his level got higher, the evolved beast that he would be able to summon would be even more powerful. Boom! With a loud sound, there was a huge space that was open in the air. From the space, there was a pair of huge red eyes. Chapter 821 The Demon from Another Space. Chapter 821 The Demon from Another Space. The space in the air was split open when the other warriors noticed what was happening, including the warrior kings. They were all shocked. They were looking at the sky in disbelief. What on earth is that? Get out here. Lin Z, who was in the air, screamed on top of his lungs. Then, there were a pair of gigantic arms that appeared from space in the air. A huge figure then stepped out of that space. It was pitch black in color with a human figure. There were also two large horns on top of its head. Those eyes were huge and bright red in color. Most importantly, it had a pair of terrifying black claws. This is an evolved beast. When the warriors kings recognized what it was, they were looking at it and thinking that this was impossible. The scene that they were looking at was extraordinary. The creature that came out of thin air felt as if a demon had entered their space. Kunlun. At the same time, There was a large amount of drones that started shooting bombs towards the creature. The demon swung its long, huge claws and all those explosives disappeared. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blue source energy, aiming it towards the warriors right in front of him. Kunlun. The warriors, who were right in front and closest to it, had all vanished because of the terrifying energy. Regardless if they had released their Yuan or not, they have all been burned into ashes. Due to the terrifying energy coming from the demon's mouth, there was a huge gap on the ground. All of you shall be next. Lin Z, who looked like a war god in the air, turned his spear and aimed it towards the warriors who were on the ground. He quickly dashed towards the ground. As he moved, it looked as if he was a meteorite traveling through the night sky. Plus, the entire figure seemed to have turned into a huge tiger. This was the combination of Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall and Tiger Descends the Mountain. Such magnificent strength, such a terrifying warrior skill. The warrior kings who were looking at it started to look fearful. They quickly released Yuan and at the same time tried to dodge the horrifying figure that was headed towards them. But Lin Z was traveling at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, the terrifying warrior skills landed on the ground. There was a bright light that glowed and the entire ground shook vigorously. There was a huge dent on the ground because of the impact from Lin Z. The warriors kings, who were around him, were thrown into the distance. PPFFD. There were 14 of them and all of them had blood in their mouths. They might have been protected by the Yuan, but the impact was too strong. They could still feel the impact from it despite being protected. Thunder God's Rage. One of the warrior kings who mastered in using thunder and lightning leaped into the air and screamed. The sky turned dark with thunder and lightning covering the entire sky. The thunder and lightning gathered together to form a huge figure and immediately went after Lin Z. Kunlun. The lightning punch landed directly on Lin Z. Go to hell, you peasant. The warrior king gritted his teeth and the source mark on his forehead glowed brightly. There were also large cracks that appeared all over the ground. Following that, they saw Lin Z who was inside his Yuan, and he was slowly walking out of the thunder attack. He looked absolutely fine. How would this be possible? The warrior king who just used the warrior skills looked extremely shocked as well. Not that it doesn't hurt, but it just doesn't cause that much effect on me. Lin Z looked at the man in the air and mumbled to himself. After battling through lightning, fire and snow, his body has been completely formed by the purple crystal. His physical self was undefeatable by the warrior king. Kunlun. The huge demon that had been summoned also had a terrifying strength as it continued to frantically attack the warriors who were coming at him. The warriors rode on their evolved beasts. All of them escaped and ran away as if they had seen some horrible creature. They were even some of them who were immediately slapped to their death. Damn it, you be teaches. Luo Jiacheng was looking at Luo You and Luo Yan who were fighting them, and he screamed out of rage. He picked up his sword and instantly split it into thousands of figures, targeting it towards Luo You and Luo Yan. Be careful. When Luo You saw what happened, her pupil shrank and blocked the attack for Luo Yan. She was moving it swiftly and managed to block all of the attacks. The sword in her arms seemed to be a part of her own body. She was the sword and the sword was her. With each quick swift, there was a strong sword aura. He was a warrior king and his warrior king was blocked by a young girl who was only a warrior master. Sword and human combined as one. She has already reached this stage. The look on his face changed and he looked extremely awful. This terrifying talent, if he could use it for himself, would be perfect. But now, it would no longer be possible. So, he would have to destroy it. Luo Jiacheng's eyes showed how badly he wanted to kill Luo You. He moved quickly and appeared right in front of Luo You. Clang! As he moved his sword, Luo You did the same as me. However, Luo Jiacheng was a warrior king after all. It was still a little difficult for Luo You to handle the attack. Luo You might still look indifferent, but the strength coming from Luo Jiacheng was way too strong. As the swords collided, Luo Yu's body uncontrollably took a few steps backwards. But Luo Jiacheng did not stop. He continued his vigorous attack towards Luo You. If only I knew, I would have sold both of you to them. Luo Jiacheng said towards Luo You as he continued fighting her. Did you know that you are the splitting image of your father? It is because of how weak he was that I managed to sabotage him. Luo Jiacheng used these words intentionally to mess with Luo Yu's head. Although Luo Yu looked cold on the outside, she continued attacking him frantically without dodging any of his attacks, even when Luo Jiacheng were saying things to hurt her. Such a powerful skill. That was the truth, but he had a smile on his face. He had been waiting for her to enter this stage which would open an opportunity for her. Go the hell. With the current situation, it longer mattered if they captured her alive or dead. As Luo Jiacheng thrusted her sword, Luo Yu immediately lost her grip on her sword and his sword was about to slice through her throat. Although it was a waste of her talent, he had no other choice. Since he had sabotaged Luo Zhen previously, it may be possible for Luo Yu avenge if she continues to become stronger. It would be better for him to get rid of her entirely. Clang! As his sword was getting closer to Luo Yu, there was a clear, loud voice that rang in his ears. I already mentioned that no one is allowed to harm her. Chapter 822 Respected Warrior. Huang Ying. Chapter 822 Respected Warrior. Huang Ying. Luo Jiacheng's sword was immediately pushed away by Lin Z who rushed toward them. He grabbed onto Luo Yu's waist and pulled her backwards. Damn it. That son of a BTCH. The warrior king that was using his lightning and thunder looked sickeningly mad. This was because Lin Z doesn't seem to be afraid of lightning or thunder. With his strong source mark, it seems to be harmless toward Lin Z. Get that chick from the Luo family first. Some of the warrior kings noticed how Lin Z was being extra protective over Luo Yu, and immediately knew that Luo Yu meant a lot to them. If they got their hands on Luo Yu, Lin Z would be over. The rest of the warrior kings started attacking them once again, and the look in Lin Z's eyes were different now. Before they could come close to him, Lin Z was already spinning his spear. Kunlun, one after another. There were numerous flaming birds that rushed out of the spear and were headed towards them. Damn it. The warrior kings didn't even have the opportunity to get close to Lin Z. Their plan was perfect, but first they had to capture Luo Yu, which seemed impossible at this point. These flaming birds were formed by hellfire. When it comes to hellfire, even if they were warrior kings, they still wouldn't dare to come in contact with them. Go to hell. At that moment, Luo Jiacheng picked up his sword once again and attacked. However, this time, he was headed toward Luo Yan. When Luo Yu saw it happening, she quickly ran to her sister. As for Lin Z, he reacted quickly as well. He leaped into the air and sliced his spear onto the ground. Boom! Luo Jiacheng honestly did not expect Lin Z to be able to react so quickly. His arm that was holding onto the spear was instantly chopped off by Lin Z's spear. There was blood everywhere. Ah! Luo Jiacheng screamed in vain and slapped Lin Z with his other hand. That slap was extremely strong. Although it did not hit directly on Lin Z's body, the impact of it was enough to throw Lin Z onto the ground. This was a good opportunity. As for the rest of the warriors, they noticed their chances and activated their strongest warrior skills. Aim towards Lin Z. You're dead. All of them screamed in rage and there was terrifying energy coming in all directions towards Lin Z. Go! When he saw Luo Yu and Luo Yan near him, he quickly pushed them aside. Kunlun. Those warrior skills that were overpowering landed on top of Lin Z, and the ground beneath him broke as well. Lin Z, seeing what had happened to the ground, Luo Yu, who had been emotionless, turned ghastly pale as if she had lost all the energy in her body. Lin Z wouldn't be dead. Luo Yan gritted her teeth as she mumbled to herself. HMPH, there are 14 warrior kings who unleashed their strongest warrior skills at the same time. You wouldn't even dare to be alive. One of the warrior kings let out a cold laugh. All of them had released their strongest skills and had attacked Lin Z at the same time. Even if Lin Z was strong, he would still be dead. Looks like all of you have already used up your strongest skill. The smiles on their faces did not stay for long as there was a familiar voice that came from behind. The smile on their faces froze as their eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. With the wind blowing away the dust, Lin Z's figure slowly appeared in front of their eyes. How was this possible? The looks on their faces were awful. How was it possible that Lin Z was alive? Those were skills that were released by 14 warrior kings at the same time. If he survived it, could he be a respected warrior? No, that's not possible. There was only one in the entire world. Plus, the strength of a respected warrior is extremely strong. He would have been able to defeat them easily. It was obvious that Lin Z was not a respected warrior. PFFD. Then, Lin Z spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Lin Z managed to activate the golden body immortality while he was in that dangerous state earlier and blocked most of the attack, there was still a split second where he was exposed to the impact and it had affected him. Plus, the time for rage was coming to an end. That brat has nothing left now. Let's go. The rest of the warrior kings could also feel that Lin Z's condition wasn't at its peak. They shouted out loud and continued attacking him. Lin Z sneered, and within a blink of an eye, he activated Reset. Following that, he used Rage combined with Heavenly Array, freezing the distance. Seeing how they were rushing towards him, the heart of Frost was beating frantically. There was a snowstorm that appeared out of nowhere and the entire place was covered with ice and snow. Crap. Some of them turned pale, as they didn't think that Lin Z would still be able to release such terrifying skills. One of the warrior kings touched the cold wind that was blowing at them. His hand was immediately frozen and it exploded on its own. Ah! The warrior king's attacks have failed once again. Do you think that you could defeat me? Lin Z shouted out loud and was prepared to attack them. As long as he could get rid of all these warrior kings, he didn't care about the rest of the warrior masters. Even if there was a large number of them, he would still be able to get rid of them with his flaming birds. Don't you dare. Suddenly, there was a loud voice that came from the sky. A figure slowly appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man and he was dressed in a luxurious costume. He snapped his finger and a bright light appeared. It was directly aimed towards Lin Z. Yuan. Lin Z stared at the man and quickly released his Yuan. However, that was an incredibly strong energy that could pierce through Lin Z's Yuan. It even got through Lin Z's body. With the powerful impact, Lin Z's body was like a kite with a broken string as he was thrown aside. Luo You quickly ran towards him and caught Lin Z. Your Majesty. When the warrior kings saw who it was, all of them were surprised. The Emperor. The only person who is a respected warrior. Huang Ying. He's so strong. Lin Z, who was being held by Luo You, mumbled to himself. With only one snap of his fingers, he was able to give out such a powerful explosion. Rubbish. Huang Ying turned towards the demon that came out of the space who was still attacking the other warriors. He flew towards it and with a gentle sweep from his left hand, a huge sword that was formed by a golden energy appeared in his arm. With one clean swipe, he instantly chopped off the demon's arm. Are you alright? Luo You panicked as she looked at the man in her arms. There was a huge bloody hole on his shoulder and it was obvious that it came from the attack of the Emperor. Quick, leave at once. Chapter 823 Luo You Sacrifice. Chapter 823 Luo You Sacrifice. Lin Z's eyes and teeth were gritted at this time, resisting the severe pain in his body as he said to Luo You and Luo Yan, looking at the sky. At this moment, he could clearly see that Huang Ying was dealing with the creature he summoned. Roar! At this moment, the devil had an arm that was cut off and suddenly became furious. It opened its mouth wide and a large amount of blue energy body spewed out directly toward Huang Ying. But Huang Ying slapped those terrifying energy bodies away with his right hand. The source strength long sword in the other hand is about to hit the body of the devil again. Boy! Go to hell! At the same time, those king warriors also seized the opportunity of Lin Z's injury and immediately used their powerful skills to continue to attack Lin Z. Get lost! Lin Z roared and the power of the source pattern on his forehead immediately appeared. At this moment, a huge matrix covered Lin Z and the others. All of their skills hit the Lin Z matrix. But even so, this matrix is still unshakable. It'll block them later. You all run away. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape in the end. Lin Z looked at Luo You and Luo Yan and said, Luo You, remember, when Lin Z was about to say something to Luo You, he felt that his lips were kissed by Luo Yu's lips. Lin Z opened his eyes. Before he could react, he found that a lot of white light appeared on Luo Yu's body. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a ball of light. A large amount of energy is continuously transmitted into his body. At this moment, Lin Z also felt a warmth coming from his body. Looking at the scene, Luo Yan gritted her teeth. It seemed a little painful. What exactly is going on? Luo Yu's power seems to be all transmitted to his body. No, if this goes on, Luo Yu will. Lin Z, who had came to his senses, wanted to push Luo Yu away, but found that his body could not move at all. A steady stream of power keeps entering into his body, letting his body continuously absorb it with the engulf skill. Ding! In the next moment, there was a crisp sound in my mind. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully upgraded. The current level is 55. Congratulations to the Master for successfully advancing to the King Warrior level. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a new skill sacrifice. Congratulations. The system prompts kept coming out in his head, but Lin Z had no time to take care of them. Their lips parted. Luo Yu's body suddenly became weak. Lin Z quickly hugged Luo Yu. Luo Yu, Lin Z said anxiously. In the situation just now, it was obvious that Luo Yu used a special method to transmit the power of her body to Lin Z. Fine. Luo Yu's face was weak and her lips were pale. Looking at Luo Yu's appearance at this time, Lin Z couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Damn, you actually used the family secret method. My own power and passed it all on to this kid. Luo Jicheng saw the scene from a distance and his face changed greatly. This is their Luo family's unspoken method, which allows them to pass on their power to others. And the stronger the power of the bloodline, the greater the effect. Die. Luo Jicheng was extremely angry and jumped up. At this time, the long sword in his hand transformed into a huge long sword and charged directly at Lin Z's sphere. Boom! The transformed huge sword slashed on Lin Z's sphere and suddenly made a loud noise. At this time, the matrix also had cracks appearing. I'm so tired. I want to rest, Luo Yu said in a weak voice, as if her eyelids were about to close. Lin Z, Luo Yu, who was in Lin Z's arms, stretched out that cold hand on his cheek and said in a weak voice, I like you. Her memory seemed to have gone back to a long time ago, when she met Lin Z for the first time. At that time, she thought this young man was hateful. Unexpectedly, time has passed so quickly. In the past, it seemed that every day was spent in cultivation and those memories seemed to be forgotten. Only the days she spent with him seemed to have a deep memory. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on Luo Yu's mouth. It was the first time that Lin Z saw Luo Yu face him with a smile. This smile was beautiful, but Lin Z couldn't smile. Instead, her eyes turned red, snapped. The next moment, Luo Yu's hand on Lin Z's face drooped down weakly. Luo Yu! Lin Z let out a huge roar and the entire ground trembled instantly. It was as if the world could feel his anger and his grief. Boom! At the same time, the head of that gigantic devil was directly chopped off by the long sword held tightly in Huang Ying's hand. Boom! The devil who killed an unknown number of warriors fell directly to the ground. Luo Yan, take care of Luo Yu. Lin Z hugged Luo Yu and said to Luo Yan. Luo Yan's eyes were also filled with tears and she nodded at this time. You all have to die. Lin Z released several matrices to surround Luo Yu and Luo Yan's bodies. At this moment, the dark edge spear in his hand made a huge roar. The large number of soldiers rushed over and wanted to surround Lin Z. But they were all blown away by this huge roar. With a wave of his right hand, the dark edge spear on the ground flew directly into Lin Z's hand. Looking at Luo Jicheng over there, when Luo Jicheng saw Lin Z's eyes and saw himself, his body trembled. How can there be such a terrifying look? This boy, could he have really broken through? Thinking of this, Luo Jicheng became even more frightened. Lin Z's muscles swelled up and when his body moved, it seemed to move in an instant and he appeared in front of Luo Jicheng. Boom! The spear pierced out with a loud noise. Luo Jicheng wanted to use the spear in his hand to resist. But when the spear head of the spear pierced the body of his sword, A loud noise suddenly erupted. The terrifying power was transmitted directly to his arm through the transmission of the blade. Boom! In the next moment, his arm actually exploded. What? Luo Jicheng let out a scream. He never imagined that Lin Z's strength would be so powerful. Sphere. At this time, he didn't have time to think so much. So he directly activated his sphere. Bang bang bang. But in the next moment, as the dark edge spear in Lin Z's hand was pierced, his sphere was instantly pierced with holes. Chapter 824 Hair as white as snow. Chapter 824 Hair as white as snow. The sphere on Luo Jicheng's body instantly burst. Go to hell. Lin Z, whose eyes were red, stabbed hundreds of spears the moment his sphere burst apart. Boom! Luo Jicheng's body exploded in the next moment, shattering into flesh and blood all over the floor, dead without a corpse. But Lin Z, who was furious, was already crazy. Looking at the king warriors over there, they continued to attack, courting death. Those king warriors were shocked and frightened when they saw that Lin Z had just killed Luo Jicheng. At this time, they also directly unfolded the sphere of their bodies and at the same time using a large number of skills with a strong range to charge at Lin Z. Lin Z unfolded his sphere without dodging at all and attacked those king warriors directly. After upgrading to the king warrior level, all system skills were refreshed again. Lin Z kept using the system skills Fury and Heavenly Array. And at this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds and there were constant thunder and lightning in the sky. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Z's speed was extremely fast. His figure flashed continuously and he appeared in front of those king warriors. There are a lot of dark blue flames on the dark edge spear. At this time, Lin Z didn't use any skill, just basic marksmanship and attacked them frantically at close range. Their seemingly solid sphere was directly smashed by Lin Z's spear. The spear pierced and the spear grabbed the meat. 1, 2, 3. The bodies of these warrior king-level warriors were directly stabbed with hundreds of thousands of blood holes. Kill them all. At this time, the soldiers and warriors in Fangan city also rushed over in large numbers, rushing towards Luo You and Luo Yan, who were protected by the matrix. Get out of here! Lin Z roared. The spear in his hand danced, and a large number of dark blue flaming birds burst out with the spear. Fly over there. Thousands of flaming birds converged into a huge flame of madness, forming a huge flame tornado that charged over there. The thousands of warriors who rushed over were directly swept into this flame tornado. They didn't even have time to let out the wailing and screams, and in the next moment, they were directly annihilated by the terrifying flame tornado. The farce is over. In the air, Huang Ying, who was like a god in the sky, looked at Lin Z below and said coldly, "This time, the casualties in Fangan city were too serious." He never imagined that a young man would possess such terrifying power. His right hand stretched out and a large amount of white light gathered in the palm of his hand. At the next moment, a huge beam of energy charged directly toward Lin Z. Get lost. Lin Z roared angrily and directly blocked these attacks with the body of the dark edge spear. And at the next moment, the whole person flew up into the air. Humph. Watching Lin Z approach, Huang Ying's face also became extremely gloomy. This young man actually dared to challenge his dignity as an emperor. Swoosh. At the moment Lin Z rushed up, Huang Ying also held the white longsword transformed from the sword strength in his hand and attacked Lin Z. Bang bang bang. The weapons of the two collided, but the huge power from Huang Ying's body actually sent Lin Z's body flying. Boom! Lin Z's body fell from the sky and hit the ground, causing a huge pit to appear on the ground. This is the difference between a respected warrior and you, a weak king warrior, Huang Ying said lightly in the sky. His tone was full of pride. Hoo. Lin Z, who fell down, stood up at this time, then directly activated the new skill obtained by advancing to King Warrior Sacrifice. Sacrifice your own vitality to gain powerful power. Note: the more life force you sacrifice, the stronger the power you get. But you cannot sacrifice life force that leads to death. I want strength. After Lin Z directly activated sacrifice, He immediately used his thoughts to frantically sacrifice his life force. At this moment, Lin Z instinctively felt that the strength of his body was constantly rising. Not enough. Not enough. At this time, Lin Z had completely forgotten about the rest, and when he thought of Luo Yu's face, he had the urge to destroy the marquee planet. You, all of you will be buried with her. Lin Z roared, and the surrounding ground shook violently. In an instant, the entire ground was shaken by Lin Z's power, causing huge ravines to appear. How can that be? Huang Ying in the sky. Looking at Lin Z's figure after the thick dust dissipated, his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He could clearly feel that Lin Z's strength had more than doubled. No, more than double. Because his power is still rising. Finally, the power in his body swelled to an extreme. Lin Z looked at the emperor in the air and suddenly let out a huge roar. The body directly erupted with extremely terrifying power, rushing into the air, asking for death. He always looked at Lin Z's emperor with a proud look, but at this time his face became ugly. With a loud roar, the long sword he held in his hand slashed directly into the air, and a terrifying sword aura charged directly in the surrounding space. A large number of tiny cracks appeared because of this terrifying sword aura. Boom! At this moment, Lin Z's left hand was a piece, and he directly slapped and destroyed this sword energy that could split space. The long spear held in the other hand pierced through Huang Ying's body instantly. Huang Ying looked down at his chest, and a huge hole had already appeared. Ha ha ha, do you think you'll just die like this? When I leave, you and they will all die. Huang Ying's words just fell, and at this moment, his whole person seemed to be turned into gravel and was blown away by the wind. Incarnate outside the body. It turns out that this is not the real body of Huang Ying. At this time, Lin Z's body also flew down and returned to Luo Yan and Luo You. Around, within 10 miles, there are no living people now. Luo You. Lin Z released the matrix that protected them, hugged Luo You from Luo Yan and held Luo You in his arms, as if afraid that Luo You would just disappear. She didn't die. She just used the family's forbidden technique and passed out. Luo Yan sighed at this moment, then spoke up. When did you wake up? Lin Z said excitedly. I don't know. Maybe after a while. Maybe. Never. Luo Yan didn't say these words in her heart. And at this time, with a breeze blowing, Luo Yu's slender black hair turned white. Hair as white as snow. Chapter 825 Accompany you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 825 Accompany you to the ends of the earth. Puff. Inside the palace of Fangan City, a middle-aged man spurted out a mouthful of blood. Damn. This man is Huang Ying. He used his external avatar to deal with Lin Z previously, but he didn't expect that in the end, Lin Z used a method to increase his strength, killing his avatar. Damn. If it weren't for the lockdown, a warrior of this level would not survive for a second at all. Huang Ying's face was a little ugly. Looking at the blood he vomited. Since he unified Marquee Planet, he didn't remember how many years he haven't vomited blood. You can't escape. Even if you go anywhere, you can't escape. Huang Ying sneered when he thought of the young man's face. I will come back, even if you are a respected warrior. And Lin Z, who was outside the city, hugged Luo Yu's body, looked at Fangan City in the distance and said expressionlessly. Looking at Luo Yu with long white hair, Lin Z hugged her and left directly to the other side. Where are you going? Luo Yan looked at Lin Z's actions and said aloud. The ends of the earth. Speaking of that day, that young man from Earth, holding a long spear, shot through the sky and fought against 100,000 warriors for a beauty, above a restaurant on the Marquee Planet. An old man touched his long white beard and said aloud. Beside him, many warriors listened with relish. What happened that day has evolved into countless versions and spread all over the Marquee Planet. After all, in this era of extremely convenient communication, you can't hide anything. I didn't expect that the warriors from Earth would be so strong. Where is he from? Old man. Go on. Was he killed by the Emperor in the end? 100,000 warriors. Brother Lin is too strong. And a fat man who happened to be sitting at the other table suddenly widened his eyes and said aloud. Sure enough. Master is definitely worthy of being a master. You're amazing. The two beautiful girls sitting across from him also spoke out a little proudly at this time. It's not that exaggerated. There may be more than 10 warriors. Luo Yan said helplessly at this time. Half a year has passed since the incident that day, and Lin Z asked Luo Yan to settle down in Kangqiang City. With Liupan and others. They are quite familiar with each other. I don't know. Brother Lin, where are you now? Liupan said a little helplessly at this time. Hearing Liupan's words, Luo Yan and others couldn't help but froze for a while. This place is said to be the top of the highest cliff on the Marquee planet. Isn't it beautiful? At the same time, somewhere in the world, under a said to be the highest mountain, a man sat on the top of the mountain, looked at the scene below and suddenly laughed. And beside him, also sat a very beautiful woman. The woman has long white hair and she seems to have closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lin Z looked at Luo You, who was hugging and sitting beside him, with a soft look in his eyes. Since the beginning of cultivation, he hadn't had a good look at the surrounding scenery. After settling Luo Yan in Kangqiang City, Lin Z took the sleeping Luo You and walked all over the Marquee planet and saw all kinds of the most beautiful scenery in the world. Although Luo You was still sleeping, Lin Z was thinking that she would definitely feel it. The source energy in her body is poured into her body every day. Even if she does not need to eat, she can maintain the energy of her body. Of course, the consumption of source energy is also very large. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a sound of vibration came over. This made Lin Z's brows wrinkle involuntarily. Looking back, you can clearly see that there are a large number of giant evolved beasts rushing over there. There are also many kinglevel evolved beasts living on the highest peak mountain range in the world. Lin Z seemed to have broken into their territory. At this time, a large number of evolved beasts attacked Lin Z. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Lin Z carefully held Luo You against a big tree, then used the source mark power to release a matrix to protect Luo You. With a wave of his right hand, the dark-edged spear on the ground immediately flew towards Lin Z's hand. Humph! Lin Z snorted coldly. His body moved and in the next moment, he rushed towards the front. Whoosh whoosh! These dozen or so giant evolved beasts of the king level, watching Lin Z rushed over and suddenly became even more furious and attacked Lin Z frantically. Boom boom boom! There was a loud noise on the surrounding ground. Boom boom boom! In the body of the dark-edged spear, there are a lot of flames burning. With a stab of the spear, the head of a huge kinglevel evolved beast was pierced by Lin Z's spear. Although he has traveled all over the world in the past 6 months, Lin Z's practice has not fallen too far. Now he has been upgraded to level 59. After reaching level 59, even if you kill a kinglevel evolved beast, you won't gain much experience. Boom boom boom! With the long spear swung in his hand, all the evolved beasts around were killed by Lin Z. The huge bodies of those evolved beasts fell to the ground in an instant. I only gained 1% of my experience. Looking at the system prompt in his mind, Lin Z was speechless. Originally, he thought that he would be able to advance to become a respecter warrior by upgrading to level 60. But what he didn't expect was that now he would gain so little experience by killing a kinglevel evolved beast, which is too painful. He wasn't sure how long it would take to become respected warrior. Cough cough. And at this time, Lin Z's face turned pale for a while. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a sharp pain in the body. When he was fighting in Fangan City that day, the system skill sacrifice he used had overdrawn too much of his life force. Although the vitality of warriors is very strong, as the warrior becomes stronger, the lifespan will be longer. But having overdrawn too much life force made Lin Z look like he didn't have much time left. Within half a year, I must reach level 60. Lin Z took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to himself, after arriving at respected warrior, he should be able to restore a lot of lost vitality. Or, in this world, finding any genius treasure should be able to make up for the overdrawn vitality. Lin Z. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came over. causing Lin Z's body to froze in place. Chapter 826 Awakening. Chapter 826 Awakening. Lin Z, who heard this voice, froze in place. The long spear in his hand was almost unstoppable. The body trembled slightly. This is the pinnacle of Marquee Planet. The hinterland below is very dangerous. It is impossible for ordinary warriors to come here, because the king of all evolved beasts below will kill all the warriors who come. For those king of all evolved beasts, this is their territory. Now this voice, except himself, only one person can say it. You're awake. Lin Z's eyes were slightly red. Then he turned around and looked over. He saw Luo You had opened her eyes that had been tightly closed for an unknown amount of time. 6 months. It has been half a year since that day. Luo You finally woke up. When she was about to stand up, she looked a little shaky. Seeing this scene, Lin Z rushed up, then hugged Luo You, because she slept too much. Luo You was obviously a little uncomfortable at this time. Be careful, Lin Z said quickly. You've grown a beard. Luo You looked at Lin Z's beard and couldn't help showing a smile and said, I'll shave it off when I get back to the city. Lin Z also smiled and said, looking at Luo You, Lin Z's eyes were filled with tenderness. Now he is so excited that he doesn't know how to express his feelings. Clap clap. At this moment, a pea-sized raindrop suddenly fell in the sky. Lin Z waved his hand and at this moment, a huge matrix suddenly appeared and wrapped the two of them. There is no way for the rain to drip down. All are blocked by this matrix. Now it is obviously a scorching sun, but it is raining heavily. It does look a little weird. Look, Lin Z hugged Luo Yu's shoulder. Let Luo Yu lean on his body, pointed to the front and said, from the top of this cliff, if you look into the distance, you can clearly see that there are rainbows one after another in the distance. It looks like you are in a dream. This is Rainbow Mountain. What a nice view. Luo Yu looked into the distance with a smile in her eyes. You knew? Lin Z said in surprise. In a dream. I seem to have dreamed that you took me through many places. The longest river. The Black River. The city of ice and snow. The city of moonlight. Luo Yu said with a faint smile at this time. This is not a dream. We have traveled so many places. Lin Z touched Luo Yu's white hair and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. But looking at Luo Yu's white hair, his heart couldn't help aching. I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't hurt you again. But, Luo Yu covered his mouth, then shook her head. The two looked at each other, as if everything was spoken in silence. I'll show you the scenery over there. At this time, the rain stopped and after Lin Z came into contact with the power of the matrix, his mind moved. Then he put his hand to his mouth and suddenly there was a crisp sound. A huge figure flew over from there. This is a snow-white bird that looks similar to the legendary phoenix. At this time, it flew over and stood on the top of the mountain, looking at Lin Z. This is the snow-white phoenix, Luo Yu said in surprise. This is the most beautiful bird on the planet March. Luo Yu likes to read books very much. After arriving on Marquee's planet, she has read almost all kinds of books, so she can also know that this is Snow-White Phoenix. King of all evolved beasts harbor deep hostility towards humans. Generally speaking, there is no way for warriors to tame it. When it was a young bird, it was surrounded by other evolved beasts. I saved it. Lin Z touched the head of the Snow-White Phoenix and said aloud. The Snow-White Phoenix seemed to be very comfortable and took the initiative to rub its head against Lin Z's hand. Let's go. Lin Z directly hugged Luo Yu at this time and under Luo Yu's exclamation, the two rode on the body of the Snow-White Phoenix bird. Xiao Zhu. Let's go. Lin Z laughed and shouted. Lin Z repeatedly felt that he had never been so happy before. The Snow-White Phoenix made a shriek, waving a pair of snow-white wings and flew directly to the other side, flying in the air. Looking down from the air, you can have a panoramic view of all the beautiful scenery. At this moment, Luo Yu was hugged by Lin Z and sat in front of Lin Z, her eyes looking down. She was amazed. What a beautiful scenery, and Lin Z was there, making her feel extremely enjoying this moment. It would be nice if time could stop here. Luo You said aloud as if talking to herself. We have a lot of time. Lin Z hugged her and said with a smile. Today, he is indeed too happy. For half a year, Luo You finally woke up. The next morning, Lin Z and Luo You appeared in a city here. Dark City. Next to the Dark City, there is the longest river in the world, the Black River. According to the information, it should be here, Lin Z said to Luo You. Today, Lin Z got a message from the Warrior Union website. In the Dark City, someone recruited a group of warriors to find the treasures in the Dark City. The reward is a life crystal. The life crystal is an extremely rare thing on the Marquee planet. It is said that this kind of thing can make people live forever. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. But the life crystal can prolong the life of those who have suffered some kind of severe trauma. Especially for someone like Lin Z who has overdrawn his vitality. When the two appeared in the Dark City, they attracted the attention of many people. A combination of a handsome man and beautiful woman. Especially Luo Yu's snow-white hair and her delicate and cold face. As if she was an ice beauty from the snow. My strength seems to have recovered to about 80 of its original strength now. Luo Yu said a little surprised at this time. Lin Z smiled, then held her cold little hand. In the past 6 months, he has transmitted the source power into her body every day, and while maintaining her physical energy, she has also slowly recovered her strength. It won't take long for you to fully recover your strength and make a lot of progress, Lin Z said. Luo Yu nodded lightly. She felt her hand being held by Lin Z, and at the same time as she felt a warmth passing over, a touch of red seemed to appear on her white and tender cheeks. Squeak! According to the location of the mission, the two quickly came to a relatively remote place in the Dark City. Pushing open the door over there, they saw a lot of people in the courtyard. Chapter 827 Ghost Ship. Chapter 827 Ghost Ship. Yo! It seems that there is a newcomer here. As Lin Z walked in, a voice with an unfriendly tone suddenly came over. In this compound, there were already dozens of men and women here. Seeing the appearance of Lin Z and Luo Yu, the eyes of these people all looked towards them. Little brother, little sister, this is not somewhere you belong, a woman dressed a bit coquettishly said with a smile. And it seems that the employer hasn't appeared yet. Lin Z ignored their words, glanced around and raised his brows. It was as if Luo Yu didn't see these people at all. She just stood there quietly. Many people frowned when they saw the scene. This little couple thinks that they could have fun at this place. Hee hee, beauty, you're so good looking. It's not good to be too cold. Let's have a laugh. At this time, a short, wretched-looking man approached Luo Yu. He immediately reached out and touched Luo Yu. Boom! But just as he was nearing, the whole person flew out instantly. He slammed into the rock wall behind. A large number of cracks appeared in the entire hard stone wall in an instant. The man's eyes widened and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. The faces of those warriors who had been disdainful of Lin Z and Luo Yu just now changed slightly. Did you guys see what happened just now? A man lowered his voice and said to his companion. No. Hearing the man's words, these people also shook their heads. At this time, they looked at Lin Z and Luo Yu and they became more cautious. They no longer treated them as ordinary warriors. Hi, it looks like everyone is here. At the same time, on the other side of this huge courtyard, dozens of figures appeared. An old man, riding on an electric wheelchair, came over slowly. Behind him, there are dozens of men in special uniforms. The strength of these men does not seem weak at all. It seems to be the old man's bodyguard. Looking at the old man, Lin Z's eyes narrowed. This person is the employer of this mission. Introduce yourself. I'm the person who posted this mission. Just call me old man. And the old man grinned and the thick white beard around his lips trembled. You guys should know the mission by now. Right. It's to look for the ghost ship in the hinterland of the Black River. Right. A man said with a smile at this time. Ghost ship is a short form. It was more than 100 years ago that the largest cruise ship in the world was built on the Marquee planet. It is said that once, a Peking warrior packed all his treasures on a cruise ship. then wanted to transport them across half the world. It was filled with all kinds of treasures, odd crystals, magic weapons and so on. But at that time, this cruise ship mysteriously disappeared. A year later, the body of that king warrior was recovered. The corpse was so decomposed that the bones could be seen. You must know that the king warrior was at the peak level and wanted to attack a respected warrior, but he actually died. And what's even more unbelievable was that this cruise ship also disappeared. With the current level of technology, it is possible to observe the condition of the entire Black River, so it was very strange that the cruise ship disappeared. But in recent years, someone has photographed the cruise ship that mysteriously disappeared. At first they thought it was fake, but later found out that it was indeed a real photo. But this man died mysteriously 3 days after the ship was photographed. In the same way, everyone who found the ship would die mysteriously after 3 days. But the observers on the Black River had never been able to take pictures. So this was called one of the top 10 mysterious events on the Marquee planet. I have someone photographed it appearing in the hinterland of the Black River. So this time, I have gathered you all here and want all of you to help me find this ghost ship. Ha ha. Just then, Old Man clapped his hands and the men behind him took out boxes one by one. Inside those transparent boxes, you could clearly see a bright crystal suspended in it. Life crystal. What a powerful energy wave. Although there was a special glass box, Lin Z could clearly feel the powerful life energy transmitted by the life crystal in the box. This is one of the 4 most precious items in the world. Unexpectedly, this old man has as many as 18. If you sold it, you're said to be rich enough to rival the country. There are only 18 in total. Some men looked at the life crystals and said suddenly, because there were only about 18 life crystals. But there are a lot of people here. This spar is probably not enough. So, this time, I only need 18 people. The corners of the old man's eyes narrowed and he said lightly. Hearing these people's words, the expressions of the surrounding warriors couldn't help changing. So, and Lao, how did you choose these 18 warriors? I'm a treasure hunter and I think I'm quite suitable. A man stood up at this time, then smiled confidently and said, Tisk tisk, just the strength of a peak master warrior. Are you going to send yourself to hell? A middle-aged man came over, glanced at him and said coldly, You. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, his expression couldn't help changing, but he could instinctively feel that the strength of this middle-aged man was at the level of a king warrior, not easy to deal with. Okay, let's listen to the arrangement of the employer. A man who looked more mature, looked at Old Man and said, Well, I'll think about it. Old Man and touched his beard, then showed a strange smile and said, You guys, fight. The last 18 people standing here are the ones I chose. As soon as Old Man An's words fell, in the next moment, some people directly attacked the opponents they thought were weaker. And Lin Z and Luo You were undoubtedly the first choices of most people. I'll do it. Lin Z looked at those who attacked him and Luo You, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm sorry. You guys are not qualified enough. Several warrior teams that seem to be a group have already surrounded them. Lin Z stood motionless at this moment, not even taking down the spear he carried behind his back. Chapter 828 Boarding. Chapter 828 Boarding. Crackling. At this moment, a large amount of lightning burst out from Lin Z's hands. The moment these people rushed over, Lin Z slammed his fists out. Boom! With a loud noise. At this moment, the bodies of those people all flew out. Those who surrounded Lin Z didn't even touch Lin Z's fingers. There is also a lot of lightning around their bodies. The body fell to the ground, twitching constantly. The impact of these bolts of lightning on them now makes them feel paralyzed in addition to the severe pain in their bodies. Luo You pulled out her long sword at this time and just as she was about to make a move, Lin Z covered her hand. I'll do it. Luo You has just woken up. Although her strength has not dropped too much because he has been pouring source energy into her body for the past 6 months. But after all, she has been asleep for too long and her current body coordination has not fully recovered, so she's not suitable for combat. Luo You also retracted the long sword that she was about to draw. Get lost. Seeing that there were still people trying to attack Luo You, Lin Z snorted coldly. There were sounds like thunder as he sent those people flying out alive and vomiting blood. This strength. So strong. Some warriors who originally had thoughts about Lin Z and Luo You were completely shocked at this time. The battle continued, but no one dared to provoke Lin Z and Luo You again. This created a very strange situation. It was obvious that there was constant fighting here. But Lin Z and Luo You were standing here, as if they had nothing to do with them and no one attacked them. When Old Man N saw this scene, his eyes lit up. You guys, how do you feel about that kid's strength? Old Man N said to the bodyguards behind him. These tall and sturdy bodyguards are also very powerful. At this time, they glanced at Lin Z. Originally, they wanted to see what level of warrior Lin Z was based on his powerful sensing ability. But as their perception abilities were released, they found that they couldn't detect the appearance of Lin Z's power at all. It's like a warrior with a very low level and a very weak strength. Very strong. A bodyguard said aloud at this time. The strength that Lin Z showed just now was very powerful. But now they couldn't sense his power. There is only one possibility, that his strength is much higher than theirs. Interesting. At this moment, Old Man N couldn't help but smile. Soon, with the end of the battle, there were just 18 people who were still able to pass by and stand on the spot. It seems that the number is just right. At this time, Old Man N couldn't help but say aloud, Now, have we gotten through? A middle-aged man smiled and said. He was wearing a cloak and looked very weird. Yes. Old Man N nodded. However, Life Crystal, I will give it to you guys after you guys find it. Old Man N continued to speak. No problem. These warriors also nodded. Okay. Now follow me and set off. As soon as Old Man N's words fell. At this moment, other personnel carried away the moaning warriors on the ground for treatment. Everyone also followed Old Man N and walked to the other side. Boy, what level are you in? At the same time, a man looked at Lin Z and said out of curiosity, My strength is very low. Lin Z smiled lightly and didn't say much. Look at what you're carrying. Is it a spear? He didn't get Lin Z's answer, but was not annoyed and simply looked at the weapon that Lin Z was carrying and said aloud. Although the weapon was wrapped in black cloth, it was obvious that the weapon was a long spear. Tisk tisk. There are not many warriors who use spears. The other middle-aged man said with a sneer at this time. On the Marquee planet, there were fewer warriors with spears than on Earth. And most of the warriors who use spears are not very strong. Although seeing Lin Z using a gun as a weapon, many people showed disdain. Although your strength is not bad, I will give you 2 pieces of advice. This trip is not one you can set foot on. The middle-aged man in the black cloak before said with a sneer. Lin Z and Luo You ignored his words and continued to walk forward. Under the leadership of Old Man N, Lin Z and Luo You walked over and they could clearly see the pier in front of them. The pier seems to be very ancient and what it faces is the Black River. The Black River. But this was a name from 100 years ago. Time has changed, and now the Black River has been come into contact with the sea and it was more like a sea than a river. When he looked to the front, he found that the surface of the Black River was completely dark. But these waters are not polluted. But they are and there are a lot of living things. It does look very weird. Boom boom boom. And at this time, with a loud noise. At this moment, a huge cruise ship came over. You will spend the next days on the cruise. Old Man N said to Lin Z and the others with a smile. On the cruise ship, there is enough food and water and the captain will drive in the direction where the ghost ship appeared before. If you find the ghost ship and bring it back, I will give you life crystals. Of course. The things in the ghost ship belong to me. At this moment, Old Man N said lightly. Old Man N, it's ready. At this time, after the cruise ship docked, a middle-aged man in a black uniform came over and said respectfully to the old man, This is the captain of your mission this time, called Chen Dong. An old man introduced to the crowd. Well, I am mainly responsible for leading you to complete this mission. Shendong glanced at everyone, then nodded. The strength is probably the middle level of King Warrior. Following his self-introduction, surprises appeared on the faces of the people around him. Although they have 7 or 8 warriors who are at the level of King Warrior, all of them have just stepped into the realm of King Warrior, and the gap between their strength and that of middle-ranked King Warrior is still quite large. It's almost time. I'll be waiting for all of you to come back. After Old Man and looked at the time, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he said, "Well, let's go." At this time, Shendong waved to the crowd, then went straight to the cruise ship. Seeing the scene, the rest of the people hesitated for a while and just followed. "Let's go too." Lin Z held Luo Yu's hand and said with a smile, as if this is not to complete a task, but go on a holiday. Chapter 829 A Storm Hits. Chapter 829 A Storm Hits. Master, do you think you can find it this time? After watching everyone board the boat, a man appeared beside Old Man and, "I do not know either." At this time, Old Man and shook his head helplessly. Looking into the distance, he said as if talking to himself, "I hope I can find it this time. If you can't find it again, there's really not much time left." At this time, there was a look of loneliness in his eyes, which was obviously different from the confident look just now. At the same time, Lin Z and Luo Yu stood on the deck. The cruise ship started soon, and the oncoming sea breeze blew against Luo Yu and Lin Z's hair. So beautiful. Luo Yu looked to this distance and couldn't help but sigh. The sky in the distance looks like a perilous peak with layers of mountains. Above the Black River, there are a large number of bird-evolved beasts. These evolved beasts had snow-white feathers and were flying in a straight line. Although the scenery is beautiful, there are many dangers lurking in the sea. Shendong came over at this time and spoke to the many warriors standing on the deck. Under the water in the depths, there are Kingleval evolved beasts, so you should be careful. Just a Kingleval evolved beasts, eh? At this time, some warriors of the King Warrior level couldn't help but sneer. The evolved beasts of the King level seemed to be nothing to the warriors of the King Warrior level like them. Looking at the proud looks in these people's eyes, Shendong couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. The Kingleval evolved beasts in the sea are different from the evolved beasts on land. They have an absolute advantage in the water and their power is even stronger. And if those Kingleval evolved beasts attack the cruise ship, it will be even more dangerous. In the deep sea, no matter how powerful a warrior is, it is difficult to exert his full strength. It is estimated that it will take a day to reach the destination. Let me allocate a room to everyone first. Shendong looked at the time on his watch and said to the crowd, "Sure. I'm a little tired from gathering here early in the morning and fighting." A woman yawned and said, "Let's take a break too. Shall we?" Lin Z said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu just woke up yesterday, and she came here with him early this morning. Looking at her expression now, she seems to be a little tired. And Luo Yu thought about it for a while, then nodded. With Shendong leading the way, everyone came to the ship's residence. There are a lot of rooms here, as if you are in a luxury hotel. There are many rooms. You can choose one and I will give you the keys, Shendong said while leading the crowd over. He was wearing a black uniform and stood up straight. His temperament was very similar to that of a soldier. As everyone was choosing their own room, Lin Z whispered to Luo Yu, "Would you like to share a room with me?" Hearing Lin Z's words, Luo Yu's face turned a little red. Then she raised her foot and stepped on Lin Z's. Ah. It hurts. Lin Z deliberately pretended to be in pain and said aloud. Looking at Lin Z's appearance, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This smile made Lin Z stunned for a while. "What are you looking at?" Luo Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Z. "At you," Lin Z said very directly. Luo Yu's expressions were now much more obvious, making Lin Z find her even more lovely. But this only happened in front of Lin Z. In the eyes of others, she still has that cold look. In the end, Lin Z did share a room with Luo Yu, but the room had 2 beds. It made Lin Z, who wanted to do bad things, depressed. "Rest a little first." Lin Z helped Luo Yu cover the quilt, then smiled at her and said, "I'm not a child." Luo Yu looked at Lin Z helplessly and said, "However, Lin Z's actions made Luo You feel a little warmer. During the period of time when she was asleep, did he take care of her so meticulously? Thinking of this, she was immediately moved. Oh right. Luo You seemed to have thought of something at this time. Then she covered half of her cheek with the quilt, as if she was a little shy. What? Lin Z was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously said, "Usually, how do I take a shower?" As soon as Luo You said the words, Lin Z's eyes widened and there was a drop of sweat on his forehead. Cough. This. I'm going to bed. At this time, Luo You covered her head with the quilt. Lin Z heaved a sigh of relief at this time. Then he couldn't help laughing. She also lay on the other bed and rested. There was still a long way. In the past 6 months, Lin Z has been cultivating day and night. He also wanted to have a good day off today, so he treated it as a vacation. After some time, Lin Z, who was still sleeping, suddenly heard a boom boom sound. What happened? Lin Z turned over and got up, only to realize that it was night time. When he turned on the lights, he found that there was already a violent storm outside. What's happening? And Luo You also woke up at this time. Outside, there seems to be a situation. Lin Z frowned at this time, then said, "Boom boom boom." And at this time, the entire hull of the ship was constantly shaking. Lin Z couldn't even stand still. It seemed that the entire hull was attacked by something. What exactly is going on? I'll go out to take a look. You can rest first. Lin Z spoke to Luo You. I'll go too. But at this time, Luo You had already stood up. Be careful. Lin Z thought for a while, then said, "Bang bang bang." At this moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out. It seems that there are many crew members on board, holding some heavy laser guns and attacking things in the sea. The rest of the warriors also ran to the deck now. Their bodies all unfolded sphere. With the existence of sphere, those violent storms have no way to get their bodies wet. Captain Chen, what's wrong? Lin Z saw that Chen Dong was here too and asked, "There is something underwater." Chen Dong's face also became ugly. There is something. Damn. At this moment, a warrior seemed to see something and his face was full of shock. A huge tentacle stretched out from the water and hit the deck heavily. A staff member with a heavy laser gun was hit and flew out. Chapter 830 Killing Blow. Chapter 830 Killing Blow. What the hell is this? At this moment, some warriors looked at the staff who was knocked flying by the huge tentacles and said aloud at this time. The entire hull was shaking at this time, as if something was ramming against it wildly. Clap clap. And at this moment, the sound of the impact of seawater sounded and a huge figure climbed up from the bow. When Lin Z saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes could not help shrinking. What a big monster. And it looks like an octopus. The analytic eye is activated subconsciously. Overlord Octopus. Rank King level. Features a creature unique to the Black River. With a huge size, strong aggressiveness and strong recovery ability. Weakness head. Overlord Octopus. Lin Z raised his brows. Moreover, the current analytic eye skill seems to have been upgraded and it can actually analyze the weaknesses. Bang bang bang. At this time, all the staff on the surrounding boats continued to attack Overlord Octopus with their laser guns in their hands. These Overlord Octopuses have so many tentacles that they look very disgusting. Those laser rays hit the tentacles of those Overlord Octopuses and immediately shot out circular wounds. But in the next moment, the wounds that their laser rays penetrated healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can that be? Some people were in shock and were knocked out by the tentacles of the Overlord Octopus. It hit the surrounding deck heavily. Some people were directly strangled by those tentacles and their bodies were broken in half. Damn. At this time, Shen Dong's face also became ugly. Holding the sword in his hand, his whole body suddenly burst out with strength. He attacked the tentacles that came. Bang bang bang. With a whooshing sound, those tentacles were immediately cut off. But these tentacles were just cut off for a while and in the next moment, they grew frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of this huge Overlord Octopus was about to climb to the deck. At this time, those tentacles seem to be more and more. All of them are attacking the crowd. The surrounding warriors did not hide their weakness at this time, and directly used their own skills. Boom boom boom. A loud noise kept ringing. This overlord octopus is not very powerful, but its regeneration ability is really too powerful. At this time, Luo You also looked at the tentacles that were charging towards her, and the expression in her eyes changed slightly. Holding the long sword in her hand, she slashed directly at it. A sword aura burst out, causing all those tentacles to shatter. Just when Luo You wanted to continue attacking, her face suddenly turned pale. Then her long sword stabbed the ground. What happened? Luo You shook her head, because now she could clearly feel that something was wrong with her body. After using the skill just now, the body seemed to have a sense of dizziness. Luo You! Lin Z was about to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the overlord octopus. But in the next moment, he realized that Luo You seemed to be in a bad state. I'm fine. Luo You shook her head, just as she was about to stand up straight. Her eyes darkened and she immediately fainted. Lin Z quickly put his arms around her waist. What exactly is going on? Bang bang bang. At this time, the tentacles of this overlord octopus grew out again, then rushed towards him frantically. Get lost. Looking at this scene, Lin Z roared angrily, as he threw the long spear full of blue flames toward the head of the overlord octopus. The tentacles of overlord octopus wanted to grab the spear, but the spear went straight through it. Boom! The spear pierced the middle of its head. The overlord octopus originally had a lot of tentacles stretched out to attack Lin Z and others, but at this moment, its body swayed. Those tentacles seemed to have lost their vitality in an instant, softened and fell directly to the ground. Boom! The huge body of the overlord octopus also fell directly on the deck. This darn thing is dead. Some warriors also said in surprise at this time. Is it that kid? Just now, Shen Dong clearly saw the spear Lin Z threw out, and it actually killed this terrifying evolved beast. Phew! It's really unfortunate. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the first day. Some warriors could not help but heaved a sigh of relief, although they also used their powerful skills just now, because the recovery speed of this overlord octopus is too terrifying. It is impossible to kill it directly. Lin Z hugged the unconscious Luo You with his left hand. With a wave of his right hand, the spear flew back instantly into Lin Z's hand. Ignoring the people around, Lin Z directly carried Luo You back to the room. Looking at Luo You lying on the bed, Lin Z was also a little anxious. What's the problem? Why did Luo You fall into a deep sleep again? Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Z frowned and said coldly. It's me. Shen Dong's voice came from the door. It's him. Lin Z tucked Luo You in bed, hesitated for a moment and walked over to the door. Is something wrong? After Lin Z opened the door, he looked at Shen Dong and said lightly, it seems that you don't seem to welcome me very much. Shen Dong looked at Lin Z, who only opened the door with a small gap and didn't want to let himself in, so he spread his hands helplessly. What's the matter? Lin Z said indifferently that he is not in a good mood now. She is from Fangan city, from the Luo family, right? Shen Dong said in a serious tone at this time. Hearing Shen Dong's words, the expression in Lin Z's eyes changed slightly. At this moment, the whole person burst out with extremely terrifying killing intent. It made Shen Dong feel a chill down his spine. Horrifying. Shen Dong's body trembled slightly. I have no malice, Shen Dong said quickly. At this moment, he felt like he had stepped into hell. As soon as his voice fell, that terrifying feeling disappeared. Shen Dong's forehead, at this time, also had cold sweat overflowing. This time, among the people recruited by Old Man N, there seems to be a monster. I just saw that the swordsmanship she just used was exactly the same as the Luo family's swordsmanship. Also, her symptoms are very similar to the sequelae of one of the Luo family's exercises. What do you know? Chapter 831 The Everlasting Aftermath. Chapter 831 The Everlasting Aftermath. After hearing what Shen Dong was saying, the look in his eyes changed. Lin Z grabbed onto his collar and said in a panicked tone, I'm sorry. I was being irrational. Lin Z quickly let go of Chen Dong's collar and apologized. It's alright. Shen Dong let out a breath of relief. How did you know the skills that she used? Lin Z asked in a cold tone. To be honest, I had a friend who was from the Luo family as well, and I know a thing or two about the situation of that family. Did she use the secret skill of the Luo family sacrifice? Chen Dong's face turned solemn and lowered his voice as he asked Lin Z. Lin Zi's had a slight change of expression. After seeing the look on his face, Shen Dong was sure that his assumption was right. My friend and I were caught in a situation where we faced a horrible evolved beast. Both his eyes had been paralyzed from being injured, and in the end, he had no other choice but to do so. He transferred all the energy in his body into mine, and the both of us made it out alive. From then, he was asleep in the hospital for the entire year. Plus, he told me himself that the after effects of it were severe. Once every 2 days, he would fall into a deep sleep. Shen Dong sighed. I noticed your girlfriend's condition and it was similar to my friend's. Lin Zi's heart sank as well after hearing what was said. His heart ached as well. This was all because of him. Your friend. What happened to him? Lin Z paused for a moment before asking. He left the world. Shen Dong seemed to be reminiscing about his friend as he said in a sad tone. Because of the fight in the Luo family, he became a sacrificial lamb. Shen Dong mocked as he gave a cold laugh. Such a stupid man. As he was reminded of his friend, Shen Dong was reminded of the days and his eyes turned red. Do you know when the after effects would disappear? Lin Z asked something that he wanted to know the most. I'm not sure. Shen Dong shook his head. My friend went across the world hoping to find someone to cure it, but no one was able to help him. The skill was considered a forbidden skill. Those who used it would suffer deadly consequences. I guess that's it. Lin Z said flatly. Boom. Then, he immediately closed the door. This. Shen Dong was slapped on the face by Lin Z's door, and he didn't know if he should have laughed or not. He shook his head and left. Hoo. Lin Z supported himself from the wall with his left hand as he rubbed his temples with his right. If what Shen Dong said was true, it would be a little problematic. Luo You had completely recovered earlier, but now this was something that would never disappear. He took a deep breath and walked towards the bed. He stared at Luo You who was sleeping, and there was a gentle look in his eyes. He mumbled to himself and said, No matter what, I will still be by your side. Time passed by quickly, and Luo You finally woke up after sleeping for an entire day. It was indeed like how Chen Dong had described it to be. You're awake quick. I'll bring you some food. Lin Z was sitting in a chair nearby, and when he saw Luo You who just woke up, he smiled and greeted her. However, Luo You looked a little down. Her head hung low as if she was occupied. What's wrong, are you alright? Lin Z walked to her and placed his palm on her forehead before asking, Do you have a fever? Was I asleep for an entire day? Luo You suddenly asked. After hearing what Luo You asked, Lin Z was stunned. I know that. This is the aftermath of using that skill. Luo You looked up and said to Lin Z, I know. Lin Z nodded his head as well. Then, he slowly brushed her hair as they looked a little messy. Then, you don't have to say anything. I will be by your side. Plus, the world is huge. Maybe we may be able to find another cure on another planet. What we? Lin Z laughed. In times like these, if he lost confidence, Luo You would lose confidence as well. Seeing how Lin Z was smiling, Luo You was shocked. They were looking into each other's eyes and there was a flirtatious mood in the air. Boom boom boom. Just as the both of them were getting close, there was a loud knock at the door. Luo You was blushing as she pushed Lin Z away. Who is it? Lin Z was boiling mad. He felt that he was extremely close to that kiss. But someone knocked at the door. Who is it? Lin Z asked in frustration as he opened the door. Brother Lin, we found an island outside. A man stood in front of his door and exclaimed. After the fight with the octopus the other night, everyone was aware that Lin Z was extremely powerful. Most of their attitudes towards Lin Z had changed. Island? What island? Lin Z frowned. It's just magnificent. You have to take a look at it. Leader Chen called for you as well. The man was extremely anxious. Alright. It'll come soon. Lin Z nodded his head. Soon. Luo You and Lin Z headed to the deck. After the storm that night, the sky was still cloudy after an entire day. For the past 2 days, the weather has not been the best. Oh, Lin Z, you're here. When Shen Dong saw that it was Lin Z, he greeted him with a smile. What's wrong? Lin Z looked around and noticed that all the staff and warriors were on the deck. They were looking at something in the distance. Look over there. Shen Dong pointed in a direction where everyone was looking. Most warriors have very good eyesight. As they turned towards that direction, they noticed that there was a huge island right in front of them. Luo You, who was standing next to Lin Z, turned as well and she was surprised. According to the map, there shouldn't be an island here. Luo You was looking around before she commented. That's right. Chen Dong gave an approving look. I just checked the most updated map and even the satellite did not catch this island. Shen Dong explained. A few days ago, there were storms here, but I can't help but feel that the water level in the Black River was much lower than before. This island, did it appear because the water level got lower? Another warrior asked when he heard what Chen Dong said. It's possible. Chen Dong nodded his head. Kunlun. At that moment, there was lightning that appeared all over the sky. It looked like there would be another thunderstorm coming. Previously, this is where the ghost ship would appear. Maybe, we might be able to find something. Chapter 832 New Discovery. Chapter 832 New Discovery. Shen Dong mumbled to himself. Report there are hidden corals ahead. Should we still continue? Just as the cruise continued sailing, one of the staff walked onto the deck and asked Chen Dong. He frowned after hearing what was told. Be more careful but continue with the journey. Shen Dong thought about it for a moment before answering him. Yes, sir. The cruise continued sailing forward and slowly. The cruise started shaking as well. They were now closer to the scene ahead and everything seemed even clearer now. It's true. It is an island. One of the warriors saw clearly what was ahead of them and screamed in excitement. Lin Z turned around and looked at it as well. He finally got to take a better look. It was indeed an island that was pitch black. The island was large and there were lots of weird plants grown on it that were black in color. Even the corals were black in color, making it look extremely odd. Why is there such a weird island here? Luo You turned towards the other side and she was shocked as well. Should we go onto the island to take a closer look? Some of the warriors were asking Chen Dong curiously. It has already been 3 days since they decked the cruise. Now that they've seen land, they were getting excited and was dying to see what was on it. Sure. Be cautious. Shen Dong nodded his head with a curious look in his eyes as well when they got closer to the island. Boom! As they stopped by the island, the entire crew shook. It was because they had hit onto the corals. However, with the experienced crew on ship, they managed to steady the cruise quickly and slowly parked by the side of the island. Come on, let's take a look. Chen Dong looked at everyone around him and invited them to join him on the island. The rest of them nodded their heads and walked towards the ladder. Let's go, Lin Z said to Luo You. And Luo You nodded her head and walked side by side with Lin Z. This really is an island. Some of them who had gotten off the ship first landed on top of the sand-filled island as they exclaimed, Hey, there's something here. One of the younger warriors noticed something on the ground. Without thinking much, he dug on the ground with his weapon. Soon, there was a human skeleton that appeared. FK. The man jumped in fear when he saw what it was. What's going on? Shen Dong frowned when he heard the commotion. As he turned around, he saw the skull that was on the ground. He was sure that this was a human skeleton. Someone has been here. The rest of them saw what was on the ground and were surprised. Lin Z got curious. From where he was standing, he held onto his spear with his left hand, applied a little energy onto his weapon and pushed away all the sand that was on the ground. Underneath it, there were lots of skeleton bones overlapping each other. Shen Dong felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw what was beneath his feet. The sky was now covered with dark clouds and the entire atmosphere was feeling extremely creepy. Something's odd. Leader Chen, do we continue then? One of the warriors looked a little hesitant. Although they were relatively confident with their abilities, they could still feel that there was something particularly odd on this island. They had no idea what was on this island and what would appear next. Shen Dong was a little hesitant as well. Look at this. Then, another warrior waved to all of them after discovering something on the ground. All of them turned towards him and noticed that there was a piece of wood on the ground. It looked aged, but it was not rotten. But there was still algae grown all over it. That's Fire Lord wood. Shen Dong quickly walked over. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the piece of wood in front of him. What's a Fire Lord wood? Some of them were stunned and asked subconsciously. It's a special type of wood. It is extremely strong and is resistant to both fire and water. Most importantly, that ship in the past was made of this material. The rest of them who were still a little confused were now shocked. If that's the case, does that mean that this island is related to the ghost ship? As they thought about it, most of them got excited. If this was true, there was progress in locating what they were looking for. Let's take a look. Shen Dong thought the same as well. They had discovered his piece of wood here, and even if it was only a small piece, it was still a huge discovery. Come, let's get going. Lin Z and Luo You followed the crowd as they walked deeper into the island. The island was like a mountain with a sloping edge. There were other trees and plants around them, but all of them were black in color. Even the flowers around them were black. It looked incredibly weird. What on earth are these? Some of the warriors mumbled. Kunlun. Then, there was a loud explosive sound coming from the sky and followed by lots of lightning that shot across the sky. Looks like a storm is coming. One of the warriors frowned as they looked at the sky. 111. There's something ringing in my ears. Luo You frowned as she said to Lin Z, Beauty, you must have heard it wrongly. One of the men with a perverted look on his face turned around and smiled at her. Luo You was incredibly gorgeous, and even when she was cold the entire time, there were still some of them who still wanted to flirt with her. However, the only thing that was holding them back was how Lin Z defeated the Overload Octopus with his terrifying warrior skills. Look out! Lin Z felt something and quickly stood in front of Luo You. What are you afraid of? The man had just finished his sentence when he felt something the size of a fly biting his neck. He looked annoyed and subconsciously hit himself on the neck. Kunlun. Following that, there was a huge explosion. Lin Z had already released his Yuan and protected Luo You and himself. What on earth just happened? The rest of them reacted quickly as well, and that's when they saw the man's body blown into ashes. All of them felt chills running down their spine. Shen Dong was the one who looked extremely awful. There were 18 of them and he had just sacrificed one of them. He just died for no reason. Did the both of you notice something wrong? Chapter 833 Technology from Another Planet. Chapter 833 Technology from Another Planet. One of the warriors turned around and glared at Lin Z and Luo You as he screamed in rage. Why didn't you warn him? After being questioned, Lin Z frowned and said, I already told him to be careful. Plus, I am not your parent. I don't have to take care of you. You. After hearing what Lin Z said, his face turned dark and wanted to attack Lin Z. That's enough. Then, Shen Dong stood in front of Lin Z. Just be careful. The warrior glared at Lin Z and was forced to stop. Lin Z, did you find anything odd just now? Shen Dong was curious as well as he asked Lin Z. It was true that he felt danger and immediately dodged it, but he didn't think that such a terrifying explosion would happen. The rocks on the ground around them had melted away because of the explosion. It definitely showed how scary the explosion was. A fly. Lin Z said flatly. A fly. Shen Dong was stunned. It was something like a fly. I have no idea why it suddenly exploded. Lin Z remembered Luo You mentioned about hearing a buzzing sound earlier, and that's when he saw the flying object. The object looked like a fly and there was nothing odd about it. However, when it landed on the warrior's neck and he hit on it, it suddenly let out such a horrible explosion. Could it be an android fly? Shen Dong hesitated for a moment before asking. If it was those, they could have been a decoy. They might look like a fly, but it is a robot with a security camera and with a self-destruct ability. Would that be even possible? An android fly could be so powerful. Some of them questioned Chen Dong as they couldn't believe it. It's true that android flies do exist, but the cost of producing one was extremely high. Plus, they were in the era where every single human being were warriors and thus these little things could no longer harm them. But the explosion earlier was definitely much scarier than they could imagine. I don't know, but what I'm sure is, there are others on this island. Shen Dong suddenly looked solemn. 111. Suddenly, there was a loud buzz that surrounded them. This time, most of them could hear it clearly. Be careful, something's coming. Shen Dong picked up his weapon and screamed to his men. As they looked around, there were numerous fly-like creatures that were flying toward them in each direction. Ziu ziu ziu. These flies did not target the entire crowd. Instead, they were small, minor laser beams that appeared on their bodies. Lin Z and Luo You had a change of expression on their faces and quickly dodged it. These laser beams looked much stronger than those that the crew had on the ship. As for the rocks and trees around them, there were multiple tiny holes that appeared. HMPH. Lin Z sneered and swung his long spear. Kunlun. At that moment, there was another huge explosion. The sound was so loud that it hurt their eardrum. The entire ground shook vigorously with the explosion. Luo You turned towards Lin Z. When she noticed that he had released his yuan and was not injured, she felt relieved. Everyone get down. Shen Dong released his own yuan as well. As he tried to dodge the drone flies, he screamed to the rest of his men. The laser beams from these flies were horrifying. Even with the yuan around them, they could still feel as if their yuan was being struck by the laser beams and was about to break. This was frightening. Were there such horrifying technologies available? Even for a warrior king like him, his yuan might not be able to take the attacks from the laser beams. If there was a larger group of them that attacked them. As he thought about it, he felt his scalp turn numb. What should we do? Do we attack? As for the rest of them, they finally got to release their yuan and started dodging the flies. After seeing how terrifying the explosion was after Lin Z attacked it, they didn't dare to attack the flies lightheartedly. With such a strong explosion, they would still be injured by the huge impact coming from it even if they had their yuan. Fine. Lin Z shook his head helplessly. With the control of his mind, there were arrays that appeared. As for the flies, they were all trapped inside the arrays. What's that? As Chen Dong was looking at the flies and was still thinking if he should attack those flies, the flies were suddenly trapped in the arrays and he was thoroughly shocked. It's alright. Let's go. Lin Z said flatly. He wasn't doing this to help the warriors. It was only because the flies were too dense and he was worried that it might hurt Luo You. It hasn't been long since Luo You had woken up. You're the one who did it? Shen Dong asked Lin Z. And Lin Z had nothing else to say. As for the rest of them, they were all filled with shock after seeing what happened. He filled the overload octopus and now, he had just released such mysterious strength. This young man, what rank was he at? The warrior that questioned Lin Z earlier suddenly felt chills shooting down his spine. How do we get rid of this? Seeing how the transparent arrays had trapped all the drone flies, Shen Dong asked Lin Z for his opinion. Destroy. The rest of the crowd continued walking and with Lin Z's control, all of the arrays expanded. It was followed by multiple loud explosions. It felt as if the entire island started shaking once again. The loud explosion noise hit their ears once again. Leader Chen, would it be possible for you to explain what happened? Yes, how could those laser beams be so terrifying? It's not possible for drone flies to be so scary. As they continued their journey, some of the warriors turned around and asked Chen Dong. Warriors were strong and they were not afraid of laser beams as they would be protected by their yuan. Plus, as the warriors become stronger with their levels getting higher, the strength of the yuan would be stronger as well. However, the tiny laser beams that the drone flies had given out could have such terrifying penetrative strength. It only got even more terrifying as they were reminded about it. I'm not sure. I have never seen such powerful laser beams as well. Shen Dong shook his head. There wouldn't be such things on this planet. It's not a technology from the Marquee planet. You're saying? That's right. It's possible that on this island, there are others from the another planet. Chapter 834 Underground Tunnel. Chapter 834 Underground Tunnel. Shen Dong explained to the rest of the warriors. After hearing what he said, they were all shocked. If this was the case, the rest of their journey would not be so easy. It was already extremely difficult for them to fight those flies. If there were anything else that was odd, let's take a look. Lin Z and Luo You continued walking forward without any hesitation. You, wait for me. Chen Dong ran after them as well as they went deeper into the island. The other warriors looked at each other. They had no other choice but to follow them, since they already made it this far. Plus, in this mission, they were on the hunt for the ghost ship, but it looked like this ship was related to this island. They had no other choice but to take a closer look. Lin Z and Luo You continued walking forward, but they didn't find anything new. The things around them were ptch black, looking particularly odd. Also, they noticed that there wasn't a single evolved beast. It was horrifyingly silent. There's nothing else. One of the warriors asked out of curiosity. As they got to the highest point of the island, they still didn't find anything odd. On the ground around them, it was covered with weird-looking rocks. The sky was completely covered with dark clouds and the atmosphere around them felt creepy. Lin Z took a good look around them and they couldn't find anything new. It was odd. Where did those flies come from? Luo You was looking around as well and she found something odd. Then, she started walking in the other direction. 111. As she got closer to one of the rocks, there was a familiar buzzing sound coming from it. Then, she noticed that there was an android fly that flew out from one of the cracks. She was shocked, but instantly picked up her sword and swung it towards the rock. Kunlun! There was a huge explosion that rang throughout. Lin Z turned around, and when he saw that Luo You had already released his Yuan and was safe, he let out a breath of relief. It should be from here. Luo You looked at Lin Z and told him about the crack. After hearing what she said, Lin Z stood right next to Luo You. Following her gaze, he turned towards the rock as well. The rock was just like any other rocks around, pitch black in color. There was nothing seen on it. Did you see the android flies coming from here? Lin Z seemed to know what Luo You was about to say. Luo You nodded her head. She noticed that the flies were coming out of the cracks from this rock. Did both of you find other android flies? Shen Dong and his men walked towards them as well. They should be coming from the cracks on these rocks. Lin Z held onto his spear and pointed to the rock in front of them before explaining it to the rest of the crowd. Perhaps there's something in the ground, Shen Dong asked out of curiosity. The other warriors thought about what was said and suddenly, all of them looked shocked as if they had thought of something. Move, Lin Z said to them. You'll bust it open, Lin Z said calmly. Then, he gathered all the energy in his body and transferred it onto his long spear. The rest of the crowd took a few steps backwards. There was a fierce look in his eyes as his spear was now covered with hellfire. Destroy it. He held onto the spear with 2 hands and blasted the rock. Kunlun. Then, the entire ground shook vigorously once again. All the rocks on the ground have been broken into pieces. The air around them was instantly covered with thick dust. Cough cough. Some of the warriors had to cover his mouth. This looks like. As the dust started to disappear, some of the warriors looked surprised as they noticed something. What's wrong? Shen Dong walked over as well. There was an underground tunnel that appeared on the spot where Lin Z had just attacked. When he saw what it was, Shen Dong's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think that there would be such a secret passageway on this island. Could it be that the core of this island has been emptied? It's possible that there is a secret lab here, Lin Z said calmly. They were here on a hunt for the ghost ship, but they have not found any traces of it. Instead, the only thing that they found was this odd island. Should we take a look? One of the warriors hesitated before asking. It might be possible that the underground was filled with unforeseeable danger. Are you scared? One of the warriors mocked him. Who? I'm not scared. The warrior was getting provoked. Enough. Since we're here, let's take a look. If there's anyone who's afraid, you can stay behind. Shen Dong finally spoke up. After hearing what he said, the men had completely different expressions on their faces. All of them were here for the life crystal. If they don't follow their boss, It would be considered that they didn't finish their mission and they would not be able to get the life crystals. Let's go. We should take a look to see if there's any aliens down there. One of the warriors started swinging his machete as he said coldly. The rest of them didn't want to be viewed as cowards as well and had decided to enter the place. Lin Z and Luo You looked at each other before heading down the underground tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, Lin Z noticed that the walls of it were not made of rocks or mud. Instead, they were made of a special type of metal. Back. As the crowd entered the tunnel, all of the light in it lit up together. The entire tunnel was now filled with a bright light. The rest of them were shocked by the light that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All of them decided to be cautious. But then, there was nothing suspicious in the tunnel. Lin Z took a look further inside and noticed that the tunnel was getting wider. By now, they were walking inside a huge underground tunnel. Why aren't we there yet? One of the warriors couldn't take it anymore and asked. They have been walking for quite some time and they still haven't reached the end of the tunnel. It felt as if the tunnel was going to continue forever. Keep quiet. Shen Dong waved his hand and continued walking forward. Zia. That's when he heard an odd sound coming from in front of him. As expected, after walking a few more steps, they saw a huge door. There was a bright light shining from behind the door and it looked peculiar. Could this be heaven? One of the warriors who was getting waved spoke out of nowhere. This door looked like the one that would bring them to heaven. Chapter 835 Giant Gate. Chapter 835 Giant Gate. The man muttered to himself, then approached the gate. Don't go there. Shen Dong seemed to sense something at this time and suddenly said. But the man seemed to be affected by something and he had slowly walked over to the huge gate. At the moment when his hands touched the bright gate, a strange click rang out. Whoosh whoosh. From the top of the head, cracks appeared in an instant. Then a large number of small gunheads appeared above. A large number of laser rays were shot directly. The man's body was instantly penetrated, becoming a hornet's nest. Shen Dong's eyes widened. But at this time, there was no way to save him. The rest of the warriors also felt a chill on their backs at this time, and their backs were covered in cold sweat. What the hell? What the hell is going on? A warrior secretly swallowed his saliva and there was a look of fear. He also wanted to get close just now. But fortunately he didn't walk over. What should we do now? The surrounding warriors all looked towards Shen Dong. After all, this time, Shen Dong was the team captain, and it was appointed by Old Man and so everything must follow his arrangement. But 2 warriors had died since boarding the ship. A total of 18 warriors were recruited and now there were only 17 left, including Shen Dong. Those crew members were of low strength and are not counted among them. Wait a minute. Shen Dong hesitated for a while, then said aloud. Now, this situation seems a little weird. The penetrating power of those laser rays is really too powerful. The warrior just now was a warrior who had just stepped into the king warrior level and he died here, so tragically. What should he do? Could it really be an alien base? Lin Z whispered to Luo You at this time. Everything here looks so weird. Possible. Luo You nodded. At this time, he was holding the long sword in his hand and looked at the side above the gate. With a sudden wave of the long sword in his hand, a burst of icy sword aura burst out and attacked over. Boom! With a loud noise, the upper side shook. But there was no way to destroy the laser device over there. Because after the laser device penetrated the man's body, it was directly put away and hidden in the ceiling. We can't attack now. He'll go over and attract this device out. Then you can attack. Lin Z thought about it for a moment, then said to Luo You. But, Luo You said worriedly. Nothing. You know my abilities. Lin Z said with a smile. You are right. Luo You hesitated for a while and suddenly thought of something. Lin Z, what are you going to do? Watching Lin Z walk over there, Shen Dong said suddenly. Don't go there. It's fine. Lin Z said, then walked over to the gate. The other warriors were also taken aback when they saw this scene. Just now, the warrior was instantly pierced by the laser beam and Lin Z still went over. Is he stupid? And this laser ray was obviously different from the general laser ray and the penetrability was too strong. No one knew whether it will directly penetrate the human body. At this time, Lin Z had already walked to the front of the gate. Looking at the huge gate glowing white, he took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to push the gate open. Crack. At this moment, the exact same thing as just now appeared. The moment Lin Z's hands touched the door, it opened on the ceiling above and some laser devices appeared instantly, shooting at Lin Z's body. Seeing this scene, the expression in Lin Z's eyes suddenly changed. The laser beam shot out in an instant and it directly pierced Lin Z's body with riddled holes. And at this moment, Luo You, who was standing behind, quickly waved the long sword in her hand. At this moment, a large amount of sword aura burst out, immediately hit the top. Boom boom boom, as the ice sword aura hit those laser devices. In the next moment, a powerful sound suddenly erupted. This laser device exploded directly. Immediately, the fire was shining. The people around were all unfolding their spheres at this time, for fear that the blasted laser devices would hit them. Lin Z. When Chen Dong looked at Lin Z, who had been penetrated by the laser beam, he was about to feel pity, when he heard a voice from behind. What happened? The pupils in Chen Dong's eyes shrank involuntarily. When he turned around suddenly, he saw that Lin Z appeared behind him at some point. You. At this time, the other men also saw Lin Z appearing here, and they all were shocked. Didn't those laser rays kill Lin Z? Why did he suddenly appear here? Some warriors were startled at this time. I'm fine, Lin Z said lightly. At this time, the others also found that Lin Z was indeed not dead, and recovered from the panic just now. Now this device should be destroyed. The rest of the warriors looked over at the gate and indeed all the devices above were destroyed. In the past, there would not be such a terrifying laser ray shooting out. But I don't know if there will be other traps. At this time, these people did not dare to go there. I'll go take a look. Chen Dong was silent for a while, then said aloud. He took a deep breath and walked straight ahead. Soon, he walked to the huge door. As soon as he exerted force on his hands, he was about to open the huge door. Crackling. But at this moment, a large amount of lightning burst out and all of Chen Dong's body was immediately covered by lightning. What? Chen Dong roared, and in the next moment, the whole person flew out. Lin Z quickly caught his body. Are you okay? There are still many electric lights on his body, which are transmitted to Lin Z's body. But Lin Z was not affected at all. I'm okay. Chen Dong's body trembled at this time. There was a strong electric light on the gate, which made his body feel intense pain. If he hadn't received anti-shock training since he was a child, the current just now would have directly electrocuted him. The rest of the warriors also heaved a sigh of relief, thankful that they did not go over. Let me do it. After Lin Z asked other warriors to support Chen Dong, he walked directly to the gate. Chapter 836 Underground Base. Chapter 836 Underground Base. The rest of the warriors were all staring at Lin Z at this time. Will this young man bring any miracles? Lin Z stood on the gate at this time, then pressed his hands on the gate. Open. As soon as Lin Z exerted his strength, he was about to push this giant gate open. Crackling. At this moment, a large amount of current burst out immediately. Then it covered Qinyi's body. What a terrifying current. The rest of the people were shocked when they saw this scene. When Luo You saw this scene, she seemed a little worried, but she knew that Lin Z would never do anything he was unsure of, and she didn't stop him. Open. Right now. Lin Z roared angrily at this moment. The gate was immediately pushed open. Boom! As the gate was pushed open, a dazzling light suddenly passed over. Everyone subconsciously blocked the light with their hands. Although Lin Z's body has a lot of electric flashes, for the current Lin Z, this kind of electric current only gave him a tingling sensation. It's not a big deal. At this time, after getting used to the white light, he looked inward and Lin Z's eyes widened, because there is actually a base. A huge underground base. There is white light all around, making the entire underground base extremely bright. Is it really an underground base? When the other warriors saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, then slowly walked in. I'm fine. Let me go. Shen Dong seemed to have recovered at this time and said aloud to the warriors who were supporting him. The two warriors hesitated for a while, then let go of Chen Dong. Although Chen Dong's face was a little pale, he was able to stand. What are these things? Walking inside, looking at the strange instruments inside, she said in surprise. These quirky instruments have a ton of buttons that glow with light, and upon closer inspection, there were many transparent tubes connected to the instruments, and they didn't know where they were connected to. Look, these are odd crystals. At this time, everyone looked carefully and they saw that there were mountains of odd crystals on the side. Clack clack. And at this time, some robots carried these odd crystals and placed them in an instrument. It seems that the program has been set in advance and these robots just move mechanically. Lin Z and others were completely ignored. The level of the odd crystals was very high and they were all above rank 10. Luo You looked at everything inside and she was surprised too. Captain Chen, have you seen this kind of thing? Some warriors looked at Chen Dong and said aloud, all the machines here look too strange and I don't know what they are for. I haven't seen it either. Chen Dong shook his head, then said. Lin Z's eyes were also looking around at this time. The strange and huge instruments around had many transparent tubes and these tubes were connected to the other side of the wall. Where does it lead to? Lin Z walked over, then reached out and touched the wall. Bang bang bang. It's empty inside. Luo You also came over and said curiously. Seems to be. Lin Z said, then took a closer look. Then he discovered that there seemed to be a small switch on the wall. He touched the switch with his foot and at this moment, the wall made a boom boom sound. Soon, it opened automatically. Look over there. The rest of the warriors also looked over here, looking at the gate that opened automatically, with surprise in their eyes. The more surprising thing was what was inside. Inside, there were huge glass containers suspended individually. Inside these containers, there were the bodies of warriors. Who are these people? Chen Dong walked in at this time. Looking at the scene inside, his body could not help trembling. The area on the inside was very big, and there were many of these weird glass containers. Inside are all the bodies of some warriors suspended in the transparent liquid inside. Just when everyone looked at these strange glass containers, an exclamation came from the front. What's happening? Lin Z raised his brows, then looked over to the side where the voice came from. Taking a closer look, you can clearly see a skeleton ahead. How come there are white bones here? He looks to the front and he could clearly see a huge skeleton on a chair in front of him. The skeleton was very tall, about 3 meters high. Why is this person so tall? At this time, Chen Dong all walked over to the front. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. This skeleton was still wearing clothes and it seemed to be holding a strange book in his hand. This person should have been dead for a long time. Chen Dong smelled a rotten smell and his brows could not help wrinkling. Looking at the book in his hand, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, then picked it up. He found that the words written on it were all strange and incomprehensible words. Does any of you understand what these words are? Chen Dong held the book, looked at everyone and said, I have researched the languages in the world. Let me take a look. A female warrior raised her hand and said. Chen Dong nodded, then handed over the book. The female warrior took the book and started to read it. There are still many manuscripts in this book, and the text is very strange. Did you see anything? Chen Dong said at this time. The female warrior shook her head and closed the book. It's a language that doesn't belong to this world. A language that doesn't belong to this world. The rest of the warriors were startled when they heard her words. Really? A warrior said suspiciously. I have studied every language that has appeared in the world. Unless this language has not been recorded, it is impossible for me not to know it. The female warrior said confidently. At the same time, Lin Z and Luo You were already walking towards the corner, because they found that there was a gate in the corner. There was a clattering sound from behind the gate. It seems like the sound of seawater. Lin Z pulled the gate hard. Squeak. A voice that made one's teeth sour rang out. Is it a ship? As soon as the gate was opened, Luo Yu was surprised to find that behind the gate was a hole somewhere on the island, and outside the hole was the Black River. A huge cruise ship is parked here. Chapter 837 Mutant Purple Frog. Chapter 837 Mutant Purple Frog. This cruise ship looked extremely old. It was made of a special type of wood, something like the Fire Lord wood. There were some damages on the body of the cruise and it was filled with algae as well. This ship, could it be the ghost ship? Lin Z asked as he was surprised. When they first got onto the island and found part of the deck, Shendong mentioned that the ghost ship was made of Fire Lord wood. Then, they noticed that there was a code on the cruise ship and one. It should be. Luo Yu took a closer look at it before nodding her head. They managed to find the cruise ship with sheer luck when the others searched through high and low for it. They wouldn't have expected that the ghost ship was parked right here. Shendong, take a look at this. Lin Z turned around and noticed that most of them were still looking at the humans inside the glass case. What's wrong? Shendong only came back to his senses. He took away his eyes from the glass case and turned towards Lin Z. We found the ghost ship. What? Everyone, including Shendong, was shocked as well when they heard what Lin Z said. All of them walked toward Lin Z. Why? Why would it be here? Shendong then noticed the ghost ship that was mentioned. Right behind them was a pitch-black underground river. It would glisten from away and with the river. It would lead them to the Black River. It's here we found it. Compared to Shendong, the rest of them would be surprised as well. They had expected for it to be a rough ride in order to find the ghost ship. There were also some of them who never had hopes on finding it, but who would have thought that it was right here. It was a huge surprise for all of them. Codename Liupan. Made of Fire Lord wood. It is the ghost ship. Shendong came back from his senses and said in excitement, I want to take a look at it. One of the men screamed loudly. This was the legendary ghost ship. Will there be treasures that have been left behind by the legendary warrior king? As he thought about it, his heart was racing. Don't. Shendong tried to stop the man who was getting onto the cruise ship. But the man had leaped into the air and had stopped onto the cruise ship. The entire ship was huge and it was completely covered in algae. When the rest of the warriors saw the men who headed on, the rest of them followed as well. Damn it. Shendong cursed to himself when he saw what happened. Some of them were anxious as they tried to get onto the ship. Let's take a look as well. Shendong had no other choice but to turn to Lin Z and Luo Yu. Lin Z narrowed his eyes. His abilities to sense things were much stronger now. He could clearly feel that there is a strong vital sign coming from inside the ship. There should be something living inside the ship. Boom! When Lin Z and Luo Yu landed on the deck, the first man who boarded the cruise ship suddenly flew into the air and landed heavily on the deck. PFFD. Blood started coming out of his mouth. When they looked at him, he was covered in wounds. There's something inside. Before he could finish his sentence, his body started trembling and there were bubbles coming out of his mouth. His skin was turning blue as well. It looked as if he was being poisoned. Kunlun. There was a loud sound that came from inside as well. Lin Z and Luo Yu rushed over to see what was inside and was met with a terrifying scene. Right inside, there were bodies of huge evolved beasts lying on the ground. Some of them looked like frogs in a human form with hands holding onto their weapons. They were now fighting the warriors who just stepped onto the ship. Mutant purple frogs. Rank King. A creature from another dimension with high intelligence and strong attacks. Weakness not identifiable. As he read the information from the analytical eyes, Lin Z's eyes widened in shock. A creature from another dimension. Why would it be here? Lin Z didn't even get to think much about it when one of the creatures started attacking Luo Yu. Careful. When he saw it, Lin Z quickly pulled Luo Yu towards himself. Ziu. There was a loud explosion that rang in the air. The frog almost hit Luo Yu with his weapon. HMPH. Lin Z sneered as he stood in front of Luo Yu. He pulled out the spear and attacked the frog in return. There were too many of them and all of them were the size of a 10-year-old boy. Not only were they quick, their attacks were terrifying as well. Lin Z didn't even have the time to think about why there were so many mutated frogs in this palace. He quickly spun the spear in his hand and released the flaming birds. But The mutant frogs reacted quickly as well and easily dodged the attack. The flames landed on the ground and reached the body of the big evolved beast. The bodies were immediately caught on fire and were burnt into ashes. Brother Lin, don't use fire, it will burn down this ship. Shen Dong, who was also fighting another mutant frog with his yuan released, screamed towards Lin Z. Although the Fire Lord wood might be resistant to fire, Lin Z's fire was different than the other. The fire coming out of Lin Z's spear was extremely hot compared to the normal ones. He was worried that the ghost ship might be destroyed. Hellfire would definitely destroy the entire ship. He hesitated for a moment and stopped using the warrior skills that brought out the hellfire. Clang clang clang. As the spear in his arm collided with the weapons of the mutant frog, it gave out a clear, loud sound. The mutant purple frog was using a machete and it was good with it. It made Lin Z feel as if he was fighting a human. As for the rest of the warriors, they were involved in the bitter war as well. These mutant purple frogs might not be as huge as the king great evolved beasts, but their attacks were much scarier. Boom! One of the warriors, who was not careful enough, was chopped into pieces by the mutant purple frog. Blood was everywhere. Damn it. When Shen Dong saw another warrior sacrificed in the fight, he screamed in rage. Why were there so many such creatures on this ship? They could even stand up like humans and hold on to weapons with their hands. Their skin was also purple in color and it was making their scalp turn numb by how horrifying it looked. Chapter 838 Aliens. Chapter 838 Aliens. Go to hell. Then, with the long spear in his arm, Lin Z immediately thrusted it through the frog's body. Ziu ziu ziu. At that moment, Lin Z had already attacked multiple times and the creature's body was now filled with bloody holes. Then, it turned into a lump of sliced meat and fell onto the ground. Luo You was also fighting one of the mutant purple frogs with her sword. Although Luo You was only a master warrior, her sword skills were impeccable. She was still much stronger than the mutant purple frog. In the huge, wide ship, there were a lot of such creatures. Due to how Lin Z had just killed one of them, most of the frogs decided to attack Lin Z. All of them were running towards him. These mutant purple frogs were using weapons created by humans. With their overpowering strength, their attacks were extremely scary. The air around them was filled with danger and continuous sounds of the air being sliced. Clang clang clang. There were about 6 of them who attacked Lin Z at the same time. Initially, Lin Z wanted to attack them first, but he had no other choice but to defend instead. Then, he quickly released his yuan. Move! Lin Z screamed and drew a circle in the air with his spear, and it immediately threw away all of the mutant purple frogs that were around him. Following that, there was a black source mark that appeared on his forehead. As Lin Z moved his mind, most of the mutant frogs that were thrown into the distance earlier were now trapped inside a semi-transparent array. None of them could move. They were squashed inside the tiny array and there was no space for any movement. Explode. Lin Z moved his mind again. The array slowly expanded and then exploded. As for the frogs inside the array, all of them turned into ash. Ah! Shen Dong shouted as well as he finally chopped the frog into 2. Ziu! Luo You swung her sword and with a cold sword aura, she sliced another mutant purple frog into half as it was trying to attack her. Hoo hoo hoo. As for the rest of the warriors, they finally got rid of the remaining mutant purple frog as well. When Lin Z was done with most of the frogs with his array, the remaining ones of the ship had died as well. The rest of them who survived were trying to catch their breath. I told all of you not to run into this place, why didn't you listen to me? Shen Dong looked around and saw multiple bodies on the ground and screamed in rage. The rest of the warriors were guilty and no one of them dared to look at Shen Dong. They were being selfish. Legendary says that there was lots of treasure on this ship and that's what they were after. However, they didn't think that once they got onto the ship, there were no such things. Instead, they were attacked by those horrible frogs. Most of them almost died. These frogs were hunting evolved beasts. Luo You looked around and was examining the bodies of the evolved beast that were lying on the ground. There were also lots of odd crystals around them. It was easy to guess that most of these frogs were trying to hunt for evolved beasts, so that they could get these odd crystals. Hunting for evolved beasts. Shen Dong was feeling stunned. They should be trying to hunt for odd crystals from the evolved beasts and then move it there. Lin Z then related it to the mountains of odd crystals that they saw previously. If he was right, most of them were placed there by the frogs after robbing it from the evolved beasts. Could it be that these creatures are the ones who built this place? One of the warriors asked out of fear. I don't think so. Lin Z shook his head. These mutant frogs wouldn't be that intelligent. He can't help but think that they were related to the humans inside the glass tank. Did you find what you wanted? Lin Z took a look at the ghost ship. There was nothing valuable inside the ship. The entire ship was now a space that kept all the bodies of the evolved beasts. The mutant purple frogs brought the evolved beasts onto the ship and then retrieved the odd crystals out of these bodies. I'm not the one looking for it. Masterin is the one who's trying to look for the ship. I have no idea what he wants from this ship. This was the mission. Shen Dong answered helplessly. Does it mean that we only have to bring back the ghost ship? One of the warriors asked. Shen Dong frowned and said, That's right. Ha ha ha, we're getting the life crystal. Most of the warriors were now delighted and none of them were afraid anymore. Shen Dong felt cheated. These warriors have not done much and have completed their mission. He was a little angry at them. We still have to figure out how to take the ship out. Shen Dong told the rest of them. All of them were walking towards the cab to see how they could move the ship. This ship has been modified. When they got to the cab, Shen Dong told the rest of them when he saw the controls in the room. I don't even know how to operate these controls. The frogs are the ones who modified it. One of them asked out of curiosity. That's stupid. How would that be possible? They might be scary, but they aren't that intelligent. Another warrior laughed as he answered. Let's head back to the island. We'll get our ship here and pull this ship out of here. Shen Dong thought about it before giving the commands. The rest of them had no opinion as well. As they got off the ship and were about to return to the lab, Lin Z looked at the human specimen inside the glass case and frowned. Could it be that these are from other planets? After hearing what Lin Z said, Shen Dong stopped. He turned around, looked at the human specimen inside the glass and nodded his head. It's possible. Look, if we look from outside these glasses, they seem to be shorter than humans. One of the female warriors looked at the glass and said to the rest of them, These glass containers do make them look smaller than they might be. However, when they took a closer look, they noticed that these humans were at least 3 meters tall. Most of them looked extremely muscular. These are aliens, right? One of the warriors looked at the body that was 3 meters tall and asked. Shen Dong was surprised as well. But, even when he was shocked, he still shook his head. No matter what, let's get out of here first. He didn't want any more trouble to happen. Chapter 839 Broken Glasses. Chapter 839 Broken Glasses. Shy. Then, another soft sound came from a corner. What's the noise? One of the warriors who was badly shocked asked out of fear when he heard the sound. What sound? Don't be stupid. One of the men answered him. Jiang Ying, what are you looking at? Shen Dong was about to leave when he saw the female warrior who was holding onto the ancient book and was studying the text on it. I think I can understand this. She was holding onto a mini laptop. She was looking at the text that was written in the ancient book and was typing something onto her laptop. What did you understand from it? The rest of them got curious as well. Jiang Ying was a female warrior who was an expert with languages. When it came to languages, she had a special talent for it. The energy transmitter. Jiang Ying looked at the transparent tubes that were made of glass and mumbled to herself. Transmitter, what's that? Some of the warriors who overheard her asked out of curiosity. These people seem to have been here for a long time. Then, they ran out of energy or something. I can read the rest of it. In conclusion, they are using some methods to get the energy from the odd crystal through the tube, so that they could wake up one day. Jiang Ying continued explaining it to them. These frogs must have been brought here by these people. With the ghost ship, they have been hunting for high-grade evolved beasts in order to get more odd crystals, so that they could operate this place. Lin Z nodded his head. He agreed with what Jiang Ying was saying. I wonder what are the abilities of these people. One of the warriors looked into the glass tube. He mumbled to himself as he checked out the humans who were inside the tube. We just have to stay out of trouble. Due to what had happened earlier, Shendong's face was not looking great. What if the people inside here wake up when we come back later? One of the warriors who was worried asked Shendong. Since earlier, the mutant frogs have been nothing but scary, and these humans must be several times scarier than them. Let's plug them off first. Then, they wouldn't be able to come back to life. Some of the warriors thought about it and suggested. As they were saying it, they had already started pulling out the tubes that were connected to the glass containers. Don't. Jiang Ying wanted to stop them, but the warriors had already pulled out several of them. As they removed it, the glass tubes that were shining brightly in white earlier had all turned dull instantly. Look, without the energy, they can't survive anymore. One of the warriors pointed at the glass tube that had turned dull. I don't think you should touch it anymore. Jiang Ying frowned as she told the rest of them. She couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right. Just stop. Let's leave first. Shendong had a bad feeling about it as well. Especially when the glass tubes had turned dull. The humans inside of it looked even scarier than before. It caused goosebumps all over his body. Luo You frowned when she noticed something. What's wrong? When Lin Z sensed her reaction, he asked out of curiosity. I think that thing moved its eyes. Luo You was looking at one of the humans standing inside the glass tubes that have turned dull. Lin Z followed her gaze and took a good look, but he didn't notice anything wrong with it. These people were like corpse. They couldn't even distinguish if these bodies were male or female since they had no sex organs. I told you to stop. Jiang Ying looked at the warriors who were still plugging the tubes and screamed at the top of her lungs. Some of the warriors jumped out of shock. Damn it. BTCH, why are you screaming? One of the warriors who got shocked turned furious. Don't touch these, just leave. Jiang Ying shouted once again. See, nothing happened. I'm sure that they are useless now. One of the warriors answered boastfully. Crack. But then, at that moment, there was a peculiar sound that followed. What's that sound? Lin Z had a good sense of hearing, and he heard as if he heard something and decided to ask the rest of them. What did you hear? Shendong got curious as well. This is because most of the tubes have been unplugged and all of them have turned dull, causing it to look even more frightening. It looks like the glass cracked. One of the men noticed that there was a huge crack on one of the glass tubes. The rest of them were shocked when they saw what happened. Hack. The sound of glass cracking continued, and all of a sudden, all of the glass tubes around them started cracking. It looked as if the glass tubes were about to explode. It's exploding. I already told you guys not to touch it. Jiang Ying rubbed her temples as she said helplessly. According to the notes, once the glass tubes were destroyed, something was bound to happen. But she couldn't understand what was written after that. This was why they shouldn't have touched it in the first place. But these men refused to listen to her. Back. Then, another loud sound was heard. All of the glass tubes that surrounded them had exploded. Most of the liquids inside the glass tubes started flowing out as well. The bodies fell to the ground as well when the glass broke. Lin Z and Luo You took a step back subconsciously, so that they wouldn't touch the unknown liquid that came out of the glass tube. Damn it, it's just a bunch of dead bodies. They aren't alive. One of the warriors screamed as he got frightened, but when he saw how all of them were lying motionlessly on the ground, he let out a breath of relief. These bodies were huge. They were 3 meters tall like a mini giant. You scared me. One of the warriors sneered as he tried to stomp on one of the giant's heads. Boom! Just when his foot was about to touch the giant's head that was on the ground, he felt as if his leg had been caught onto something. The look on his face changed, and it turned pale when he saw the thing that was holding onto him. Chapter 840 Horrifying Giant. Chapter 840 Horrifying Giant. A scream came. Raising his eyes and looking over there, he saw that the leg of one of the warriors was torn off. It's resurrected. Taking a closer look, a giant on the ground actually woke up. After breaking the man's foot, it raised its hand and continued to attack the man. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the man was smashed by the giant's hand. The scene looked extremely bloody. I told you not to touch these things. Jiang Ying's face was pale at this time. The giants in these glass containers actually came to life. Hurry up. Shandong was also taken aback and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Lin Z took Luo Yu's hand and walked over to the base where they were at. At one glance, it was clear that these were not ordinary human beings. There was a terrifying aura from their bodies. Those warriors inside originally wanted to escape, but the transparent liquid that flowed out on the ground was very slippery, making it impossible for them to leave so easily, and those giants quickly woke up at this time. Then all attacked them. What? There was constant screaming. When Lin Z and Luo Yu went to the base hall, they found that the door that they pushed open was actually closed again. Boom! And just as Lin Z and the others wanted to leave, a warrior's body flew out, hitting the big gate heavily. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Looking back, they saw those giants running out. At first glance, these people looked similar to ordinary human beings, but they were tall and without reproductive organs. There seemed to be no gender distinction. Their eyes were dark blue and the pupils were red, which looked very strange. What should we do? Yang Ying's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene. Shandong was covered in cold sweat and all these people actually woke up. And the power from their bodies seems to be very terrifying. Even a warrior, at the king warrior level like him felt a lot of pressure. Roar! A giant let out a roar, then charged directly towards Lin Z and the others. When Lin Z saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Then holding the long spear in his hand, he directly attacked it. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with a giant's fist and a dull sound suddenly erupted. His long spear could not directly penetrate it. And Luo Yu looked at the giant that kept coming over and instantly unfolded a sphere to defend. Damn! In the current situation, there is no way to leave and Shandong has no choice but to unfold his sphere. Boom boom boom! Some warriors who escaped were also attacked by those giants at this time. There was no way. In this spacious base, they could only fight those giants. Lin Z kept attacking a giant, but the skin of these people seemed to be different from ordinary human skin. Very tough. The spearhead of the spear had no way to penetrate their bodies, and their fists bombarded, but they had extremely strong destructive power. He looks to the front and saw the body of one of the warriors, which was directly smashed into flesh by the fists of those giants. Lin Z frowned slightly, feeling the pressure. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the Heavenly Array. Under the blessing of Heavenly Array, his power has increased a lot. Humph! Looking at the giants who were attacking him again, Lin Z snorted coldly and waved the spear frantically. One after another flaming birds burst out. Those dark blue flaming birds directly impacted the bodies of those giants. If it was a warrior of the king warrior level, being directly impacted by this hellfire without the protection of the sphere, the body would probably be annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. But when these flames hit the bodies of those giants, they could only see the skin of these people, slowly turning black. The skin of these giants was too tough and terrifying. While Lin Z unfolded his sphere to resist the attack of these giants, he continued to wave the spear in his hand, forming a large number of flaming birds. Boom boom boom! Soon, a large amount of hellfire covered the bodies of those giants. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Although the hellfire couldn't kill it right away, but after the impact of the hellfire, in the next moment, the spear that Lin Z stabbed out could easily penetrate their bodies. As their bodies were penetrated, a large amount of blue blood sputtered out. But these giants still attacked Lin Z, as if they didn't feel the pain. Damn it! Lin Z cursed secretly. Holding the spear in his hand, he chopped off a giant's head directly. The giant's huge body was then stopped. Lin Z didn't stop what he was doing at this time. He moved and continued to attack the giants. Boom boom boom! After gaining experience in killing, Lin Z easily killed those giants. Soon, the bodies of the giants all fell to the ground. Hoo hoo hoo! Shandong and Yang Ying were lying next to the wall behind them, looking at the corpses of the giants lying on the ground with a hint of fear in their eyes. The attacks of these giants were extremely powerful, and their defenses were also terrifying. He couldn't move at all, even if he unfolded the sphere. Shandong was a little dizzy from their punches. Are you hurt? Lin Z asked Luo You. Luo You shook her head. Just now she also took the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 giants. Because after the hellfire released by Lin Z wrapped the giants, the tough and terrifying skin on their bodies seemed to be easily broken. All dead. He looked around, but found that the previous warriors were all dead. Only Chen Dong and Jiang Ying were left. The result was too tragic. Captain Chen, what are you going to do now? Lin Z looked over at Chen Dong and said lightly, go back. Get them to pull the boat back. Chen Dong took a deep breath, then stood up and said. Lin Z nodded, then looked at the gate and found that there was no switch on the gate. The gate has to be pushed open. Standing beside this gate, Lin Z discovered that this gate can be pushed from both inside and outside. With a little force, he pushed it open directly. Those bursts of lightning didn't have much impact on Lin Z at all. I didn't expect that so many people would die. After walking out of the underground base, Chen Dong said with a sigh, Chapter 841 it's over. Chapter 841 it's over. In the end, including himself, there were only 4 people left. I said it. Tell them not to touch those things. At this time, Jiang Ying was still holding the book and said helplessly, just now, if she wasn't lucky, she would have died in that base. Lin Z felt a little weird at this time. From the moment he entered the base to fight the giants, Lin Z felt that the head in his body became active. I don't know where these people come from. Thinking of the giants just now, Shen Dong couldn't help but speak out in fear. The bodies of those giants are really terrifying, and their physical strength alone could resist the skill attack of the king warrior. Namir planet. Jiang Ying looked at the strange words on the quaint book and said in a low voice, what did you say? Hearing her words, Lin Z said aloud. Jiang Ying was all taken aback at this moment. What's the matter, brother Lin? Chen Dong was also stunned for a moment. Luo You looked at Lin Z curiously. She rarely saw Lin Z show such an expression. I'm sorry. I lost my cool. Lin Z said a little embarrassedly at this time. I want to ask. What you said just now. Is it Namir planet? Lin Z took a deep breath, calmed down and said to Jiang Ying. N? Jiang Ying nodded. Is there any information in it? Namir planet. Lin Z of course remembered this planet. This was the Tower of Trials, and the old man was on the original planet. Because he was hunted down by a Bai family on Namir planet, he fled to Earth. And he could also be said to be the ancestor of the warriors on Earth. The massive energy he bestowed on Lin Z contained extremely powerful power, and Lin Z still hadn't completely absorbed it. I still don't understand the back yet. Jiang Ying shook her head and said, Namir planet. I don't seem to have heard of it. Chen Dong thought about it seriously at this time, then shook his head and said, let me know after you've studied this thing. Lin Z said to Jiang Ying. Sure. Although Jiang Ying was a little surprised that Lin Z attached so much importance to this Namir planet, she still nodded. At this time, everyone had gone outside. The sky was still gray and it looked extraordinarily weird. When they returned to the ship, some crew members said curiously, Captain Chen, where are they? Because now, there were only 4 of them. The figures of the dozen or so warriors from before have all disappeared. Dead. Chen Dong said lightly. Dead. Hearing Chen Dong's words, the crew members on the ship were all surprised. Those warriors just now were all top-level Master Warrior-level warriors, as well as King Warrior-level warriors. All of them died. We have found the ghost ship. Now we will arrange for people to pull it out. Chen Dong said aloud at this time. Really? When the crew members on the ship heard Chen Dong's words, their eyes suddenly showed surprise. After Lin Z and the others boarded the ship, according to the approximate position previously estimated, Chen Dong directed the ship and went over. On the other side of the island, there was an inconspicuous hole. Soon, those people sent people to pull the ghost ship out. Shortly after the ghost ship came out, the whole island began to shake. What's happening? Some people looked at the shaking island and couldn't help being surprised. Lin Z and Luo You stood on the deck and looked at the island. At this time, if you look closely, you can clearly see the island and it begins to sink slowly. It should be the self-destruction device in the base that has activated. Jiang Ying watched this scene and said subconsciously, I see. Shendong nodded. Boom! As the island sank to a certain extent. In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded. The entire Black River swayed violently. The cruise ship that Lin Z was in shook wildly. It's over. Shendong looked at this scene and sighed. They traveled far and wide looking for something, only to find it easily, but there were too many people who have died. Let's return. The cruise ship pulled the ghost ship along and soon they began to drive toward the pier. Soon, Lin Z and the others returned to the yard where they received the mission. You guys wait here, mister, and we'll come over later. Shendong arranged for Lin Z and others to sit at the yard and said aloud. N. Jiang Ying nodded and didn't seem to be in a hurry at this time. It's over. Where do you want to go after that? Lin Z stood beside Luo You, looked at Luo You softly, helped her brush the hair on her forehead and said, Wherever you go, I'll go with you. Luo You showed a smile and said, looking at Luo Yu's smile, Lin Z couldn't help being mesmerized. What are you looking at? Idiot. Luo Yu blushed slightly, looked at Lin Z angrily and said aloud, Cough cough. Lin Z came back to his senses at this time, noticed that Jiang Ying seemed to be looking at him and Luo Yu was a little embarrassed. Just can't get enough of you. Lin Z approached Luo Yu's ear and whispered. Luo Yu gave Lin Z a blank look, but her heart was full of joy. Looking at Lin Z who was so close to her right now, Luo Yu seemed to recall the past. More than a year has passed. It seemed that it has been a long time since she met Lin Z. It was so long that it seemed as if he was with her through everything she had been through. It would be great if it could go on forever. Cough cough. At this moment, Mr. N sat on an electric wheelchair and drove slowly over. Behind him, there are still several men in black. After not seeing him for a few days, Mr. N seemed to be very haggard. You guys are back, Mr. N said in a hoarse voice. Well, the ghost ship. We have found it. Jiang Ying nodded and said aloud. It seems that many people died in the Blacksticks. Looking at Lin Z and the others who were the only few remaining, Mr. N said, I don't need the ghost ship anymore. Don't need it, Mr. N seemed to have thought of something and rubbed his red eyes. Since they are all dead, I will give you everything. 6 life crystals each. Chapter 842 Respected Warrior. Chapter 842 Respected Warrior. Okay. You guys can go after taking the crystals. Mr. N waved his hand at this time. The 3 men in black at the back walked over to Lin Z and the others with items in their hands at the same time. Lin Z took the box that one of the men in black handed him. Inside the box were life crystals. Okay. You've got your things. Quickly leave. At this time, Mr. N waved his hand and said, it was obvious that an evacuation order was issued. Let's go. Lin Z spoke to Luo Yu who was beside him. Luo Yu nodded, and then left directly. And you guys are out. When they just walked outside, they happened to meet Chen Dong. Mr. Shen, that old man, why did he want the ghost ship? Jiang Ying still spoke out of curiosity at this time. Well, it's not that I can't say. Shen Dong was startled, hesitated for a moment, and said aloud, previously, that the king warrior brought the treasures on the ghost ship and there was healing holy water, which is said to be the divine water that cures all diseases. Shen Dong said, he wants to save someone. And, Mr. An's wife is seriously ill and has been in a coma for many years. Even using the life crystal will not help. This is his only hope. But it's too late. Before we came back, his wife had passed away. I see, Jiang Ying said in a low voice. But it's useless even if we find the ghost ship. After all, the contents inside have already disappeared. Shen Dong spread his hands helplessly and said, okay, everyone, goodbye. Shen Dong looked at the time on his watch, waved his hand, and left. Jiang Ying, wait a minute. Just when Jiang Ying was about to say goodbye, Lin Z said aloud, what's the matter? Jiang Ying said curiously, that book. If you find anything, tell me. Okay. Lin Z said. Jiang Ying was startled, but quickly reacted. Sure. After leaving her contact information, Jianying waved goodbye. Namir planet. These giants must have come from the Namir planet. He just didn't know how the people from Namir planet came here. Let's go too. Luo You looked at Lin Z and said with a smile. The two came to a green grass outside the dark city. Sitting on the grass, Luo You handed the life crystal to Lin Z. Luo You shook her head and said that she didn't need it. Lin Z was not pretentious and took out the 6 life crystals at this time. According to what I have seen, the method of absorbing the life crystal is to swallow it directly into the body. Looking at the 6 life crystals in his hand, Lin Z hesitated for a while, and put them into his mouth one by one. These life crystals, as soon as they entered the mouth, seemed to turn into smooth fruit jelly, and instantly entered his stomach. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his entire body. It was very comfortable, as if the whole body was warmed up. At this time, Lin Z had already crossed his legs and closed his eyes. The life crystal can restore some of the vitality that has been overdrawn before, and repair some wounds in the body. This kind of thing is something that can't be found. The old man probably had a hard time collecting these life crystals. Soon, a faint blue light burst out from Lin Z's body. Luo You sat quietly beside Lin Z, looking at Lin Z without saying anything. Time passed quickly, and the vitality in those life crystals was being continuously absorbed by Lin Z's body. At this time, with the continuous absorption of life crystals, Lin Z's complexion became better and better. After some time, when Lin Z opened his eyes again, it was already nighttime. Luo You looked at Lin Z, who opened her eyes, and she was surprised. Because of the current Lin Z felt different from before. It's not a change in appearance, but a change in temperament. The whole person seems to have become stronger. Why do you look at me like that? Am I too handsome? Lin Z, who had just opened his eyes, laughed at Luo You. Luo You rolled her eyes at Lin Z, and then handed Lin Z a roasted animal leg. Beside this, Luo You has already started a fire, making the surroundings bright. Delicious. Lin Z was also a little hungry. After biting hard on his stovepipe, he said with a smile, "No one is snatching that from you." Luo You had a smile in her eyes, and said in a soft voice, "By the way, you just broke through." Luo You seemed to have thought of something, and then said subconsciously, "An?" Lin Z nodded. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was extremely comfortable. After entering the system interface, he could see his attributes. Level 60. Strength 5,214. Physique 5,541. Speed 2018. Skills: Analytic, High Fury, Disguise, Engulf, Mirror Image, Heavenly Array, Reset, Power of the Stars, Golden Body, Immortality, Exotic, Summoning, Sacrifice, Skill Enhancement. Title: King Warrior. Unused titles: Rank 1 Warrior, Rank 2 Warrior, Rank 3 Warrior, Rank 4 Warrior, Rank 5 Warrior, Rank 6 Warrior, Rank 7 Warrior, Rank 8 Warrior, Rank 9 Warrior, Master Warrior, Respected Warrior. Rage build-up to Monthio. Potential point 60. Respected Warrior. He has been promoted to the level of Respected Warrior. After being promoted to the level of Respected Warrior, Lin Z looked around and felt different. It's like when he was looking at things, he could magnify things by many times and see very clearly if he wanted to. Moreover, the sense of power from the whole body made Lin Z even more surprised. The life crystals made up for a lot of the vitality that he lost at that time, and cured some of the diseases in the body, which allowed Lin Z, who should have broken through a long time ago, succeed this time in one fell swoop. Now, he has become a Respected Warrior. Taking a closer look at the new title of Respected Warrior, in addition to the ability to inherit the previous title of King Warrior, he also gained a new skill. Dazzling Mark Wind. Your attack will come with the wind attribute, with a 10 chance to trigger a wind-based skill. Looking at this introduction, Lin Z's eyes were slightly surprised. It seemed to be quite strong, but he wasn't sure what the actual effect would be. Right now, what Lin Z wanted to see the most was new skill. What is the use of skill enhancement? After all, it is a skill only possessed at the Respected Warrior level, Chapter 843 Welcome back. Chapter 843 Welcome back. Lin Z did not hesitate at this time and continued to find out more. Skill enhancement. Strengthen the skill you are about to use once to make it reach the holy level. Cooldown time 24 hours. Holy level. Seeing these words, the pupils in Lin Z's eyes could not help shrinking. Is this a skill level that is even more powerful than a purple gold skill? However, the cooling time was indeed a little longer. Lin Z. At this moment, a voice came. Luo Yu's hand waved in front of Lin Z. I was a little distracted just thinking about something. Lin Z came back to his senses and said with a smile, Look, the moon is so full tonight. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the stars were bright tonight and the moon was round. It looks very nice. And Luo Yu sat on Lin Z's side, her eyes also looking at the night sky and the corners of her mouth curled up. Where are we going tomorrow? Luo Yu suddenly said. Wandering far and wide. Lin Z smiled. For the next month, Lin Z traveled with Luo Yu while cultivating. On this day, in Kangqiang City, Luo Yan was walking on the street. Although it was early in the morning, there was no one on the street, which made her very curious. Hee, this chick, she looks pretty good. At this moment, several warriors walked in front and blocked Luo Yan. Luo Yan frowned slightly when she saw these people, then walked directly to the other side. She wanted to go past them directly, but at this time, one of the warriors walked over and continued to block Luo Yan. Tisk, what's the hurry? Come play with Sun Shao. The warrior who claimed to be Sun Shao showed an obscene smile at this time, then reached out to touch Luo Yan. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in Kangqiang City. Moreover, this woman's body is charming, which attracts him even more. Looking at the hand he stretched out, Luo Yan felt nauseated for a while. After dodging, she glared at him and said coldly, Go away. Yo, who do you think you are? Hearing Luo Yan's words, Sun Shao's eyes showed a grim look. In Kangqiang City, there were almost no people who dared to resist him now. This woman dared to resist her. She didn't know her life or death. You stay away from her. At the same time, Liupan had already walked over from the other side with an axe. In the back were Kai and Lin. Yo, the two chicks from the Qian family and the Yin family are here too. Sun Shao obviously knew Kai and Lin and said with a wicked smile, Don't tell me you two also want to help me warm the bed. Ha. Hearing Sun Shao's words, the warriors behind Sun Shao couldn't help laughing. The faces of Kai and Lin became ugly at this time, because in the past 6 months, the Sun family has someone already in the peak of King Warrior. The seniors of the Qian family and the Yin family were suppressed by him. Now the entire Kangqiang City was no longer headed by 3 forces. Now, the Sun family has become the most powerful force in Kangqiang City. Sister Luo Yan, let's go. Although Kai was angry, she had nothing to do with Sun Shao now. After all, the power of the Sun family is too great now. Go, where are you going? Sun Shao snorted coldly. At this moment, several warriors directly blocked them. Go away. Liupan is an impatient person. Looking at this scene at this time, he was instantly furious. Holding the battle axe in his hand, he was about to attack the warriors who were blocking the way. Courting death. The faces of these warriors changed slightly and they fought against Liupan. Dang. The sound of weapons colliding continued to sound and fatty Liu pupils became red when he was fighting. He has already reached the strength of a master warrior and in this combat state, his strength has also become stronger. But the few warriors he faced were all warriors at the peak of master warrior and Liupan's strength was also limited. Soon, he was hit by powerful skills and flew out. He fell heavily to the ground. Liupan, are you alright? Luo Yan and the others helped Liupan up at this time. I'm fine. Liupan wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said aloud, Take them all back. Sun Shao said coldly at this time, You dare? When Kai and Lin heard his words, the expressions in their eyes suddenly changed. His words were too bold. They are from the Yin family and the Qian family. Hee. You guys should know. After today, There will be no Wen family or Kain family. In Kangkyong City, there is only our Sun family. Sun Shao said proudly at this time. What do you mean? And Kiss' face changed greatly and she said subconsciously. At this moment, her phone rang. Elder brother. It was An Uo's call. And Kai. Where are you now? Hurry up and leave Kangkyong City. The Sun family is crazy. What happened? In the next moment, the call seemed to hang up. What the hell did you do? And Kai looked at Sun Shao and said loudly. Taking a closer look, today's Kangkyong City was a little abnormal. Now on the street, apart from them, there was nothing else. When they came out just now, they didn't notice this. Our Sun family just feels that in this Kangkyong City, there is no need for your family to exist. Sun Shao said lightly at this time. Aren't you afraid that the government, His Majesty the Emperor also thinks that one Sun family in Kangkyong City is sufficient? Sun Shao didn't panic at all and said calmly. Take them away from me. And Kai and Qian Lin's expressions changed and just as they were about to make a move, Sun Shao's stern shout came over. From the other side, there were quite a few warriors from the Sun family. They were going to capture Kai and others. And why is Kangkyong City different from usual today? At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Luo Yan and the others, who were about to make a life and death struggle, heard this voice and the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. They glanced sharply ahead and saw a familiar figure. A young man, and beside him, there was a woman who looked cold, but was extremely perfect. Like a pair of immortals slowly walking over. Master. Lin Z, Luo You, and Kai and Lin spoke at the same time. Their eyes were full of surprise. And Liupan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Brother Lin Z, welcome back. Chapter 844 War. Chapter 844 War. Huh, this woman looks good. Bring her here. Sun Shao looked at Luo You who was next to Lin Z and his eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen such a perfect woman. Sun Shao swallowed. Those warriors walked directly towards Luo You at this time. Come with us. Those warriors showed a wicked smile. And then they were about to grab Luo You. At that moment, a cold light flashed by. Their outstretched hands were all cut off neatly. Blood splattered. What? These warriors couldn't help wailing. Luo You didn't know when a long sword appeared in Luo Yu's hand. And blood was dripping from the long sword. A very decisive and ruthless woman. When Sun Shao saw this scene, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Scram. Lin Z looked at these warriors and said lightly. At this moment, these warriors flew out directly. Take him. When Sun Shao saw this scene, his face changed greatly. But he still shouted angrily. At this moment, these warriors all surrounded Lin Z. Scram. Another faint scram was heard and those warriors flew out before they approached Lin Z. At this time, Sun Shao's face became extremely ugly. His subordinates were all at peak master warrior, and there were even 1 or 2 warrior kings. However, Lin Z just said the word scram and they flew out. This is too scary. How much power does it take to be able to do all this? Sun Shao was panicking a little at this time, but he still pretended to be very strong on the surface. Boy, do you know who we are? He turned his eyes to the front, stared at Lin Z and said coldly. Did he just bully you guys? Lin Z looked at Liupan and said. At this time, Luo Yan was already hugging Luo You excitedly. Master, this guy is also from the Sun family. And Kai and Lin watched Lin Z's arrival. And while they were excited, they pointed to Sun Shao and said aloud. It seems that the people of the Sun family are still like this. Lin Z narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Shao with faint killing intent in his eyes. And now the Sun family seems to be attacking our family. Kai and Lin said nervously at this time. His words just fell. And at this moment, there was a loud noise around him. The whole ground seemed to be shaking. The battle started. At this time, Liupan also opened his eyes wide and said, Ha ha ha, the Yin family and the Qian family are finished. At this moment, Sun Shao said savagely, those who are sensible, kneel on the ground for me now and I might spare your life. Sun Shao couldn't help laughing as he watched the battle start in the distance. You talk a lot. Lin Z said lightly, following his thoughts. In the next moment, a translucent square matrix appeared on Sun Xiao's head, directly cover his head. Sun Xiao's eyes widened. His hands were placed on the square matrix, and he wanted to pull away, but he couldn't move at all. What the hell did you do? Let me go. With his head stuck in this matrix, Sun Xiao yelled with a ghastly face. He is a member of the Sun family, and he will soon become the only big family in Kangqion City. Lin Z ignored his words and said to Qianlin and Kai, "You guys have improved a lot. It seems that you have cultivated well." "Of course." And Kai waved her fist and said, "Master, I heard that you fought with your majesty at the beginning. Is it true?" At this time, Qianlin also spoke out of curiosity. Yes. Yes. What happened at that time? Don't talk nonsense. The Sun family has already attacked your family. Liupan couldn't help saying aloud when he heard them chattering non-stop. By the way, Master, let's go back quickly. And Kai was also agitated at this time. And she said anxiously, "Boom boom boom." On the Yin family side, a large number of warriors had rushed into the Yin family and fought with the guards. Because the Sun family was well prepared, it was a one-sided battle. "Sun Ba, don't you fear that we will let His Majesty know about this?" The head of the Yin family, and Jun said angrily, looking at Sun Ba over there in the air. At this time, Sun Ba glanced at Jun, waved his right hand, and a terrifying thunder and lightning skill killed a large number of Yin family's guards, and suddenly said angrily, "Do you think that your majesty really doesn't know?" Sun Ba said coldly to Jun below, "What do you mean?" Jun's pupils narrowed slightly. Your Yin family controls the aviation services of the Marquee planet, while the Qian family controls the energy. Your majesty feels that it is not very reassuring to let you guys do it. Sun Ba continued to speak. "You are talking nonsense. That's not what your majesty meant." At this time, Jun still gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, I don't need to explain so much to you," Sun Ba said in a cold voice. With a wave of his hand, more warriors from the Sun family rushed in. At this time, Yuo was killing those warriors from the Sun family who rushed in. He was slashed by Sun Ba with a thunder and lightning skill, and his body flew out immediately. "Stop." Seeing this scene, Jun's eyes turned red and he said angrily, "If things go on like this, the Yin family will really be exterminated. All killed." Sun Ba, who was suspended in the air, sneered and continued to speak. "What?" But at this moment, with a loud noise, a wailing sound came. This time, it wasn't the wailing from the Yin family, but the Sun family. Sun Ba was stunned for a moment. He looked back and saw that all the warriors of the Sun family flew out, slamming into the surroundings heavily, and some of them smashed into a pulp. "Grandfather!" And Kai rushed in at this time. Looking at the scene, she couldn't help but feel anxious. "Run, don't come back." And Ivuo pressed the spear against the ground, slowly propped up his injured body, looked at Kai who came back, and suddenly shouted angrily. But when Yuo looked up and looked in front of him, he found that the Sun family members who had just rushed into his home had all collapsed on the ground. "And Kai, why are you back?" Looking at Ki's figure, Jun said anxiously, "Don't be afraid. My master is here." And Kai looked at Jun, and Yuo, who was nearby, and said, "Master." And Jun was startled. "By the way, Grandpa, my parents and the others, they are in the basement." "They are fine." And Jun said at this time, "It's you." And Yuo looked ahead and saw a familiar man. Chapter AN45 One-Sided Situation. Chapter AN45 One-Sided Situation. Lin Z, the master who he thought was unreliable at the time. Why is he here? Just as Lin Z walked in, there were some warriors from the Sun family rushing over, trying to kill Lin Z. But at this time, Lin Z calmly took out the dark-edged spear he was carrying. With a single stroke of the spear, it directly killed the warriors who rushed over. Luo Yu's current strength has risen to the level of a king warrior. Moreover, her physique was special and her swordsmanship was also perfected. She, Qianlin and the others will go to the Qian family and they would be fine. As for Sun Ba, the most powerful warrior of the Sun family, at the peak of king warrior level, in the Yin family, Only Lin Z can deal with him. Courting death. Sun Ba, who was in the air, saw that Lin Z killed a large number of Sun's warriors in an instant, and his face suddenly became hideous. With a wave of both hands, a very terrifying giant lightning ball was formed and it charged directly towards Lin Z below. Be careful. When Uo saw this scene, she couldn't help roaring loudly. Boom! But Lin Z didn't seem to be able to react. At this moment, he was directly hit by the huge lightning ball. The surrounding ground instantly made a loud noise. The entire ground collapsed, and Kiss' eyes were full of worry. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Lin Z's figure slowly appearing again. That's it. Lin Z raised his head to look at Sun Ba, who was above him, and said lightly, "This is impossible." Sun Ba looked down, as if Lin Z was not injured at all. His eyes were full of disbelief. With the blow just now, even if the General King Warrior would be seriously injured or even killed without the protection of the sphere. But this young man seemed perfectly fine. This is really incredible. Kill him. After that, the warriors rushed over again and again. Before those warriors had time to attack, they saw Lin Z waving the spear in his hand. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a large number of flaming birds burst out. These flaming birds directly charged over. Those warriors were hit by the flaming birds, and in the next moment, they were directly burned into bones. Some of them didn't even have a corpse and were immediately annihilated. Sun Ba, who was in the air, opened his eyes wide in fright. Hundreds of thousands of warriors were wiped out just like that. Not only Sun Ba, but even the people of the Yin family were stunned. Looking at Lin Z over there, he was like a god. "He'll give you a ride." Lin Z raised his eyes and looked at Sun Ba, who was in the air. With a slight force on his legs, he jumped straight into the air. "Go to hell." Seeing Lin Z rushing up, Sun Ba roared and two huge lightning spears appeared in his hands. He directly volleyed towards Lin Z, who was rushing up. Whizzing. But Lin Z, who flew up, triggered a thought, and a large number of matrices suddenly appeared under his feet. Using the matrix as a pedal, he easily dodged the two huge lightning spears. At the same time, he held the dark edge spear in his hand and stabbed directly at Sun Ba. The pupils in Sun Ba's eyes shrank suddenly. Subconsciously unfold the sphere. Boom! But as soon as his sphere unfolded, there was a loud noise. A huge hole appeared in the whole sphere. Sun Ba in the round opened his eyes wide, then looked down at his chest. He found that a huge bloody hole had appeared in his chest. Goodbye. Lin Z's figure had already appeared behind him. Then he said lightly. Sun Ba still had a look of disbelief in his eyes. How could he, a king warrior closest to becoming respected warrior, get killed by a nobody? Boom! In the next moment, his body hit the ground heavily. Sun Ba, is he dead? And Uo and Jun seemed to be frozen at this time, looking at Lin Z's body over there, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sun Ba, who was so powerful, was killed so easily. What is the origin of this kid? And Jun widened his eyes. And Kai, you said he was your master. And his name is Lin Z, and he's my master. At this moment, An Kai had a proud look in her eyes. The Sun family's attempts to reorganize Kankyeon's city this time has undoubtedly failed. The high-level warriors from the Kan family were all beheaded by Luo You. And Sun Ba, the strongest member of the Sun family, was also killed by Lin Z. Next, it was the Yin family and the Kan family counterattack. This time, the Yin family and the Kan family not only were not destroyed, but they survived, annexed the strength of the Sun family and became stronger. And the Sun family has completely disappeared. This time, if it wasn't for Brother Lin, our Yin family would be a great disaster. Thank you. On the night of the second day, the Yin family and the Yin family were holding a banquet on the top floor of the most exclusive hotel in Kankyeon City. At this time, Jun raised his glass and said respectfully to Lin Z, "My Kayan family wants to thank you too." Kayan Po, the patriarch of the Yin family, also said with gratitude at this time, "You are welcome." Lin Z smiled lightly, raised his glass and drank it with them. "Brother Lin, where have you been this year? Tell us." At this time, Liupan, who was sitting on the other side, said out of curiosity, "Yes, master, tell us about it." And Kai and Lin were very curious at this time. Lin Z smiled helplessly. Then he picked out some experiences and told them. Both Kai and Lin were amazed by those magical and thrilling places. Everyone was very happy at the banquet tonight, and soon it was late at night. Luo You. At this moment, Luo You seemed to have fallen asleep suddenly, leaning on Lin Z's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan said subconsciously. Sequely, Lin Z sighed, a look of guilt in his eyes, and told Luo Yan the matter, carrying Luo You back to the residence. Lin Z said to Luo Yan, who walked with him, "I will need to trouble you to take care of Luo You. Where are you going?" Hearing Lin Z's words, Luo Yan was stunned for a moment, then said aloud, "Fangan City." Lin Z said lightly, "Some things should be dealt with." Moreover, he didn't know if the Luo family has a solution to the sequelae caused by the Luo family's secret method that Luo You used. "You're crazy. How could you go there?" When Luo Yan heard Lin Z's words, her eyes widened and she cursed at Lin Z. Chapter 846 Deal with Earth. Chapter 846 Deal with Earth. Luo Yan seems to still remember what happened that day. "I must go," Lin Z said with a smile. "You, don't worry. I will be back." Asked Luo You to wait for me. After Lin Z covered the quilt for Luo You, he stood up and said to Luo Yan, "This guy." Luo Yan looked at Lin Z and knew that what he had decided would not be changed easily, so she stomped her feet a little annoyed. "Remember or come back. Otherwise I won't let my sister wait for you." Luo Yan glared at Lin Z and said, "I will." After Lin Z took a deep look at Luo You, he took his spear and set off for Fangan City again. Lin Z wasn't sure why he killed so many warriors outside Fangan City, and also fought with Huang Ying, the incarnation of respected warrior, but he was not wanted on Marquee Planet. It was as if this matter had been erased. So Lin Z easily took the Super Express train and headed to Fangan City. This time, Lin Z didn't book a private booth, but sat on the hard seat outside. "You are also going to Fangan City?" An uncle sitting beside Lin Z said to Lin Z curiously at this time. Lin Z said lightly, "Tomorrow is His Majesty's birthday, and the entire Fangan City is very lively." "Is it?" Lin Z said with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "His birthday, if nothing happens, will be his death anniversary." "Yes. This uncle is a chatterbox." At this time, he was talking to Lin Z nonstop. But Lin Z quickly closed his eyes and regained his senses, which made the uncle feel bored for a while, and closed his mouth wisely. After some time, Lin Z, who closed his eyes, heard some discussions. It is said that His Majesty is interested in a planet called Earth, and is ready to send someone to take a look there. "I've heard of it. But hasn't the Star Road over there been closed?" "Tisk. The Yin family just need to open the route again. Anyway, the route to the planet of the Earth was created by them. They want to deal with the Earth." Lin Z opened his eyes at this time, and said aloud to the two men who were sitting on the other side of the discussion. The two men were discussing, but when they heard Lin Z's words, they were stunned. "What do you mean by they? How can you talk this way?" When the man heard Lin Z's words, he frowned and said coldly, "If you dare to call your Majesty the Emperor like that, be careful, you'll be beheaded." Another man said disdainfully, because Lin Z's black pupils, in their eyes, are the sign of the inferior. Lin Z narrowed his eyes. This Huang Ying had ideas about the Earth, which made Lin Z determined to kill him. After closing his eyes, Lin Z continued to rest. HMPH. Bastard. The two Marquee Aborigines gave Lin Z a disdainful look at this moment. After the train stopped, it was already the evening of the next day. Because there was no warrior competition, Fangan City was also open at this time. There was no need for a passport as before. Soon, Lin Z walked in. "It's a pity. I didn't expect that Luo You would actually have the best warrior god physique in our Luo family." In a courtyard, an old man from the Luo family sighed and said, "HMPH. It's a pity that, like Luo Zhen, he became a cripple. Luo Jing, the current head of the Luo family, snorted coldly. What happened that day was a shame to their Luo family. Now His Majesty has agreed to attack the Yin family. As long as the Sun family suppressed the Yin family, the route to the Earth will be opened again. When we arrive, we can go and see the indigenous world where Luo Zhen escaped to. Luo Jing said with a gloomy face. Luo Jing, what do you want to do? The old man touched his beard, and there was a glint in his eyes. In order to regain the favor of the royal family, our Luo family will first control the Earth, and then provide convenience when His Majesty and others go to the Earth. Luo Jing said coldly. Well, this one is fine. Those who resist can be killed first. This old man is Luo Jing's father. Luo Tan, he said coldly at this time. The two of them seemed to be deciding some unimportant matters. Tisk tisk. But at this moment, a voice came. Who is it? The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed slightly. Because with their strength, they could sense it when they entered the courtyard, but they only heard the sound when it came from a very close distance. When they turned to look back, they clearly saw Lin Z's figure. Lin Z was wearing a white battle suit with a long spear on his back. Lin Z. Luo Jing saw Lin Z's figure at this time, and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. That day, he checked Lin Z's video of the warrior competition, and he had already seen relevant information about Lin Z. He's that kid. Luo Tan frowned at this moment. I didn't expect that you would dare to come here, humble earthling. Luo Jing said with a grim expression. A strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Is this the kid? Luo Tan looked at Lin Z, then said lightly. That's right. Luo Jing nodded. Capture him alive and hand it over to your majesty. Luo Tan looked at Lin Z coldly, and said lightly. Certainly. Luo Jing nodded slightly. And at the next moment, his figure moved and teleported directly to Lin Z. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab Lin Z's body. Swoosh! But just when his hand was about to catch Lin Z, Lin Z's figure disappeared instantly. Where did he go? The pupils in Luo Jing's eyes shrank suddenly. Where are you looking? Lin Z's figure suddenly passed from behind him. Damn! He roared. And as soon as he turned around, he was kicked in the chest by Lin Z and fell on the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise. The ground suddenly became sunken. PFFD. Luo Jing spat out a mouthful of blood at this time. He felt that his body was being stepped on by Lin Z's feet, and he couldn't get up at all. He couldn't gather the source strength from his body at this time. How is this possible? He is a peak warrior soul, and he has no way to break free. Courting death. When Luo Tan saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. With a wave of his right hand, the blue source strength materialized, instantly forming a huge blue arm and smashing it directly at Lin Z. Chapter 847 The Orchid of Heaven. Chapter 847 The Orchid of Heaven. Boom! The huge blue arm slammed into Lin Z's body, but it didn't blast Lin Z's body out. Taking a closer look, Lin Z had already unfolded a sphere at this moment. The sphere became blackish blue, which was very strange. This huge blue arm slammed into the sphere. Not only did it fail to move Lin Z's body, on the contrary, the blue arm seemed to be scorched by a strange dark blue flame. This was formed by the release of Luo Tan's source strength. At this time, he had no idea that even his source strength could be burned. He had to quickly withdraw his source strength. However, he was counterattacked by the source strength and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How was it possible? How is it possible? Luo Tan opened his eyes wide. Blood stained his white beard. He couldn't believe how this young man possessed such powerful power. Tell me, how do you get rid of the sequelae from the secret methods of your Luo family? Lin Z ignored Luo Tan. At this moment, he stepped on Luo Jing's chest and said lightly. Luo Jing struggled physically, but being stepped on by Lin Z, he was unable to move at all. His eyes were fixed on Lin Z. His face was hideous and his eyes were full of infinite killing intent. Speak, Lin Z said coldly with no expression on his face. As soon as his feet exerted a little force, Luo felt a sharp pain and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. I won't say anything. Luo seemed to have difficulty talking. I will definitely kill you. Ha ha ha. Liupan wanted to attack Lin Z on the other side. But Lin Z just unfolded the sphere. He had no way of attacking at all. He would also get caught in those terrifying flames by attacking Lin Z's sphere, which indirectly hurts him. Then, he'll kill all of your Luo family first. Lin Z stared at him, then said lightly, as if he was saying something trivial, "You dare?" Before Luo could speak, Liupan's eyes widened in anger. The source strength in his body was mobilized again, and at this moment, there were two pairs of huge blue arms that were about to hit Lin Z's body. Get lost. Lin Z squinted slightly and shouted. A powerful wave of source strength came, and before Liupan could attack, his body was blown away. It slammed into the wall behind. Luo's eyes widened. His father, Liupan, was a very powerful king warrior level warrior. At this time, Lin Z shouted so harshly and was blasted out. Have you reached the respected warrior realm? Luo thought of an unbelievable possibility at this time. His eyes widened and his voice trembled a little. What do you think? Lin Z did not deny it and said lightly, "He'll give you another chance. Otherwise, he'll kill him first." As soon as he finished speaking, with the swing of the dark edge spear in Lin Z's hand, a dark blue flaming bird was released with the swing of the spear. The flaming bird flew towards Liupan, hovering above his body. The temperature of the flame was extremely high and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. Now Liupan is injured, lying on the wall behind him, unable to dodge at all. As long as the flaming bird swoops down, his body will be directly annihilated. You dare? He is Luo Yu's grandfather. Under Lin Z's feet, Luo shouted loudly at this time. Is he worthy? Lin Z sneered at this time. These Luo family members merely used Luo Yu and Luo Yan as bargaining chips. Luo looked at Lin Z's eyes full of murderous intent and couldn't help but shudder. Now, he has no doubt that Lin Z will really kill Liupan. Liupan must not die. If Liupan dies, the entire Luo family will be in chaos. People from other families in Fangan City will also take the opportunity to attack the Luo family. At that time, the Luo family will really be finished. I say, Luo had no choice at this time. After clenching his teeth, he finally said aloud, "There's a limit to my patience." Lin Z stared at him and said lightly, "The Orchid of Heaven." What? Hearing Luo's words, Lin Z raised his brows. A special kind of flower that has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is said that the ancestors of our Luo family took this flower to eliminate the sequelae of the secret art. Legend. This is indeed recorded in the ancient books of our Luo family. The expression on Luo's face did not seem to be fake. Seeing that Lin Z still had a look of disbelief on his face, Luo gritted his teeth, then continued to say, "A few years ago, our Luo family had a direct descendant who was also troubled by the sequelae of the secret technique. No such flower has ever been seen on Marquee Planet. Now he's dead. However, it does exist in ancient books." Bring the book. Lin Z raised the foot that was on Luo's chest, then said lightly. Luo got up, touched the blood on his lips, looked at Lin Z in front of him and the expression in his eyes changed. Don't play tricks. It will take no more than 10 seconds to destroy your Luo family. Lin Z looked at Luo and said lightly, "You'll get it now." Luo thought for a while, then said aloud, "Originally, he wanted to use the power of the Luo family to surround Lin Z, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt that this method was not feasible. The power that Lin Z has displayed now was really too powerful. In the face of absolute power, there was no way to do it." On the other side, Liupan looked at the terrifying flaming bird hovering above his body and didn't dare to move at all. The incomparably hot temperature made him sweat all over his body. Not long after, Luo came over with a simple scroll. "That's it." Lin Z looked at the scroll in his hand and said lightly, "Yes." Although Luo looked very painful, he threw it towards Lin Z while saying it out loud. After Lin Z caught it, he immediately felt a strange feeling. This scroll seems to be made of special paper. Although it looks very primitive now, it is really well preserved. Lin Z pulled it open and saw a strange flower painted on the scroll. The flowers look like orchids, but the colors are weird. This was a color that he had never seen before. In addition to being able to heal injuries, the orchid of heaven also has a very wonderful effect on improving the body. The fairy flower formed by the legendary aura of heaven and earth. Chapter 848 Above the Palace. Chapter 848 Above the Palace. According to the above records, this kind of flower can only appear in the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is most abundant. Does the so-called weather aura mean the place with the most energy in the air? Continuing to look at it, this scroll was made 300 years ago. Have you looked for it before? Lin Z retracted the scroll, looked at Luo Jing and said lightly, "Yes. I've searched the entire Marquee planet, but I can't find it." Although Luo Jing was very reluctant, he still had no choice but to tell Lin Z, "If you really want to find it, you may have to find another powerful planet. A stronger planet than Marquee planet. A stronger planet than the Marquee planet." Hearing this, Lin Z seemed to have thought of something and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Lin Z left here. By the way, a warning. If you don't want to die, don't go to Earth. Just when Lin Z was about to step out of the gate, Lin Z said lightly, "Also, your king probably would not exist anymore after today." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Z's figure immediately disappeared. Who? Liupan let out a long sigh of relief at this time. A young man would give him such a great sense of oppression. Damn kid. At this time, Liupan also panted and stood up leaning against the wall. Thinking of the terrifying flame bird just now, he has lingering fears now. Luo Jing, has this kid's strength reached respected warrior? Liupan spoke to Luo Jing over there. Probably. Luo Jing thought for a moment, then nodded. Respected warrior. Does this kid really want to fight with his majesty? There seemed to be a strange light flashing in Liupan's eyes. Father. You. Although his majesty's strength is very strong. What? Liupan didn't finish his words. There were some things he couldn't say. I'll go get ready. Luo Jing also seemed to understand Liupan's meaning at this time, and said aloud at this time. And Lin Z, at this time, has already headed towards the palace of Fangan city. Huan Ying, get out of here. At this moment, above the palace, Lin Z's figure was suspended in the air, making a loud noise. With Lin Z's source strength, this voice spread throughout the entire Fangan city. A large number of warriors were shocked. All of them stood on higher grounds and looked over the top of the palace in the distance. He is back. Anyone who had heard of the battle a year ago had subconsciously thought of that boy at this time. Only he, the warrior who defeated 10,000 armies alone, could be so crazy to shout for his majesty. Long spear. White battlesuit. Young man. The rumor is true. Some people used special telescopes to look at Lin Z suspended above the palace, and they were immediately shocked. At this time, the entire Fangan city was almost paying attention to the situation over there. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Z, who was standing in the air, heard a clear voice at this time. A large number of missiles charged down directly. Boom boom boom. The entire sky, at this moment, sent out a terrifying explosion. At this moment, the entire Fangan city vibrated violently. As the thick smoke in the air dissipated, a dark blue sphere appeared. Under the protection of sphere, Lin Z did not suffer any harm at all. Get out here. Lin Z's voice continued to resound throughout the entire Fangan city. Although the power of these missiles is powerful, to Lin Z, they are like mosquito bites. And they didn't dare to launch even more powerful missiles. Because in this way, the entire Fangan city would be destroyed. How dare you come to the palace? Courting death. A stern shout came, and at this moment, dozens of top king warrior level warriors instantly appeared in the air. They all attacked Lin Z. This old turtle doesn't dare to come out yet. Lin Z raised his brows and then said lightly, insult his majesty. You die. A warrior roared. holding a huge axe and slashing at Lin Z's body. Humph! When Lin Z saw this scene, he snorted coldly and waved the dark-edged spear in both hands. Dang! The spear and his giant axe collided together and a huge sound suddenly erupted. The terrifying power was transmitted to the axe of the king warrior, causing the axe in his hand to fly straight out. Can't even hold it steady. Boom! And at this moment, a flaming bird burst out without knowing when and rushed directly to his body. He couldn't even cry out. His whole body instantly turned into a white bone and he fell directly. The power of this kid! In the distance, Luo Chen and Luo Jing also stood at the highest point of Luo's house, and they were shocked when they saw the pictures taken by the aerial camera from a high altitude. The 54 guards of the royal family are all top king warriors, and they are the strongest troops in the emperor's victory. This troop is capable of leveling the entire Marquee planet. But Lin Z actually killed one of the king warriors with just one move. Thinking of the battle with Lin Z just now, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Boom boom boom. At this time, Lin Z, who was in the air, was facing the attacks of more than 50 king warriors and these terrifying skills. But he seemed to be able to handle it with ease. The dark blue sphere blocked all the skills outside Lin Z's body. Bloodthirsty domain, dragon domain. All these king warriors unleashed their domain forces. Even a respected warrior would find it extremely difficult to deal with so many domain forces. But Lin Z was not in a hurry at all. With a thought, a lot of light burst out from his body. Purification domain. All the power of the domain disappeared at this moment. Fire refining starlit sky. At this moment, Lin Z roared loudly. The spear in his hand spun wildly. A sea of fire instantly appeared in the entire sky. The flames were dark blue. In the sea of fire, a large number of huge fireballs appeared, like meteorites falling from the sky. All of them impacted down. Boom boom boom. When those king warriors saw the scene, their eyes changed greatly and they quickly dodged. Now they have no time to think about why all their domain forces had just disappeared. Because this terrifying fireball, with its terrifying flame power, made them feel a sense of threat to their lives. Above the entire palace, like a meteor shower, a large number of flame balls impacted down. The missile cars and laser weapons below were all hit by the flame ball. Suddenly a sea of fire. Chapter 849 Wang Ying appeared. Chapter 849 Wang Ying appeared. Boom boom. A large number of explosions shook the entire space at this moment. The bottom instantly turned into a sea of fire. The fire is a dark blue fire. It's like purgatory. Wang Ying, that old dog, still not coming out. Lin Z continued provocatively. This voice was still transmitted by source strength, so almost everyone in Fangan City heard it. All the people in Fangan City went crazy. Lin Z must be the first person in history to scold Wang Ying like this in the Imperial City. Courting death. Those king warriors saw that Lin Z was so arrogant and couldn't help but roar and continued to attack Lin Z frantically. Humph! Lin Z snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he waved the dark-edged spear in both hands. A large number of flaming birds burst out. At this moment, the surrounding air became distorted, coupled with the sea of fire in the sky. The temperature of the entire Fangan city was affected and increased. When the attacking king warriors saw the dark blue flaming birds that were attacking, their expressions suddenly changed and they hurriedly dodged. Whoosh whoosh. But just as they dodged, they found that a large number of matrices appeared in the air. These matrices blocked their dodging route. Some king warriors were caught off guard and were directly hit by the flaming birds, which then annihilated them into skeletons and they fell to the ground. The 54 guards were all killed. When Luo Chen and Luo Jing saw this scene, the expressions on their faces changed greatly. These 54 guards were the strongest actual combat troops under Wang Ying. All of them are top king warriors. Nobody expected that in this short period of time. All these king warriors were killed by Lin Z. Does he really want to kill the emperor? Luo Tan's body trembled a little at this time, not only excited, but also afraid. The strength that Lin Z showed was really terrifying. The top king warrior was like a child to him. Enough. At this moment, A voice spread throughout Fangan city. Your Majesty is out. At this time, the remaining dozen or so king warriors were surprised. Exit. Has this guy been in seclusion all the time? Hearing the words of those king warriors, Lin Z thought subconsciously, today, this is your burial place. Those warriors of the king warrior level seemed to feel extremely strong confidence and immediately shouted loudly when they looked at Lin Z, who was invincible just now. Humph. Lin Z let out a cold snort. Now, he doesn't even care about a warrior of the king warrior level. With a flash, the long spear directly attacked the remaining king warrior level warriors. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. A huge black dragon swept away directly. The dozen or so king warriors were all swallowed and killed by the black dragon within a second. Boom! At this moment, a golden light flashed and a source strength transformed into an incomparably huge golden fist, which slammed directly towards Lin Z. Boom! Although Lin Z unfolded the sphere, at this moment, he was directly knocked into the air. The whole body slammed onto the building below and a huge sound erupted. Huang Ying really appeared. The Yuojing looked at the figure on the screen and couldn't help but be amazed. What was displayed on the screen was the figure of a middle-aged man. Just looking at it through the screen like this, I can feel the terrifying sense of oppression. It seems that this kid is not a match for the emperor. Yuojing said involuntarily. No. Look carefully. Yuotan looked relatively calm. Lin Z, who was blasted to the ground at this time, flew up again at some point. We meet again. Lin Z looked at Huang Ying, who was also suspended in the air and said lightly, it seems that you are very confident in your current strength. Huang Ying stared at Lin Z, then said lightly, of course. This time, I'm going to seek revenge on you. Lin Z thought of the scene when Luo You dyed her black hair white and he clenched his hands tightly. Although you are the only one on this planet to be promoted to respected warrior after me, I can tell you that there is a difference between a strong respected warrior and a weak one. Huang Ying clearly felt Lin Z's current strength. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care what Lin Z did just now. Then you have to try it to find out. Lin Z said lightly. At this moment, Lin Z's body suddenly burst into a white light. The light directly centered on Lin Z's body, then radiated out. Heavenly array. Domain no. Not domains. When Huang Ying saw the scene, his eyes seemed to be slightly surprised. At this moment, Lin Z's body seemed to teleport and appeared in front of Huang Ying in an instant. The dark-edged spear in his hand stabbed directly at his body. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. The spear stabbed out and instantly turned into thousands of spear shadows. Whoosh whoosh. But Huang Ying's reaction speed was also astonishingly fast. His body turned into a phantom and he dodged directly. While dodging, a long sword transformed from his source strength appeared in his hand, emitting white light. The long sword swung directly into the air and a huge shadow of the long sword appeared, slashing directly at Lin Z's body from the air. Boom! There seemed to be a loud noise in the air and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this blow. Boom! Lin Z held the dark-edged spear in both hands and directly blocked the blow with the body of the spear. Seeing the scene, Huang Ying frowned slightly. Lin Z was a little stronger than he imagined. Dragon Sword Prison Break. Huang Ying's whole body's source strength was mobilized and the whole sky seemed to be surging. The powerful skills used by respected warrior-level warriors changed even the sky. He spread out his hands and the original long sword flew directly into the air. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the long sword was divided into thousands. Moreover, these long swords actually combined into an incomparably huge dragon. Go! Huang Ying waved his hands, and the dragon sword composed of thousands of long swords charged directly toward Lin Z. As the dragon swords charged away, the surrounding space seemed to have fissured openings. When Lin Z saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes could not help shrinking. This kind of skill is no longer a purple-gold-oval skill. It should be a more powerful skill. Could this be a sacred skill? No, it's impossible. Huang Ying shouldn't have such a powerful skill. At this time, the dragon formed from this long sword was about to hit Lin Z's body. Chapter 850 The Fierce Battle. Chapter 850 The Fierce Battle. Okay. What a terrifying skill. When those people in the distance saw this scene, the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. This long sword that emanated from his sword strength burst out with white rays of light in the sky and actually formed this huge dragon sword. It seemed as if he wanted to completely annihilate Lin Z's body. Lin Z, who was suspended in the air, watched the terrifying dragon sword charge, without any fear in his eyes. Die! Huang Ying roared, and with a wave of his right hand, the dragon sword burst out with even more terrifying speed and charged away directly. Boom! There was a loud noise in the air, a skill that can even cut through space. This kid! It's over for him. Luo Jing looked at the scene of the satellite surveillance at this time and couldn't help shaking his head. Look carefully. Luo Tian originally thought that Lin Z was finished, but at this moment, he seemed to have discovered something. When the dragon sword attacked Lin Z's body, a golden light seemed to burst out from Lin Z's body. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Lin Z would definitely die, a loud noise suddenly rang out. It seemed that the giant dragon sword that devoured and annihilated Lin Z exploded directly. Looks like I'm not dead yet. At the same time, Lin Z's voice came out again. How can that be? At this time, even the king's eyes widened slightly. His attack just now, even a warrior of the same level as him, would find it impossible to resist. How could this boy resist? And as Lin Z's figure slowly appeared, he could clearly see that Lin Z was completely fine, unscathed. Go to hell. Huang Ying also burst out at this time. With a wave of his right hand, the scattered sword rays transformed from his source strength all gathered again, from all directions. They charged toward Lin Z. Whoosh whoosh. The speed of these long swords is really too fast, and the entire city was filled with the whooshing sounds. The pupils in Lin Z's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of this Huang Ying was really too terrifying. If he does not show 100 of his strength, he will most likely be killed by him. Just like the attack just now, he couldn't dodge at all. But fortunately, with the skill of golden body immortality, he resisted his strongest attack, Fury. Without any hesitation, Lin Z activated the Fury skill. Looking at the thousands of sword rays rushing over, Lin Z waved frantically with the dark edge spear in his hand. Dang dang. All the sword rays that came were blocked. Huang Ying's face was gloomy. His right hand stretched out and a lot of source strength burst out. The source strength shone a white light and looked very dazzling. At the same time as it was released from his outstretched right hand, it slowly converged into a huge sword ray. The figure disappeared and appeared in front of Lin Z. Dang. Seeing Huang Ying appearing in front of him, Lin Z's eyes changed slightly and he subconsciously held the dark edge spear to resist. The powerful impact made Lin Z's body fly backward. Some of the sword rays that hit him slashed into his skin, instantly cutting through the hole in the battle suit, and there were bloodstains on his arms. It made Lin Z feel a tingling sensation. You think you are really capable, huh? Huang Ying said coldly. Even a respected warrior is divided into strong and weak. You are the weakest. He said that with a proud look in his eyes. He is the emperor of the Marquee planet. The peak existence. A little earthling. Just want to shake his existence. However, in his heart, he still had to admit that Lin Z's strength had already made him feel threatened. Giving him more time to grow up is indeed a huge hidden danger for him. The battle has just begun. Just warming up. Lin Z stabilized his body in the air, stared at Huang Ying in front of him and said lightly. There were just a lot of wounds on the body, but at this moment, they healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, perfectly intact. Huang Ying was clearly aware of this scene and his brows furrowed slightly. This recovery speed is too terrifying. Right. In any case, today, you will be buried here. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared in place, appearing behind Lin Z, a huge sword ray, about to cut Lin Z's body in half. But at this moment, Lin Z's figure also flickered and he avoided it. The body appeared on the other side of the air. With a direct wave of the dark edge spear in his hand, huge flaming birds were instantly released. They merged to form a huge flaming phoenix and charged in the direction of Huang Ying. The surrounding space seems to be distorted by the terrifyingly high temperature that this flaming phoenix bursts out. The scorching temperature made the temperature of the entire Fangan city rise a lot again. Insignificant skill. Huang Ying looked at the flaming phoenix that was charging and sneered. Holding the sword ray in his hand, he swung it into the air and immediately transformed into a huge sword ray and slashed down. The gigantic flaming phoenix instantly split into two halves. However, when they dispersed, they quickly regrouped. This flaming phoenix continued to charge towards Huang Ying's body. The pupils in Huang Ying's eyes shrank slightly and his body subconsciously wanted to dodge. But the flame phoenix, as if he knew where he was dodging, charged directly towards that direction. Boom! The huge flaming phoenix hit his body at the same time, then rotated, forming a huge flame tornado, spinning wildly in the air. The whole world seemed to be swept away by this flame tornado at this moment. The buildings below were all annihilated at this moment. There was a huge sound of boom and boom all over the ground. It kept shaking. What a terrifying power. Liupan and Luo Jing felt chills on their backs at this time. Thinking back to the time when Lin Z came, he was able to kill the two of them in 1 second. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lin Z, who was suspended in the sky, stared at the flame tornado. Brother Lin, so strong. At the same time, on the Marquee planet, there are broadcasts of this shocking battle all over the world. After all, technology has developed to such a point that many big companies have their own satellite monitors. They could clearly see the battle. Liupan and others were also in front of a huge screen, watching the battle in the distant Fangan city. Chapter 851 The Terrifying Strength of the Emperor. Huang Ying. Chapter 851 The Terrifying Strength of the Emperor. Huang Ying. This kid. When did he have such a strong power? And Luo opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, What kid? He's my master. And Kai glared at her brother and Luo and said, Can the master defeat him? At this time, Kai and Lin said a little worriedly, Although Huang Ying is the supreme ruler of Marquee planet is a world that respects powerful warriors. If Lin Z defeated Huang Ying, it would mean that Lin Z would be superior to the warriors of the entire Marquee planet. Luo You. Luo Yan looked at Luo You at this time, only to see that Luo You did not watch the battle on the screen, but sat alone in another chair. She clenched her hands tightly, trembling slightly, as if she was a little nervous. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan was stunned for a moment, then patted Luo You on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry. That kid is very powerful. He will definitely win. Isn't that right? Lin Z survived so many times and each time he became stronger. If Lin Z wasn't really human, Luo Yan would have regarded him as a monster. What? At the same time, in Fangan City, a huge roar came over. The terrifying flame tornado was completely dissipated in the next moment. Buzzing. When Lin Z heard this huge roar, his head was shaken and hurt. The windows of the entire Fangan City seemed to be cracked by the shock. The glass of the building near this side was all shattered. Damn boy. The figure of Huang Ying is beginning to appear now. Taking a closer look, the battle suit on his body was completely annihilated by the flames, leaving only a pair of tattered trousers. The whole person looked very haggard. At this moment, a golden light lit up on his forehead. On the forehead, there are also very complicated tattoos. It is far more powerful than the general source mark. Open! Huang Ying roared again. The sky seemed to be torn apart instantly. A huge golden pupil appeared from the sky, as if looking at the Marquee planet from within the universe. Lin Z also raised his eyes at this time, and was facing the golden pupils. Looking at the golden pupils, at this moment, Lin Z actually felt that his body couldn't move. A strange force seemed to bind Lin Z's body. Damn it. Lin Z tried hard to struggle, but to no avail. And this golden pupil has a lot of energy, all of which are gathered in the center of its pupil. Swoosh! In the next moment, that terrifying energy formed an energy ray and would directly impact Lin Z below. And at this moment, Lin Z's body was watched by these eyes and there was no way to dodge. Mirror image can't be used at this time, and golden body immortality can only resist for a second. Exotic summoning. Lin Z didn't have a thought at this time, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart in an instant. A huge alien beast suddenly ran out from the broken space. The body of this alien beast is really too big. It spread out a pair of black wings and flew in the air, as if covering the entire sky. Roar! Looking at the energy rays bursting out of the golden pupils, the alien beast let out a huge roar. There is a large amount of blue energy in its big mouth. He also spit out a huge blue energy ray which hit that golden energy ray. Boom! The two energies collided together and suddenly a huge sound came out. Now Lin Z is at the level of respected warrior, and the alien beast he summoned is an evolved beast at the holy level. The terrifying blue energy was at first on par to the golden energy in the air. But in the next moment, the golden energy, with overwhelming force, directly impacted the blue energy spat out by the alien beast. Swoosh! The terrifying golden energy instantly annihilated the body of the alien beast, turning it into a huge skeleton. And Lin Z, who was at the back, was also directly hit by this energy. Reset golden body immortality. Lin Z directly activated these two skills to resist this terrifying energy. Die. When Huang Ying saw the scene, he immediately shouted. The energy ray had passed through Lin Z's body and hit the ground directly. In an instant, a huge, bottomless pit appeared. It seems to run through the entire Marquee planet. Seeing Lin Z's figure finally disappearing into the air, Huang Ying heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with pride. He, no matter in the past, now, or in the future, will be the ruler of the Marquee planet, the only strongest person on the Marquee planet. At this time, the huge golden pupils in the sky began to slowly disappear. The whole sky was gloomy, as if it were night. Almost died. But at this moment, a voice came from below. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly heard by Huang Ying. His face was full of disbelief, and when he looked down, he could clearly see Lin Z below. At this time, Lin Z looked extremely battered, with a lot of blood on his body. There are still open wounds on the arm and his bones can be seen. Even so, in his hand, he only held a dark-edged spear. Lin Z raised his eyes and looked at the pitch-black sky. With a direct thought, thousands of stars appeared in the sky. All those bright white rays of light converged on Lin Z's body. It made Lin Z's entire body full of white light. Those wounds on the body are also slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the movement of Lin Z's thoughts, the whole person also slowly flew into the air at this time. The dark-edged spear in his hand was also covered by white light at this time. Lin Z's whole body was in the air, glowing white and dazzling, as if the god of war had come to the world. Your power should be almost exhausted. Right. Lin Z held the spear in his hand and pointed at Huang Ying, who was also suspended in the air. Huang Ying's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that there was still no way to kill Lin Z. Lin Z took a deep breath and the strength of his whole body gathered. Clankly. At this moment, the dark-edged spear seemed to feel the incomparable power coming from Lin Z's body, and it began to tremble. At the same time, the spears of the people on the entire Marquee planet seemed to feel the call of something, and they all made a clattering sound. Chapter 852 Hololevel Skill. Chapter 852 Hololevel Skill. What happened? Some warriors felt their spears vibrate, and they couldn't help but be surprised. And soon, these long spears were not under their control, and were directly separated from their hands. They flew to the sky. The same scene also appeared in various cities. Not only the spears held in the hands of the warriors, but also the spears in the weapon stores, all of which seemed to be summoned. All the spears flew to the other side. This magical scene made all the warriors walk out of the street. When they looked up, they could clearly see an extremely strange and shocking scene. In the entire sky, there were a large number of spears, all flying in the same direction. This is really magical. A large number of warriors walked out of the street. Looking at this scene in the sky, their eyes widened, and they were beyond shocked. Courting death. Although Huang Ying didn't know what Lin Z was doing, Looking at the dazzling spear, it seemed like he was about to unleash an extremely powerful skill. He roared angrily, then holding the sword ray transformed from the sword strength. He rushed towards Lin Z again. The long sword was about to continue slashing at Lin Z's body. Lin Z snorted coldly, waved the dark edge spear with both hands, and attacked directly. Dang dang! The figures of the two collided wildly in the air, like phantoms. The thousands of warriors who watched this battle seemed to be unable to catch the traces of these two people. Mountains and rivers slash. Huang Ying let out a roar, and the long sword in his hand slashed out again, bursting out an incomparably dazzling light. A sword aura that was so huge that it seemed to be able to split the sky in an instant. Lin Z's body was instantly chopped in half. Moreover, the sword aura also hit the peaks on the other side, instantly severing all those peaks horizontally. Terrifying. Damn. Of course. Huang Ying wasn't that easy to fool. He clearly felt that the one he had just beheaded was actually a fake clone. Turning around and looking back, he saw 3 Lin Z suspended in the air. He glanced over and found that the 3 Lin Z's strengths seemed to be exactly the same. Compared to before, it has dropped a lot, probably only to the level of the first level King Warrior. How can that be? Logically speaking, there is only one body. What he didn't know was that the disguise skill that Lin Z was using was already able to deceive him. Because Lin Z's current strength was not any weaker than Huang Ying, so Huang Ying can't see through it at all. The 3 Lin Z's radiated white light all over their bodies in 3 directions, as if the gods of war appeared in the world. 3 Lin Z's. Liupan, who was watching the broadcast of the battle in front of the screen, also opened his eyes wide. This kid, does he really want to kill His Majesty the Emperor? And Ua was also in disbelief. Before, he thought that Lin Z was a liar, but he never thought that the current Lin Z had grown to such a terrifying level. Not only can he fight against Huang Ying, but he also seems to be evenly matched. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Z, who was in 3 directions, used his skill power at the same time. The long spear in his hand moved towards the figure of Huang Ying. 3 huge black dragons burst out from the spear in an instant, charging towards Huang Ying. Break. Seeing this scene, Huang Ying's face showed incomparable anger. He is the strongest person on the Marquee planet. Since when was he ever forced to such a point? The huge sword ray slashed horizontally towards the 3 black dragons that were charging over. It was necessary to split all these black dragons in half. Whizzing. Sure enough, the 2 black dragons that attacked first were directly chopped in half by his sword ray. The black smoke disappeared, but one of the huge black dragons grabbed Huang Ying's waist at once and charged towards the ground. Damn it. Huang Ying's eyes widened, and he wanted to break free in anger. However, the black dragon bit his body tightly and charges directly downwards. Boom! A loud noise sounded. The whole ground shook, and a huge pit suddenly appeared, raising a lot of thick dust. What? But at this moment, a huge roar came out, and the thick dust around it dissipated instantly. The figure of Huang Ying appeared in it. The gigantic black dragon that bit his body tightly was shaken and scattered. Just when he looked up at the sky, the whole sky was full of spears. Thousands of long spears, suspended in the air, all pointed to the position of the emperor below. Goodbye. Lin Z's eyes were cold. Holy level torrential storm of rose flowers. This is the skill that Lin Z activated the system, which made this skill evolve directly into a holy level skill. Go! With a volley of the dark edge spear in his hand, the countless spears, as if feeling some kind of summoning, all charged downwards. Whoosh whoosh. Those long spears that rushed down at a rapid speed seemed to be burned by the friction of the air. Scram! When Huang Ying saw the scene, his eyes widened. His eyes were full of anger and fear. He felt that the power of this skill seemed to be able to kill him. Huang Ying can't do anything right now. With a thought, a sphere immediately unfolded. Bang bang bang. A large number of spears, all charged down. It directly hit the sphere that Huang Ying unfolded. Huang Ying's sphere seemed to be able to resist all the impacting spears, but the spears that filled the sky kept pounding down, as if it were inexhaustible. Clack clack. Cracks soon appeared on Huang Ying's sphere. Ah! He roared loudly, frantically mobilizing the strength of his whole body to maintain the integrity of this sphere. But because he used the powerful skill just now, his body's source strength is obviously not sufficient anymore. Break it! Lin Z saw the scene. Holding a long spear, his body rushed straight down from the air. Swoosh! As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Huang Ying. The dark-edged spear held in both hands stabbed directly at his sphere that had cracked. No! His face changed greatly and he roared loudly. Hata! With a crisp sound, the unfolded sphere burst directly. Even if these spears are not magic weapons, the inertial force generated at this time is extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. Thousands of spears stabbed Huang Ying's body. Chapter 853 Killing a Respected Warrior. Chapter 853 Killing a Respected Warrior. Bang bang bang. Huang Ying's physical strength was still very strong and many spears were directly bounced off. But the spears that followed could indeed break open his body. Die! At this moment, Lin Z also directly charged away with the dark-edged spear. With a flash of cold light, the spear was like a dragon, directly piercing Huang Ying's head. Bang bang bang. The other thousands of spears also directly penetrated his body into a sieve. Huang Ying opened his eyes wide and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. He's the most powerful being on the Marquee planet. How could he be defeated by a kid from Earth? Dead, the Emperor is dead. At this moment, the entire Marquee planet was shocked. As a powerful, respected warrior, Huang Ying the Emperor was defeated by a young man. Lin Z pulled out the spear at this time, and Huang Ying fell to the ground. The entire surrounding ground was filled with long spears. It seems that the long spears covered the whole city. Who? Lin Z took a deep breath at this time, and he no longer had the heart to watch the system prompts coming from his mind. Finally dealt with him. In this way, not only revenge, but the earth should be safe too. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying flame instantly swept the entire sky, and those aerial cameras only be able to see a sea of fire in an instant. From today onwards, the people of Marquee Planet are not allowed to set foot on Earth. At this moment, a loud sound came out and the entire Fangian city heard it. Just hearing the sound, it seemed that Lin Z's mighty power could be felt. All those warriors were intimidated. Lin Z's figure disappeared. Soon, it will be the third day. The news of Huang Ying being killed has spread throughout the entire Marquee Planet. Just when the government of Marquee Planet thought that Lin Z was going to replace Huang Ying as the supreme ruler, Lin Z disappeared. It's like he's never been here. But in the palace, there were spears stuck on the ground all over the sky, which still shocked the people who came. On this day, Luo You stood on a mountain at the gate of the city, looking into the distance, as if she was looking at something. There was no expression on her face and she still looked so cold. She seemed to be waiting for something, which made some nearby warriors very curious. Guess who I am? At this moment, it seemed that a pair of hands came over from her and covered her eyes. Luo You subconsciously wanted to move, but she seemed to feel something. The body that was about to break free seemed to be frozen. Why are you crying? At this time, Lin Z hurriedly felt the wetness in his palms, put down his hands quickly and said anxiously, I didn't. Luo You turned her back, then quickly wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes and said, I am back. Lin Z held her shoulders at this time and said to her, next time, don't take such a risk. Okay. Luo You looked at Lin Z. Her eyes were still slightly red. Before she knew it, her heart seemed to be occupied by Lin Z. This time, Lin Z's battle against the most powerful Huang Ying in Marquee Planet still made her very worried. Not anymore. Lin Z hugged Luo You and patted Luo You on the back. The two just hugged under this hilltop, enjoying the rare tranquility. Hata. But at this moment, a slight sound resounded, causing the very sensitive Lin Z to react. Who is it? Cough. You guys continue. I didn't see anything. Luo Yan walked out from behind a big tree in embarrassment at this time, covered her eyes and said. Luo You also pushed Lin Z away with a blushing face. Lin Z glared at Luo Yan, but at this moment, he saw Liupan, Kai and Lin and Kai all behind. It seemed that he had been peeking from behind for a while. You. When Lin Z saw this scene, his head was full of black lines. And Luo You, who was originally cold, seemed to have a slight redness on her cheeks at this time. Unfortunately, I thought the master was going to kiss later. But now we can't see it. And Kai Lin said regretfully. Lin Z's ears were very good. Hearing their words, the corners of his mouth twitched. In the following time, Lin Z and Luo You both traveled around in Confrontation City. After going through so many lives and deaths, it was as if he had been training every day and it was rather tiring. Now, it's finally time to take a break, and it's a good feeling to be with someone you like. Time passed quickly. During this time, several major events happened on the Marquee planet. The monarchy seems to have been abolished and is now a united constitutional system, because many people were dissatisfied with Huang Ying's rule before. This time, Lin Z indirectly fulfilled those people's ideas. Confrontation City was also rebuilt because of the buildings destroyed by the previous battle. The ground on the other side of the palace, that large area, was filled with a large number of spears because of the skill that Lin Z unleashed that day. But no one took care of it. That area has become a tourist spot. The arena where the two world's most powerful warriors fought. The power of holy skill attracted many people to visit. Another thing was the rule that the planet Marquee can never go to Earth. This day, while Lin Z was drinking his morning tea, he received a text message. HM. Looking at the text message, Lin Z's hand holding the cup suddenly froze. What's wrong? Luo You said curiously. It seems that the code has been broken. Lin Z looked at the text message Jiang Ying sent and said. Moreover, Jiang Ying's residence was also in Confrontation City, which surprised Lin Z. Bang bang bang. When he and Luo You came to Jiang Ying's residence, Lin Z knocked on the door. Squeak. Soon, a voice rang out and the door of the room was pulled open. Cough cough cough. The door of this room was just opened from the inside and suddenly some thick smoke came out, accompanied by a cough. You guys are here. Jiang Ying's figure appeared in front of them. Looking at Lin Z and Luo You, she said embarrassedly. I'm doing an experiment. Have you deciphered the contents of that book? Lin Z spoke to her at this time. That's right, come in. Let's talk about it. Jiang Ying nodded and said. Lin Z and Luo You walked in and saw that her room was messy, with a lot of experimental equipment and all kinds of weird things in it. It's like a laboratory. I usually fiddle with these things when I have nothing to do. Jiang Ying said a little embarrassedly. By the way, go get the book. I have deciphered the language of the planet Namir. Chapter 854 Goodbye. Chapter 854 Goodbye. Lin Z nodded his head. He was starting to get excited with what is written inside the book. Jiang Ying passed the book to him and there were lots of peculiar stories inside the book. This book is actually a diary. Jiang Ying flipped through the book as she said to Lin Z. Jiang Ying nodded her head. The most important thing is about how they left the Nanoir planet in search of Earth. They came from a family known as the Bai. The Bai family really. When Lin Z heard what it was, he asked in excitement. You. Jiang Ying jumped out of fright and took a few steps back. Lin Z's strength was now incredibly strong. As he got excited, the waves coming from his strength were terrifying. It shook her indeed. Luo You gently patted Lin Z. Lin Z took a deep breath and said in an apologetic tone, I'm so sorry. I was just excited. Continue please. Jiang Ying quickly nodded her head. For some reason, she felt that Lin Z's abilities were much stronger than before. She hadn't paid much attention to the infamous war since she was always buried in her experiments, which was why she didn't know that it was Lin Z who killed Huang Ying. They were on a mission to look for a planet known as Earth, but on their way here, they met with a small group of spaceships that broke their ship. That's how they landed on the Marquee planet. They used the remaining strength to rebuild the secret lab and proceeded with training the mutant purple frogs, so that they would be able to hunt for odd crystals. After getting the crystals, they will inject the energy from it into their body in order to give them the strength and hopes of being awakened one day. As Jiang Ying continued, she flipped to the last page of the book. That's all. Lin Z continued asking. With only this information, It wasn't enough. There's nothing left. Jiang Ying shook her head. But I noticed that there was something hidden in here. This is what I found. Jiang Ying took out a small piece of paper from inside the book. She opened it and it was a huge map. This is. When Lin Z saw what it was, he was shocked. This is the map of Nanoar planet. It has also noted down the route from the Nanoar planet to the Marquee planet. Really? Lin Z was anxious when he heard the news. If they knew the route from Nanoar planet to the Marquee planet, they would be able to find a route from Earth to the Nanoar planet. Once they got back to Earth, they would be able to make a trip to that planet. And those from the Nanoar planet had initially tried to send signals back to their planet with this, but it didn't work. Jiang Ying nodded his head. The words on the map have been translated, and I noted them on the map itself. Now, I'm giving them to you. Jiang Ying gave all of them to Lin Z. Lin Z was a little surprised, but he still took the books from her. It seemed like these books were extremely important to him. Thank you. You're welcome. If it wasn't because of the both of you, I would not be alive today. Jiang Ying shook her head. After she left, Lin Z was still looking at the map. Luo You looked at Lin Z and suddenly said, "Do you really have to go?" Lin Z was stunned and stopped on the spot. He looked at Luo Yu's beautiful face and said, "Yes, I have to." It wasn't only because he had made a promise with the elder. He also wanted to find the legendary Orchid of Heaven. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Lin Z gently touched Luo Yu's head and promised her. Luo Yu was still suffering from the aftermath. She would be unconscious once every 2 days. Oh, this card. It's for you. Lin Z seemed to be reminded of something and took out a purple gold card for Luo Yu. Sword breaks the heaven. When he first got it, he had been keeping it for Luo Yu. Now that Luo Yu's abilities have fully recovered, she would be able to start cultivating with this warrior skills card. Thank you. Luo Yu was stunned as she said to Lin Z, "Do we still have to be so polite with each other?" Lin Z smiled. Suddenly, he had the thought of messing with Lin Z. "If you really want to thank me, you can give me a kiss." Luo Yu's eyes that were usually ice-cold glared at Lin Z and her face turned completely red. "I was just joking." Lin Z was about to tell that it was only a joke, but his eyes were then covered closed. Then, he suddenly felt a warm feeling on his cheeks. When Luo Yu removed her eyes from Lin Z's eyes, Luo Yu was already facing away from him. Lin Z subconsciously touched his cheek as there was still warmth felt and he smiled. "Wait for me. Soon." It was the next day. Lin Z, Luo Yu and Luo Yan wore the specially fitted combat suit and brought their bags along as they arrived at the spaceship. Their spaceship has been completely fixed. This route belonged to the Luo family. "Master, do you really have to go?" And Kai and Kayan Ling were looking hesitant as they looked at Lin Z. "Brother Lin, why don't you stay a little longer?" Liupan asked as well. "I have already been on this planet for quite some time. I want to head back to Earth." Lin Z smiled. "If there's a chance, we shall meet again. When you get married, you have to invite us." And Kai and Kayan Ling thought of something before waving their hands. "Of course." Lin Z chuckled. Luo Yu, who was previously emotionless, suddenly turned red like a tomato. Then, she stomped on Lin Z's foot. "Oh my! You're trying to murder your husband." Lin Z screamed in an exaggerated manner. "Ha ha ha." Everyone at the scene started laughing. "Alright, that's enough. Continue practicing the skills that I taught you. I hope to see some improvement when I see you next time." Seeing how the stairs were coming down from the spaceship, Lin Z bid goodbye to both Qian Ling and An Kai. "Of course we will." And Kai and Qian Lin nodded their heads. Their eyes turned red as well and felt a little sad. "Liupan. You too." Lin Z smiled at Liupan. "Brother, please take care." Liupan nodded his head and said sincerely, "Alright, let's go." And Qian Ling, Liupan, goodbye. Chapter 855 He's back. Chapter 855 He's back. Soon, the spaceship slowly took off, and Qian Ling and Liupan waved from the ground. Looking from the window, their figures were getting smaller and smaller. Then, they slowly disappeared. They finally arrived on Earth. The 39th Warrior World Competition starts now. Back on Earth. They were having the new Warrior World Competition. That brat said that he will be back a year later. Why isn't he back yet? At the same time, on one of the stages in Sky City, Bailey Haling was looking at the sky and thought of the scene from years ago as she mumbled to herself. No matter what, the Sacred Region Academy will be getting first. Aoyanghang was standing next to Bailey Haling. He was now much more mature than before. His abilities had improved so much more than before. On their right, it was standing Zhang Yu and Yang Liang from the Sacred Region Academy. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao, who participated in the competition previously, had already graduated, which was why they couldn't compete in this competition. Both of them were seated on the audience seat and looked at the fight that was happening on stage. Next up, the Sacred Region Academy vs the Sky Academy. The announcer's voice rang through the room. Bailey Haling and the rest jumped onto the stage. Sacred Region Academy, just one of the nudes. When Bailey Haling and the rest of them got onto the stage, the boys from the Sky Academy looked disdainful. HMPH, you shall know who the noobs are very soon. Aoyanghang sneered coldly and tightened his grip on the longsword. Bailey Haling looked at the four warriors standing opposite her and frowned. She had already exceeded rank 9 and is now considered a warrior master. On Earth, it was already considered one of the strongest. But for some reason, she felt that these four boys from the other part are much more dangerous than the others that she met. What on earth was happening? Competition has started. With that, the boys from the opposite team headed towards them. Ziu ziu ziu. Their figures suddenly disappeared in an instant. Zhang Yu and Yang Liu were still trying to look for them when they suddenly saw a bright light before their eyes. Then, their body was then chopped into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere. Both the students from the Sacred Region Academy were killed in that instant. Careful! Bailey Haling could feel something headed towards her and quickly pushed Aoyanghang to the other side of the stage. Ziu ziu! Two bright lights flashed across their eyes, but it didn't hit Bailey Haling and Aoyanghang. Oh, Earthlings that managed to dodge our attack. It's getting interesting. Those boys mumbled to themselves. They weren't Earthlings. Bailey Haling, who had a good sense of hearing, was shocked as her pupil shrank. Time out from the Sacred Region Academy. Right at that moment, Bailey Tao asked for a timeout. This was different from before, as each time had a chance for timeout. Whatever. You can come back whenever you want. If you have the guts to step on stage once again, we will definitely kill you. One of them from the Sky Academy said with an evil smile on his face. Let's go. Bailey Haling turned towards Aoyanghang. Aoyanghang nodded his head and jumped off the stage with her. His legs were turning weak. If it wasn't because Bailey Haling pushed him, he would have ended up like the other two. That attack would have killed him instantly. The rest of the audience were in a frenzy. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. They were killed instantly. For this year's competition, other than surrendering, the Sky Academy will not be responsible for what happened towards their opponent. Haling, what did you notice? Bailey Haling's face looked extremely awful. Her hands were clenched into a fist. Zhang Yu and Yang Liang were both rank 8 warriors. It was surprising that they were chopped to their death instantly. Their abilities were stronger than me. Bailey Haling turned quiet and immediately said to Bailey Tao, stronger than you. After hearing what Bailey Haling said, Bailey Tao pupils shivered. This was because he knew Bailey Haling's abilities were above rank 9. It should be noted that back on Earth, rank 9 warriors were already the strongest. Bailey Haling had the abilities to break through rank 9 due to certain circumstances, but how was it possible that the students from the Sky Academy would be so strong? They aren't from this planet. Bailey Haling looked at the 4 students on stage and said with a solemn look on her face, the staff have already gotten rid of the bodies of the student. Who? Aoyanghang was still trying to catch his breath. It was terrifying to be on the line of life and death. As he calmed down, Aoyanghang turned towards Bailey Tao. Sir, what do we do now? Surrender. Bailey Tao said to both of them. If they were to continue to participate, they would lose their lives. It was a fight that they would lose. There was no need for it. Why should we surrender? At that moment, a familiar yet strange voice came from behind. Bailey Haling was stunned. She suddenly felt chills running down her spine. She turned around and saw the familiar face that now looked a little different from before. "I'm sorry that I came back so late." It was Lin Z who suddenly appeared. "You brat." Bailey Haling widened her eyes in shock. Her double ponytail moved and threw a punch onto Lin Z's shoulder. "Aye, we just met and you're welcoming me with a punch." Lin Z smiled. "Lin Z, is this really you?" Aoyongheng widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. It has been more than a year. The memories of the past from how they first met until they became friends soon flashed before his eyes. "Lin Z, it really is Lin Z." Huang Zhen and Qian Yao saw Lin Z walking in and both of them stood up anxiously. "Why are you overreacting? The Sacred Region Academy will definitely lose the match." The audience that were next to them noticed that they were wearing combat suits with the logo from the Sacred Region Academy, and were mocking the both of them. The other party had just killed off 2 of the warriors from the Sacred Region Academy. With such strong abilities, the Sacred Region Academy would not have a chance. Huang Zhen and Qian Yao completely ignored the others around them, and they still looked excited. The young man who killed a rank 9 warrior from Sky City with a long spear. Now, he's back. Chapter 8 and 56 past. Present. He is still the strongest. Chapter 8 and 56 past. Present. He is still the strongest. I'm back. Lin Z smiled at Aoyongheng. "You brat, you said you would be back within a year. Look how long it has been." Bailey Haling glared at Lin Z before breaking into a laugh. "It's good that you're back." Bailey Tao gently stroked his beard and smiled. "Yo, you useless beings from the Sacred Region Academy. Get up here now." One of the students from the Sky Academy was standing on stage as he looked at Bailey Haling. "Get anyone to come from your school. No matter the number." With that, the audience went wild once again. Even the judges were not stopping him. From the fight from earlier, the result of the match was obvious. If anyone from the Sacred Region Academy got on stage, they would definitely end up dead. "You're saying that anyone is allowed on stage?" Lin Z turned around and looked at the man standing on stage with his eyes narrowed. "Yes. Any of you. No matter who. Just get on stage." The man had a devilish smile on his face. For them, even if they had to fight the entire academy, the ending would still be the same. Their abilities were enough to suppress all the warriors on Earth. "He'll do it alone then," Lin Z said calmly before getting onto the stage. "Is that alright?" Lin Z asked the judges. "If the other party has got no opinion on it." "Sure," the judges said without any emotions. However, there was a mocking look hidden in his eyes. "Those from the Sacred Region Academy will definitely die. Getting on stage was a ticket to hell. Tisk. Only one that wouldn't be enough." They were looking at Lin Z, who was dressed in white with a long, black spear behind him. "Number 4. Get on stage and shave him up nicely until he becomes a stick. Don't kill him directly." One of them gave orders to his teammate. "Sure." The man known as Number 4 nodded his head. At that moment, he quickly moved his body and instantly, his body disappeared. The audience had their eyes locked onto the fight that was happening on stage. Bailey Haling and the rest of them held their breath as well. They had no idea what Lin Z's strength was when he returned this time. Those from the other party had shown extraordinary abilities, and it was terrifyingly strong. It was just a question if Lin Z would be able to handle it. A bright white light flashed across Lin Z's eyes. Boom! Lin Z moved his right hand. It was moving at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eyes. Then, the other man's body was suddenly pushed to a far distance. Kunlun! The man's body landed on the ground further away from them, and there was a huge crater formed on the ground. He was already smashed into a meat paste, and it looked incredibly horrifying. Pin-drop silence filled the whole place. Not only the audience, even Bailey Haling, and the rest of them looked at Lin Z with their eyes widened. Lin Z was able to kill the warrior, who had strength that was horrifying. In a blink of an eye and with only one hand. How strong does he have to be in order to do this? All of you come at once. Lin Z looked at the other 3 from the other party and said calmly. The rest of them looked shocked. You are not from Earth. One of them said subconsciously. This was because Lin Z's abilities as seen were so much more powerful than theirs. They were surprised to see such skills. From Earth. Lin Z smiled flatly. The three of them looked at each other and decided to use the power from their source mark. Each of them had a bright light shining from their forehead. Kunlun. There were huge balls of fire and terrifying lightning headed towards Lin Z. Plus, there were also huge rocks blasting towards Lin Z. Strength from their warrior skills. When he saw what happened, Yonghang was shocked. They were incredibly strong. No, it's from their source mark. Bailey Hyaling looked at the fight that was happening on stage. Although Lin Z's abilities a while ago had surprised her, she was still feeling worried for Lin Ziyu when she saw the skills from the other party. That's all. As the skills from their source mark slowly disappeared, Lin Z's figure appeared on stage. He was unharmed. Even his clothes seemed fine and there wasn't even a single scratch on it. What? Who are you? All three of them looked surprised. The power from their source mark didn't harm Lin Ziyu at all. This showed that Lin Ziyu was definitely someone much stronger than them. Let's go. They had no other choice but to leave. Where do you think you're going? Then, there was a black source mark that appeared on Lin Zi's forehead. As when the three of them wanted to teleport, they were trapped inside an array. They tried to move their body, but no matter how they struggled, they still couldn't leave the array. What is this? Everyone around was shocked as well. This definitely wasn't the strength that an ordinary warrior should have. This brat. At the same time, those watching from the committee seat were surprised as well. Lin Ziyu, that is Lin Ziyu from the Secret Region Academy, the one who was wanted a year ago. Some of them could recognize Lin Ziyu and shouted to the rest of the crowd. It has already been a year since it happened. Although it was a huge matter previously, most of them have already forgotten about it. But, some of them managed to look back at the recording from a year ago, and realized that he was Lin Ziyu. Don't you dare. Then, a huge rumbling sound appeared from the sky. The sky was also filled with dark clouds. Oh, it's you. Lin Ziyu looked up and narrowed his eyes. That man was the one who gathered all the warriors in order to kill him. He was Nan Huang's grandfather. Nanjing. Lin Ziyu didn't expect Nan Hong to be a warrior master by now, and he even had levitation skills. The audience were shocked as well to see Nanjing, who was in the air. Nanjing, according to his records, he has already broken through rank 9. I didn't know that he had levitation skills now. The audience turned wild. You brat, I didn't get to kill you back then, but how dare you return here? Nanjing screamed in rage as he glared at Lin Ziyu. With that loud scream, everyone around felt a headache coming. There were also cracks all over the glass windows around them. But Lin Ziyu was not at all affected by it. You're too weak. Lin Ziyu looked at Nanjing and said bluntly. Yonghang stared at Lin Ziyu from the back and he was stunned. It seemed like he would never be able to catch up to Lin Ziyu. In the past and even now, Lin Ziyu has always been so strong. Chapter 857 Revenge. Chapter 857 Revenge. Ridiculous. Hearing Lin Zi's words, Nanjing couldn't help but sneer. Everyone, this is an order, take down this wanted criminal. Following Nanjing's loud roar, a large number of government military warriors rushed in from the entrances in all directions. They are all high-level warriors and their uniforms and weapons are extremely well-equipped. At this time, they all rushed towards Lin Ziyu on the battlefield. Lin Ziyu looked at the three men who were bound in the matrix by the power of his own source mark, and his right hand volleyed into the air and made a pinching motion. In the next moment, those matrices contracted and a loud sound rang out directly. These three men were directly fried into minced meat. Kill him. Seeing this scene, Nanjing's face became extremely ugly and he roared. A large number of warriors rushed up and wanted to attack Lin Ziyu. Be careful. Seeing this scene, the pupils in Bailey Hyaling's eyes could not help but shrink. Just when the people at Sacred Region Academy were about to help Lin Ziyu faintly spit out two words. Go away. Those warriors who rushed up seemed to feel a powerful force coming, and in the next moment, they all flew out. Boom, boom, boom. These people all hit the wall and the ground behind. There was a loud noise after another. Bai Litao's eyes widened at this time. Looking at this scene, he was full of disbelief. Lin Z, when did you have such a powerful strength? With just 2 words, all the thousands of warriors who rushed in were sent flying out. Those warriors fell to the ground, crying incessantly. There wasn't any fighting at all. Nanjing, who was high in the sky, saw this scene and the expression on his face also became frightened. How can that be? How could this kid have such a powerful strength? You've become a master warrior. Nanjing seemed to have thought of something and his face became hideous. Looking at Lin Z below, he shouted loudly, Master warrior level. Lin Z showed a strange smile. A warrior at the master warrior level. He was simply underestimating Lin Z. Don't assume that with your current strength you are powerful. You probably have never heard of a more powerful warrior level on another planet. Nanjing said angrily at this time. At this moment, a purple light burst out on his forehead. Crushing thunderbolt. Nanjing roared and in the next moment, a large amount of lightning burst out. Crackling. At this moment, a huge electric current sounded. There was a sudden burst of lightning in the air. In the next moment, all of them rushed towards Lin Z. Die. The thick thunderbolts all smashed down Lin Z's body. Even the indestructible battle platform was torn apart. Lin Z's body was suspended in the air at this time, and he was not afraid of these lightning bolts at all. Flew straight into the air. Go to hell! Go to hell! Nanjing roared. His hands were constantly waving and more lightning flashed out. All of them charging towards Lin Z. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise in the air. But it was still to no avail. Lin Z was not affected by this seemingly terrifying lightning at all. I said, you are too weak. Lin Z flew in front of him and said lightly, You. Nanjing pointed at Lin Z, his fingers trembling. Other than anger, there was deep fear. If you like to play lightning, let me show you what lightning is. Lin Z said lightly. With a wave of his right hand, the dark-edged spear behind Lin Z flew out directly, then flew into Lin Z's hand. Thousand thunder. Lin Z swung his spear and pointed at the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, a loud thunder erupted in the air. One after another incomparably terrifying lightning burst out from the sky. After becoming Wuzun, the strength that this former skill can exert has become even more powerful and terrifying. Boom boom boom. Those vast bolts of lightning struck the ground and there was a huge sound after another. The whole ground shook at this moment. The spectators in the auditorium and the distance around them all exclaimed at this time. The ground was split into a large number of pits by the lightning and the battle platform was directly turned into tofu scum. Sphere. Looking at the sky, there was still terrifying lightning that was about to hit his body. Nanjing was frightened and suddenly let out a roar. All the source strength in the body was mobilized. Then a sphere was formed for protection. Boom! But unlike what he imagined, his sphere couldn't resist this lightning at all. The terrifying thunder and lightning struck his sphere and a loud noise suddenly came out. His sphere exploded immediately. What? Immediately afterward, the lightning struck his body continuously. The severe pain made him cry continuously. Logically speaking, his source mark was lightning and his resistance to lightning was very high. But what he didn't expect was that the lightning that Lin Z used was extremely terrifying. The lightning bolts directly burnt his body black. His body suspended in the air. In the next moment, fell directly and fell heavily to the ground. Old Master Nanjing slandered me back then and wanted to take my life. Those who participated in that battle should be ready to die. Lin Z's body was suspended in the air and he said coldly. His words instantly spread throughout the entire Sky City. Some people who participated in the battle to encircle and suppress Lin Z couldn't help trembling. At the same time, Lin Z's body gradually lowered. He stepped on Nanjing's chest. PFFT. Nanjing, who was seriously injured to the end, vomited out a mouthful of blood at this moment. Tell me, where did those people come from? Lin Z stared at Nanjing at his feet and said lightly, Ha 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 ha. At this time, Nanjing's mouth was full of blood, but he still laughed wildly. You will be doomed and the entire earth will also be destroyed. He looked crazy. Are you telling me or not? You will all die. You will all die. He seemed to have become crazy. still roaring loudly. Boom! The next moment, Lin Z stepped harder, killing Nanjing. His strength, for some unknown reason, has risen to the peak level of the Master Warrior level in the past year. On Earth, it was indeed the peak. However, he never imagined that his strength had already reached the level of respected warrior. Boom boom boom, and at this moment, a loud noise came from all directions. Chapter 858 Crushed 1. Chapter 858 Crushed 1. The surrounding audience had all dispersed already. Only Bai Litao and others from Sacred Region Academy were left. So many warriors. At this time, Bailey Haoling's pupils also shrank slightly. He could feel that from all directions. A large number of powerful warriors rushed over. The auras of these warriors are very powerful and they are on the same level as hers. No, they may even be stronger than her. How is this possible? How could so many warriors with such powerful strength suddenly appear on the earth? Feeling all this, the look in Bailey Haoling's eyes changed slightly. You guys go. At this time, Lin Z looked at Bailey Haoling and the others behind him. But, when Bailey Haoling wanted to say something, Bai Litao said with a grim expression, "Let's go. Let's go." In the current situation, if they stay here, not only will they not be of much help, but they will become a hindrance. Go. Bailey Haoling just hesitated for a moment, then said aloud, "If there is anything, go to Luo's family." Lin Z said, Luo You and Luo Yan have both improved a lot in their current strength. Especially Luo You, who has reached the existence of King Warrior and after cultivating purple gold level skills, their strength is also very strong. After returning, Luo You and Luo Yan were going back to Luo's house. Because Lin Z knew about the match here, he came to take a look first and these things happened. Lin Z stood in the middle without any movement. Soon, a large number of people flew over. All of these people seemed to be able to use levitation and they were all suspended in the air. There were almost dozens of people. The battle uniforms these people wear are very strange. Different from the uniforms that appear on Earth. It seems to be higher tech, and if you look closely, the skeletons of these people seem to be larger than ordinary people on Earth. All of them are strong men over 2 meters. An Earthling killed our people. One of the men who seemed to be the leader looked at Lin Z below, and said indifferently, "Where did you guys come from? These people can speak Chinese." Although Lin Z was a little surprised, he didn't feel puzzled. After all, with the current technology, it is not too difficult to learn a language. You don't need to know about that. Lowly Earthlings. One of the men said lightly. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, several men, at this moment, directly attacked Lin Z. Boom boom boom. These people used all kinds of skills and burst out with a loud noise. Whizzing. Lin Z watched them use the power of skills to charge, and the spear in his hand suddenly slashed. The head of the man who attacked first was chopped off. Instant kill. Those who were suspended in the air. At this time, their eyes could not help but widen and their pupils shrank. They couldn't believe that an Earthling killed their people in 1 second. Courting death low-level Earthlings. The man at the head roared and directly led the remaining dozens of warriors. Charging down from the sky, Lin Z raised his eyes and looked at the people who charged down. His eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of the dark edge spear in his hand, terrifying flaming birds burst out. The scorching temperature of the flaming birds sent out distorted the surrounding air. Chapter 859 Crush 2. Chapter 859 Crush 2. What? Those warriors who rushed down at an extremely fast speed were hit by the terrifying flaming birds and were instantly covered in flames. They only had time to let out a roar and their bodies were instantly annihilated into bones. Even the bones were annihilated by this terrifying flame. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Z held the dark edge spear in his hand and when he swung it out, it seemed like afterimages appeared. One after another. The warriors were all stabbed through the head by Lin Z. No matter how they defend, even if they unfold the sphere, they were stabbed. Now, can you tell me where you guys come from? Soon, these warriors who were aggressive when they came, now only the last warrior is left. Seeing Lin Z's bloodstained spear pointed at him, his body couldn't help but tremble. Powerful. Lin Z's strength is really too powerful. So powerful that he feels that he can't deal with it at all. You. His body was trembling and he never thought that Lin Z's strength would be so powerful. It's simply crushing. Earthlings. How could they have such terrifying strength? Tell me, where do you guys come from? Lin Z was holding a dark-edged spear. The tip of the spear was in front of his forehead. But before it touched his forehead, it made him feel an extremely terrifying chill. Despicable earthling. Do you think he'll tell you? He roared with a ferocious face and reached out to grab the head of the dark-edged spear to stop the spear and prevent it from stabbing his forehead. What? At that time, when his hand just touched Lin Z's dark-edged spear, a powerful electric current burst out. The man's arm instantly turned black. The entire arm was instantly electrocuted. His body fell to the ground, curled up like a complicatedly cooked shrimp. Planet Namir. Lin Z looked at him and said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words, the eyes of the man who was suffering from severe pain suddenly changed slightly. Lin Z's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, he guessed it right. But how could these people find where the Earth is? It probably has something to do with Nanjing. Since you won't say it, then goodbye. As Lin Z spoke, he swung the spear in his hand and killed him immediately. At this time, Lin Z rushed over to the Nan family. The impact of what happened here is really too great. The entire Sky City now knows that the boy who was wanted a year ago has now returned. The old man should be fine, right? In the Nan family, Nan Zhang, the head of the Nan family, said aloud to himself while walking back and forth. "Ah Fu, have you heard the news?" At this moment, he seemed to hear footsteps and immediately turned to look behind him. But what he saw was indeed a man with a long spear and a long white coat. Where did they come from? Lin Z looked at Nan Zhang at this time, then said lightly, You dare to break into our Nan family, you are courting death." When he saw Lin Z's appearance, he said in shock and anger, "Someone kill him." Nan Zhang roared angrily, but around, no one responded to him. "I'm sorry, everyone who wants to kill me are dead." Chapter 860 Space Teleportation Device 1. Chapter 860 Space Teleportation Device 1. But as he roared loudly, there was still no one here to respond to him. The entire Nan family seems to have become quiet. What happened? Nan Zhang's body also became a little cold at this time. How did the people from planet Namir get here? Lin Z said lightly at this time. I have no idea. In addition to being frightened, Nan Zhang roared loudly. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Z swung the spear in his hand and suddenly a powerful force burst out. All the warriors suddenly exploded and flew in all directions. Nan Zhang, who was standing there, stared at this scene in a daze, as if he was frightened. Not telling me then your Nan family doesn't need to exist anymore. Lin Z said lightly. The spear in his hand seemed to be about to swing. Nan Zhang's pupils shrank at this time. Ill speak. He gritted his teeth and finally said aloud. The strength that Lin Z is showing now is really terrifying. And if he guessed correctly, including Nanjing, the rest of the people have all died. They came through the space teleportation array. Nan Zhang took a deep breath, calmed down the trembling body in fear, then spoke up. Space teleportation array. Hearing his words, Lin Z's brows could not help wrinkling. Take me there. Lin Z said lightly. Fine. Nan Zhang had no choice but to take Lin Z to the other side. This is in a mountain range in Sky City. There is a cave inside. The entrance to the cave is small, but the space inside is extremely huge. If you look closely, you can find some huge and weird mechanical devices inside. They came from here. Nan Zhang walked in with Lin Z and said aloud, Space teleportation device. It can be teleported directly from the planet Namir. How was this done? Thinking of this, Lin Z's brows could not help but wrinkle tightly. Why are they helping you? Lin Z continued to speak. Nanjing must be able to possess such powerful power now because of the power provided by these people. These people originally wanted our Nan family to help rule the earth. Nan Zhang hesitated for a while. but he had no choice but to tell the truth. Hearing his words, Lin Z's eyes narrowed slightly. Rule the earth, how can it be so easy? And this group of people doesn't seem to be from the Bai family. Are there still any people from planet Namir now? Lin Z continued speaking. They've all gone. Hearing Nanzhang's words, Lin Z knew that those warriors just now were all warriors of the planet Namir. There are others that haven't come yet. If this device is destroyed, then they won't be able to come here. Lin Z looked at the huge space teleportation device and said aloud, this is a device for teleportation back to planet Namir. Even if it is destroyed, there will still be people who can teleport over to planet Namir. Nanzhang said aloud at this time. Lin Z frowned slightly. It seems that this matter cannot be completely resolved. Do you know how to use this thing? Lin Z continued to look at the teleportation device, but still couldn't find how to activate it. If he could teleport directly to the planet Namir, then he didn't need to find the location of the planet Namir. He could go over directly through this thing. Chapter 861 Space Teleportation Device 2. Chapter 861 Space Teleportation Device 2. I do not know. Nanzhang shook his head. Feeling Lin Z's gaze, for some reason, he suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cave. It's true. I really don't. At this time, Nanzhang had cold sweat spilling out of his forehead and felt that he said aloud, but in another week, there should be someone teleporting over. Nanzhang quickly told what he knew. He didn't want to lose his life here. HM. Hearing his words, Lin Z's brows couldn't help but raise. Another week, huh? If you lie to me, the Nan family doesn't need to exist. Lin Z said lightly. It's true. I would never dare lie to you. Nanzhang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said quickly. After that week, I will find you here again. Lin Z said and left here. Phew. Seeing Lin Z leave, Nanzhang's legs suddenly softened and he fell directly to the ground. The pressure Lin Z put on him just now was really terrifying. You are Luo You. At this time, Bai Litao and the others went to the Luo family as Lin Z said. When they saw Luo You with long snow-white hair, their eyes were filled with surprise. Dean. Luo You looked at Bai Litao and said lightly. Long time no see. Although Bai Litao didn't know what happened in the past year, he still touched his beard and smiled. What did that kid Lin Z do? Luo Yan said a little dissatisfied at this time. He just came back, but it seems that the kid is going to make this city full of storms again. He seems to be fighting with the Nan family. Bailey Haoling said aloud at this time. How can the people of the Nan family have such strength? Young Han, who came here together, also frowned. The strength of those people is simply too terrifying. Even the former top powerhouses like Bai Litao don't seem to be their opponents at all. And the thing was that those people looked very young. Maybe from other planets. Luo You said lightly. Other planets. I tell you, the strongest warriors on Earth are nothing on other planets. Luo Yan also said aloud at this time. Sounds like an exaggeration. But it's the truth. On the Marquee planet, rank 9 warriors were so common, so exaggerated. Yongheng said with wide eyes. Luo You. Luo Yan. Did they do anything to you? At this time, Luo Shen also came out and said aloud. President Bailey. As soon as he walked out, he saw the existence of Bai Litao and others over there and he was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he was a little surprised by the arrival of Bai Litao and others. Something happened just now. Lin Z asked us to come here first. Bai Litao simply described those things. This kid just came back and something happened again. Luo Zhen shook his head helplessly when he heard Bai Litao's words. However, Lin Z actually came back from Marquee planet, which means that his strength must be much stronger. Those Luo family members still want to push Luo You into the fire pit. But fortunately, Lin Z finally came over and he has already dealt with them. Before Luo You could speak, Luo Yan said aloud. Really? Chapter 862 Sword Breaks the Heaven 1. Chapter 862 Sword Breaks the Heaven 1. Hearing his daughter's words, Luo Zhen's eyes widened. The people of his family belong to the powerful beings on that planet. Lin Z. Can he alone really crush their family? But if it wasn't for that, Luo You and Luo Yan wouldn't have come back so easily. If it wasn't for Luo Yu's life at stake, he would not have let his daughter go back. Your hair. Luo Yu's mother looked at Luo Yu's hair and felt a little heart pain. What happened this year? Boom boom boom. But at this moment, the whole ground suddenly shook. What happened? The expressions in the eyes of everyone who felt all this could not help but change slightly. Bang bang bang. Soon, a large number of giant armored vehicles rolled over, directly crushing and destroying the surrounding walls of the Luo family. There are a large number of warriors in all directions, surrounding the surroundings. Where's Lin Z? At this time, an old man headed by walked in first, glanced at everyone and said aloud. At this time, the Luo family was surrounded by groups, and if you look closely, there are many aircraft flying high in the sky. The muzzles of those laser cannons were all aimed down. Jiang Qian? When Bai Litao saw this man, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Jiang Qian? A member of the Jiang family in Sky City. This year, he officially became the vice chairman of the World Warrior Union, and his strength is very powerful. Bai Litao humph. Jiang Qian glanced at Bai Litao, then sneered. Where is that guy named Lin Z if you don't call him out? Everyone will die. Hearing his words, Luo Zhen's hands clenched tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was abolished on Marquee Planet before, with his strength, he could easily crush him. But now, not. Scram. At this moment, Luo You glanced at him, then said lightly, do you know who you were talking to? Jiang Qian's expression became stern. You guys. Now you are fighting against the entire warrior union. Tisk tisk. You Huixia people are really stubborn. It seems that they don't know the strength of people in other regions of the warrior union. At this time, several blonde men came out. Looking at Luo You with a mocking look, they slowly walked over to Luo You, then took out the weapons behind them and they were about to make a move. Let us try the strength of you Chinese people. They laughed loudly as if they could see themselves killing Luo You and others in the next moment. Be careful. When Bailey Haoling saw this scene, the pupils in his eye shrank a little. The speed of these people is very fast. Just when she was about to pull out her double knives to block in front of her, Luo You moved. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the long sword came out, it instantly turned into countless rays of light, directly impacting the past. Bang bang bang. Those foreign warriors who were attacked had not had time to react, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant. When Jiang Qian saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes could not help but change slightly. How can that be? A single blow, just a single blow, even killed all the senior leaders of the World Warrior Union. What terrifying strength is required to be able to do all this? Kill them. Chapter 863 Sword Breaks the Heaven 2. Chapter 863 Sword Breaks the Heaven 2. Jiang Qian stepped back subconsciously at this time, then shouted loudly. Hundreds of thousands of warriors around were holding giant laser guns, which had already been aimed at everyone. And those armored vehicles like giant beasts, and the weapons of those aircraft suspended in the air are also aimed at them. Even a rank 9 warrior will be instantly annihilated under the impact of this latest type of laser attack. Luo You held the thin-winged long sword in her hand, and at this moment, the strength of her whole body gathered. This long sword instantly burst out with white light. She glanced around her eyes, but there was no expression on her face. Purple gold oval skill sword breaks the heaven. From her body, a large amount of white light was transmitted, covering the entire ground instantly. Whoosh whoosh. And at this moment, from the ground, a large number of white sword rays transformed from the source power suddenly appeared. All flew from the ground. There seemed to be thousands of sword rays, and it was impossible to see how many there were. The bodies of those warriors were directly penetrated from bottom to top, running through the entire body. Armored vehicles and aircrafts, at this moment, were all blasted apart by the thousands of dense sword rays. Jiang Qian's body trembled at this time. What kind of skill is this? Looking at the thousands of sword rays hitting the sky, his legs softened. Warrior Union Ho. Luo You said lightly. You dare? Jiang Qian watched as the sword rays slammed into the air. Then all gathered together, formed an incomparably huge sword ray and charged down from the air. His body trembled. The power of this skill is beyond his imagination. The energy contained in this sword ray is simply terrifying. Boom boom boom. Go! With the movement of Luo Yu's thoughts, the incomparably huge sword ray in the air directly charged down at an even more terrifying speed. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted. Jiang Qian felt that his body was being suppressed by an invisible force. He wanted to dodge, but he didn't have the strength to dodge at all. No! He roared, and at this moment, the sphere unfolded. But even so, the terrifying and huge sword ray impacted down, directly breaking his sphere. The huge sword ray directly annihilated his body. The surrounding aircraft fell all over the ground. Aoyanghang's eyes widened and he was still in shock, unable to recover. Although Luo Yu was very strong back then, she wasn't so incredibly powerful. This kind of strength, on this earth, is simply an invincible existence. Are you guys alright? At the same time, a figure came over from the other side. It's Lin Z. Lin Z looked at the surrounding scene and the expression in his eyes could not help but change slightly. But seeing that Luo Yu and the others were all fine, he could not help but heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Z, where did you guys go? Aoyanghang looked at Lin Z's arrival at this time and finally couldn't help but say aloud. When they came back this time, they were so powerful that they had overturned his 3 views. Marquee planet. But the route over there has been permanently closed. There is nothing to hide about this matter, Lin Z said lightly. As they returned to Earth, after the spacecraft returned, no one would dare to come over from Marquee planet without his permission. Chapter 864 Warrior Union Headquarters 1. Chapter 864 Warrior Union Headquarters 1. Your strength has improved, and it's too terrifying, Aoyanghang said aloud at this time. The people from the Warrior Union are probably going to come again. Now most of the top management of the Warrior Union has changed and they are all people from other countries. Bai Lito said aloud at this time. Don't worry. They won't dare to come again. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The execution force of our Warrior Union was hit hard in the Huixia region. Soon, the news here also spread to the Warrior Union headquarters in the United States. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes called out Lin Zi's information at this time, and then spoke to everyone present. This man killed some members of the Huixia family before, so he was wanted. Now I don't know when he will come back. It doesn't matter if Jiang Qian died, but our country's warriors also died there. We can't let go of this matter so easily, the man said coldly at this time. He is the current general leader of the World Warrior Union. When such a thing happened, it was a slap in the face. The current Warrior Union is not the same as it used to be. It is a super large force group. I think we should destroy Sky City and Huixia, the other man in the seat said lightly at this time. Just throw a nuclear bomb over there. Wall. This will be condemned by the federal government. The other man frowned slightly and said, there are many weapons that can destroy a city now. But if those weapons are really used, the whole world may be directly destroyed. What are you afraid of? Does anyone still dare to stop our federal government from doing things? The man called Wall sneered at this moment. Well, it does make sense. Huixia people have many powerful warriors in recent years. It's time to teach them a lesson. The other men also nodded at this time. The general leader of the Warrior Union thought for a while, then showed a strange smile and said, Alright, it's time to let them know the strength of our Warrior Union. Just this bit of strength. At this moment, a voice came from here. Who is it? Hearing this voice, the complexion of the people sitting at this round table changed slightly. All eyes turned to the left, and he could clearly see a Chinese man, leaning on the door over there, playing with a knife. This person is Lin Z. The next day, Lin Z arrived here. With Lin Z's current strength, it was an easy task to come up here without knowing it. Who are you? These people were also surprised when they saw Lin Z. One of the men said subconsciously, what, you were talking about me just now, but you don't recognize me. Lin Z was playing with a small knife, and then said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words, these talents reacted. Lin Z, who appeared here at this time, was exactly the same as the picture of the Chinese man displayed on the screen. It's you who killed the members of our warrior union. You still dare to show up here. The general leader of the warrior union stared at Lin Z at this time, and then said lightly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was still a little shocked inside, because this is the headquarters of the warrior union. Lin Z, a man, sneaked in here without anyone knowing. Just this alone was enough to show that his strength must be extremely powerful. Chapter 865 Warrior Union Headquarters 2. Chapter 865 Warrior Union Headquarters 2. Of course. The defense of your warrior union headquarters is so weak. Why don't I dare to come over? Lin Z said with a faint smile. How dare you? One of the warriors sitting at the round table, with a wave of his right hand, a flame of fire directly charged toward Lin Z. When Lin Z saw this scene, he immediately raised his brows. Then with a wave of his right hand, the knife in his hand flew out. The moment the knife hit the flame instantly dissipated. The pupils in the warrior's eyes shrank abruptly and he subconsciously used sphere. But even though his speed was already very fast, a hole appeared on his sphere directly. When he looked to the front, he could clearly see that a hole had been pierced through his head. There is also a small hole in the wall behind him. The knife that flew out directly pierced through the area behind. Golden steel. When the general leader of the warrior union saw this scene, his eyes widened. This warrior with the most powerful physical defense actually died just like that. Killed by a knife. Why? You all want to die too? Seeing that the others were about to make a move, Lin Z said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words and the terrifying power Lin Z used just now, they were all shocked. At this time, they all used spheres subconsciously. Everyone looked on guard. Although Lin Z was calm and taking it easy just now, he actually killed one of their high-level officials. Moreover, that official was also a super warrior who specializes in physical strength. Boy, if you dare to enter our warrior union to do this kind of thing, you are doomed. The general leader of the warrior union looked at Lin Z at this time and said with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't know how Lin Z suddenly killed Jin Gang, he still spoke out instinctively. You guys talk a lot. Hearing his repeated threatening words, Lin Z became a little impatient. With a wave of his right hand, the terrifying source of strength burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, the high-rise building seemed to vibrate violently. The glass was all shattered, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding ground and walls. Those warriors felt the blood surge, and in the next moment, they spit out a mouthful of blood. And the sphere they unfolded has a lot of cracks at this moment. Pata pata. With a crisp sound, all their spheres burst directly. Because of the explosion of the sphere, they seemed to have suffered some kind of backlash and vomited out a mouthful of blood again. Their bodies were shaky and they sat weakly on the chairs. Now, do you know how weak you guys are? Lin Z glanced at them, then said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words, these people's faces no longer had the vicious look on their faces. Instead, they were shocked. Extremely shocked. Lin Z, with just a wave of his hand, shattered all their spheres. With such terrifying power. What kind of warrior can achieve such terrifying power? At least, it is absolutely impossible for a rank 9 warrior. You, who are you? The general leader of the warrior union, covering his chest at this time, looked at Lin Z and said aloud. Chapter 866 When are you and Luo You getting engaged 1? Chapter 866 When are you and Luo You getting engaged 1? I'm just someone from Huixia. Lin Z said lightly at this time. Now, can we talk about it? Lin Z glanced over. The eyes of these people flashed, but without exception, their eyes were full of fear. From Lin Z's body, there was an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Make them feel extremely fearful. What do you want to talk about? The general leader of the warrior union looked at Lin Z and said aloud. Lin Z's strength is really too powerful. And now he doesn't dare to make a move. This kind of power is definitely not something that warriors on Earth possess. The forces of the warrior union are not allowed to enter the Huixia region in the future. Lin Z said lightly. The current warrior union is not the same as it used to be. A major purge was carried out internally, and many high-level executives were replaced by people from these U.S. regions. Moreover, this warrior union has also become a special force group, and there is a momentum to confront the federal government. When the general leader of the warrior union heard Lin Z's words, the expression in his eyes also flickered. The Huaxia region is a piece of fat meat he couldn't simply give up like this. Why? You're not agreeable to this. Then your warrior union will just have a change of leader. While Lin Z said lightly, a translucent matrix suddenly appeared on the body of the general leader of the warrior union, directly covering his body. What is this? The surrounding warriors were stunned when they saw the scene. Goodbye. At the same time as Lin Z said lightly. At the next moment, the matrix burst out in an instant. The general leader of the warrior union in the matrix was instantly annihilated, completely disappeared. The warriors around here were dumbfounded. They never thought that things would develop to this point. This is really too scary. Their top leader was killed by this Huaxia man. They had absolutely no power to fight back. Now, Namir leader, is there a problem? Lin Z glanced at the people around him and said lightly, no problem. A man's body trembled for a while, and then hurriedly said, no problem at all for us. The rest of the people also quickly spoke up at this time. This world was a world where the strong were respected, and the strength that Lin Z showed was simply too powerful. Their lives can be said to be in Lin Z's hands right now. Now, the first order I give to you guys is to clear my wanted notice. Also, don't send your people to Huaxia. While Lin Z said lightly, his figure disappeared into the air in the next moment. Seeing Lin Z disappear, the people around him heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Z's strength is really too terrifying and too powerful. With their current strength, there is absolutely no way to fight against Lin Z. In the future, don't go to Huaxia. A blonde man looked at Jin Gang's corpse next to him, and the place where the man who was blown up to dust was just now, and said while trembling, the feeling of having one foot in hell was really unpleasant. A week passed quickly. During this week, Lin Z walked back and forth between Liupan family and Sacred Region Academy. Lin Z and Luo You were the best students of the Sacred Region Academy, and they took the time to teach there during this week. Lin Z, when are you going to set the wedding date for you and Luo You? Chapter 867. When are you and Luo You getting engaged? Chapter 867. When are you and Luo You getting engaged? At this time in Luo's house, Lin Z was sitting next to the coffee table drinking tea, and when he heard Luo Zhen's words, he suddenly spat out a sip of tea. Luo Zhen, who was sitting opposite Lin Z, had tea all over his face. Cough. I'm sorry. Lin Z said a little embarrassedly. Gugu. Squeak. Although the two evolved beasts, Roly and Xiaobai, can become very large now, their size can be reduced at any time, and now they are the size of small birds. Crawling on Lin Z's shoulders, it seems that they hadn't seen Lin Z for a long time. These two evolved beasts were very attached to Lin Z. At this time, they climbed on Lin Z's shoulders and didn't seem to want to leave at all. Although Lin Z was a little helpless at this time, there was a softness in his eyes. They were attached to him. I said, when are you going to set a wedding date with my daughter? Luo Zhen wiped the tea on his cheeks at this time, then glared at Lin Z and said, this. Lin Z was still a little nervous at this time. After all, before he crossed over, he was someone who didn't even have a girlfriend, and now they were talking about marriage. In addition to being nervous, he was also quite eager. At this moment, in his eyes, he seemed to see Luo You wearing a wedding dress. It would definitely be beautiful. Lin Z. Oh, uncle. Lin Z came back to his senses at this time, and said aloud, I think the 10th day of February next year will be a good day. What do you think? Luo Zhen took out a calendar and said aloud, this kind of paper calendar has rarely appeared on the market, and he wasn't sure where Luo Zhen got it from. I'll ask Luo You what she thinks later. Lin Z thought for a while, then said aloud, after all, he hasn't proposed yet. And that's fine too. Luo Zhen thought for a while, then said aloud, "You boy, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will make you suffer. You hear me?" Luo Zhen looked at Lin Z at this time, felt as if his favorite was being stolen, and immediately glared at Lin Z. The thief? Certainly. Lin Z nodded seriously. He will definitely treat Luo You well even without Luo Zhen's warning. But I plan to go to the Namir planet. Lin Z hesitated for a moment, then said aloud, "Namir planet." Luo Zhen was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little puzzled. Lin Z thought for a while, and then told him something he knew. It turns out that it is a higher-level planet than the Marquee planet. Aren't the warriors there even more powerful? Luo Zhen said with shock in his eyes. Indeed. Lin Z nodded. This was to be expected. Tomorrow, there should be another group of people from Namir planet. If we don't get rid of them, our Earth will also be in danger. If it wasn't for those people from Namir planet who wanted to have some fun on Earth previously, with just the strength of their dozens of master warrior-level warriors, Earth would definitely be turned upside down. And most importantly, I want to find a flower to treat Luo You equally. Lin Z said this and was silent for a while. There was still no cure to Luo You equally, and the only way was to see if this more advanced Namir planet had the legendary Orchid of Heaven. I know of the secret technique too, and the sequely are very strong. Chapter 868 People from the Namir planet. Chapter 868 People from the Namir planet. But, if you have seen the hidden scroll from the Luo family, the things written inside should be true. Luo Zhen said to Lin Z. And? Lin Z nodded his head. He will definitely find the Orchids of Heaven. What were you guys talking about? Luo You walked into the room and asked out of curiosity. She was no longer as cold as she used to be previously. However, this was only when she was with her family and Lin Z. When she was with the others, she was still as cold as a glacier. I was just discussing with Lin Z when the both of you should get married. Luo Zhen said it openly. After hearing what her father said, Luo Yu's eyes were stretched wide and a soft blush appeared on her face. Lin Z, you're a thick-skinned man. I'm sure you wouldn't mind talking about this. Luo Zhen was surprised by how his daughter was looking a little shy. This was something that was nearly impossible to see on Luo Yu's face. As for Lin Z, he doesn't even appear to be bothered by it. Of course not. Lin Z stood up straight and answered loudly. Tisksk, you didn't even propose. I will never let my sister marry him. Luo Yan joined them in the room and teased her younger sister. I'm leaving. Luo Yu mumbled and quickly walked out of the room. Dad, did you see it's a rare opportunity to see her with that expression on her face? Luo Yan chuckled as she walked towards her father. Look, I even got it on camera. Luo Yan was laughing as she showed it to Luo Zhen. Luo Yan obviously took the opportunity to take pictures of her sister. This crazy sister. Luo Ziu was speechless after seeing how Luo Yan reacted. The next morning, Lin Ziu, Nan Zhang and Luo Yu arrived at the cave that had the space teleportation device. I really would like to see how they are able to teleport between two spaces that are so far away. Lin Ziu said to them as they were walking. Luo Yu, be careful. Lin Ziu was holding on to Luo Yu's hand and he looked extremely gentle. And Luo Yu nodded her head. Both of them looked gorgeous together. Seeing how Lin Ziu was so gentle with Luo Yu, Nan Zhang found it difficult to imagine that this man was able to kill all those warriors. So, they will be teleporting to this place soon. Nan Zhang walked towards the space teleportation device and told the both of them. Those from the Namir planet wanted the Nan family to be their slaves on Earth. They just didn't expect that before being able to do anything. Most of them were already killed by Lin Ziu. And? Lin Ziu nodded his head. Then you shouldn't leave. Just stand there. Lin Ziu already knew what he wanted to say and quickly said it before Nan Zhang. Nan Zhang desperately wanted to leave, but he had no other choice but to stand where he was. Time passed and soon the ground beneath them started shaking. Are they here? Lin Ziu kept his eyes on the space teleportation device. The device started shaking as well as if it had been activated and soon there was a bright light coming from it. Lin Ziu and Luo Yu had to close their eyes. The ground was shaking harder with the bright light coming from the machine. Lin Ziu couldn't see much due to the bright light, but with his strong senses. He could clearly feel that there was an overpowering aura of strong warriors coming from the bright light. Here they are, there's lots of them. There were also a few of them who were warrior kings. Are you on Earth now? A voice rang through the cave. The bright light slowly disappeared, and it was replaced by 60 warriors who were standing in front of the space teleportation device. Most of them were at least 2 meters tall, and all of them looked buff and muscular. Nanzang, are you waiting for us? The man that stood right in front saw Nanzang. Sir Jinli, you're back. Nanzang noticed who it was. There were few in his eyes as he quickly got onto his knees. Some of these warriors had been sent here earlier, but Sir Jinli had returned in order to bring more warriors back to Earth. See, this man comes from the strongest family in Huaxia, but he is just a slave of mine. Jinli said to his men who were standing behind him. Ha 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 ha. Those at the back started laughing as well. How is it that this lame country has warriors? It's just weird. Some of them asked out of curiosity. Nanzang, those 2 over there, are they yours? Jinli pointed his fingers at Lin Z and Luo You who were standing close by. Nanzang was covered in cold sweats as he couldn't offend any of them. Why are you afraid? Jinli looked at Nanzang and frowned. He took a good look at Lin Z and Luo You. The boy was handsome and the girl was gorgeous. Both of them made a great pair. But he could feel that Lin Z and Luo You aren't ordinary warriors. Who are you? Jinli asked as he frowned harder. Here to kill you. Lin Z narrowed his eyes as well as he said flatly. Ha ha ha. Did you hear him? This earthling is saying that he wanted to kill us. Although he had no idea why Lin Z and Luo You were here. Jinli still found it hilarious after hearing what Lin Z said. It was the best joke that he had ever heard. Nanzang, did you hire these 2 lowly earthlings to kill us? Jinli stopped laughing and put on a solemn look instead as he asked Nanzang. No, it wasn't me. Nanzang quickly shook his head. HMPH. One of the warriors who stood behind Jinli sneered. He swung his sword towards Nanzang and his body was instantly sliced into 2. Hey, you killed my slave. Jinli looked at the warrior standing behind him. There are so many of them on this planet. Just find another one. The man shrugged his shoulders. You're right. I think both of them look good. Jinli laughed as he said to his men. Both of you, I am giving you a chance here. Get on your knees. Crawl and lick our shoes. We will let you live and even allow you to work for us. Chapter 869 People from the Namir Planet 2. Chapter 869 People from the Namir Planet 2. Jinli looked at Lin Z and Luo You as he spoke to them. This was the best offer that he could give them. Are you an idiot? Lin Z said to Jinli without any hesitation. Jinli was a little shocked, but he soon understood what Lin Z was saying. Lin Z was humiliating him. Kill the man and shave him till he becomes as thin as a stick. As for the woman, bring her to me, Jinli said with a furious look on his face. The low-lying earthling dared to speak to him in that manner. How dare he? After getting the command from Jinli, one of the warriors dashed towards Lin Z. In their opinion, Lin Z was merely an earthling. They only needed to send one warrior to get rid of Lin Z. Boom! Just as he was running toward Lin Z, the spear that was behind Lin Z's back flew into the air and started spinning. The warrior that was running saw a bright light and before he could react, all 4 of his limbs had been chopped off from his body. Only his body was left on the ground. Ah! He let out a loud, painful cry and soon, he was dead due to the major blood loss. The rest of the warriors from the Namir planet were shocked to see what had happened. How was that possible? This earthling, how did he have such strong power? He didn't even do much and he managed to kill the warrior. Luo You, as you ready? Lin Z asked Luo You who was standing next to him. Luo You pulled out her sword that was tied to her waist. The firm look in her eyes showed that she was ready to fight. Luo You had the physique of a warrior god that had not been encountered in the Luo family in centuries. If she was given enough resources and skills to train, she would definitely be one of the best. The environment on Earth had limited her progress, but when she got to the Marquee planet, she had improved tremendously and was terrifyingly powerful. Get rid of them. The expression on Jinli's face looked extremely awful. They were superior to these low-lying earthlings, but this man had killed his warrior in such a humiliating manner. Lin Z and Luo You looked at each other. Without saying a word, both of them rushed towards the men. There were some who were warrior kings amongst the men that came from the Namir planet, but these warrior kings were nothing compared to Luo You. The sword in her hand has already become a part of her body. With the sword glistening in the air, it was followed by gushes of fresh red blood that continuously appeared in the air. Luo You was a merciless woman when it came to the battleground. Soon, all that's left were debris of body parts all over the ground, accompanied by the cries and wailing of the men that were still alive. The other warrior kings decided to get rid of the men that looked more dangerous. All of them surrounded Lin Z and were attacking Lin Z with all sorts of warrior skills. The warrior skills that they were using were quite similar to those that were seen on Earth. The only difference was that the strength of their warrior skills. Lin Z was swinging his long spear and his figure was moving so fast that it looked like a shadow. The warrior kings who were all around Lin Z didn't even get the chance to hit Lin Z. As Lin Z continued to move the long spear in his arm, there was a bright light that flashed before their eyes. Boom boom boom. They were about to get closer to Lin Z, but instead, their heads got pierced by Lin Z's long spear and it led to their heads exploding. Chapter 870 Wait for me to come home. Chapter 870 Wait for me to come home. The warriors who were all warrior kings were killed in an instant. At the same time, Luo You continued moving around swiftly with her sword. As she slowly danced with her sword, there were bright lights that flashed before their eyes. Her long, white hair was flowing in the air as well. She was looking extremely gentle and light as she moved across the cave. Clang clang clang. As the metals collided with each other, there was a huge sound that rang across the room. The warriors who were trying to fight Luo You had their weapons thrown onto the ground. With a blink of an eye, the sword in her arms started glowing brightly. There was a horrifying aura that was coming from the sword and there was a sharp, ringing sound that could be heard. The warriors didn't have the time to figure out what was happening, and they were already chopped into several pieces. It was only within seconds, and those from the Nanowar planet were already completely defeated by Luo You and Lin Z. Who are you? Jinli's eyes were opened wide as he stared at Lin Z and Luo You who were walking toward him. There was fear in his eyes. How was it possible that these earthlings were so powerful? This was Earth, a low, powerless, weak planet. How do you use this machine? Lin Z completely ignored his question and asked him another one instead. Jinli looked around. He was trying to take a few steps back before saying, I don't know. Ziu. As soon as he finished, Luo You held up her sword once again and with a few swings in the air, there was a terrifying aura that was released from it. The bodies of the warriors around Jinli were immediately chopped into two. Jinli could feel how strong and terrifying the aura was. When he looked at the bodies around that had been chopped into pieces, he couldn't help but shiver. He looked extremely frightened as he looked at Luo You. If Luo You wanted him dead, he would have been chopped into pieces as well. So, will you start talking or not? Lin Z didn't say much. He picked up his long spear and pointed the tip of it at Jinli's forehead. All of the warriors were dead because of Lin Z and Luo You. He was the only one left. Jinli stared at the long spear that was right in front of his eyes. There was still fresh blood dripping off the tip of the spear. He suddenly thought of how Lin Z was the one who killed most of the warriors here with this long spear. He could still remember how all of their heads exploded, and it sent chills down his spine. He didn't even have the spirit to fight them. Both of them were too strong. He'll tell you. Jinli had no other choice but to start talking. You just have to place the odd crystals here in this spot and press this button. Then, we will be able to be transported to different planets. Jinli pointed at the 12 holes in the space transportation device, as well as the activation button that was red in color. As they were listening to what Jinli was saying, Lin Z narrowed his eyes. The odd crystals should be those from evolved beasts. But, I don't think you will be able to find odd crystals that are suitable on Earth. Jinli continued talking to them about the space teleportation device. How did you find Earth? What do you want here? Lin Z continued asking. The look in Jinli's eyes changed after hearing Lin Z's question. It was as if he had thought of something. Ziu, That's when Lin Z moved his spear and sliced off Jin Li's right arm. Ah! There was a sharp pain coming from the missing arm and Jin Li screamed in pain. Fine, I'll tell you. Lin Z was still moving his spear and was about to slice off his other arm. He quickly stopped Lin Z as his body trembled. He could feel the murderous intention coming from Lin Z. If he refused to answer, he would have been killed by this long spear within seconds. I found this small planet by coincidence. We just wanted to take control of this planet so that the Earthlings would work as our slaves. Jin Li no longer cared about the rest and immediately told everything that he knew. Lin Z raised his brows. Although he wasn't happy with what he heard, he was sure that those on the Nanoir planet now were not the Bai family. Who else is there? Lin Z asked another question. We are members of the God Hunters. Most of them are still on the Nanoir planet. There are about 2,000 of us and our leader is much stronger than I am. Jin Li looked at Lin Z as he said those words. His eyes seemed to be threatening Lin Z. But Lin Z wasn't afraid and said in a flat tone, "A respected warrior." How? How did you know? Jin Li was shocked as his eyes were opened wide. He didn't think that these Earthlings would know what a respected warrior was. From what he knew before, the strongest warriors on Earth were only rank 9 warriors. They even used extraordinary measures to get Nanjing from the Nan family to become a warrior master. They wanted Nanjing to help them take control of the Earth, but who would have thought that all of their plans were ruined? The men that he had brought with him were all killed. All right then. Goodbye. Lin Z already got the answers that he wanted. He raised his spear and immediately killed Jin Li. This man wasn't extremely powerful, which meant that he was only a normal member of the God Hunters. Even if he continued asking, there was nothing more that he could get. I am going to Nanoir planet. He was looking at the space teleportation device as he spoke to Luo You, who was standing next to him. I'm going too. Luo You stayed quiet for a little while before saying to Lin Z, "No. You are staying on Earth." Lin Z grabbed onto Luo Yu's shoulder and looked at her beautiful eyes before saying to her, "They have no idea what it was like on the Nanoir planet, but there was one thing that he could be sure of. The warriors on that planet was extremely strong. He wanted to go there so that he could finish the promise that he made with that old man, and he also wanted to find the Orchid of Heavens so that Luo Yu could be treated. Therefore, he didn't want Luo Yu to travel to the Nanoir planet and put herself in danger. But Luo Yu was worried. The Nanoir planet would be much more dangerous than the Marquee planet. If Lin Z went alone, don't worry. He'll be fine." Lin Z reassured Luo Yu. "Wait for me to come home and we'll get married." Chapter 871 Arriving at Namir Planet. Chapter 871 Arriving at Namir Planet. The next day, Lin Z stood on the teleportation device and took a deep breath. Under his persuasion, Luo Yu finally agreed to stay on Earth and wait for him. He wasn't sure what the situation at Namir Planet was like, and the sequelae of Luo Yu was not gone. It was still very dangerous for her to go there. "Uncle Yi, can we really get in touch with people from the previous Yi family?" Taking a closer look at this time, there was another man beside Lin Z. This person is Yikai, the guardian at the top of the Sacred Region Academy Tower. He accepted the power inherited from the old man back then. Until now, there was still the cluster of light in his body, and he has not fully absorbed the power of it. It should be possible. Although almost all of the Yi family died back then, there are other families who are subordinates of the Yi family. As long as we go back, we can meet them. Yikai nodded slightly, then said aloud. This time, when Lin Z came back from the Marquee planet, Yikai was very surprised, because now Lin Z's strength has been stronger, and Yikai is only rank 9. "Master, this is the token of the Yi family. With him, the forces of the Yi family back then will help us." Yikai took out a token and said aloud. This token looks very primitive. On it is engraved the word Yi in bold cursive calligraphy. Lin Z took the token and touched it. It had a special texture on it. He didn't know what material it is made of. "Okay, let's go now." Lin Z nodded slightly, then walked to the teleportation device. Looking at the 12 grooves in front, his eyes narrowed slightly. Jin Li said before that there is no such odd crystal on Earth that can drive this machine. He probably meant odd crystals that were rank 9 and above. After all, the most powerful evolved beast on Earth is only rank 9. On the Marquee planet, Lin Z had brought back many high-level odd crystals. Looking at the 12 grooves at this time, Lin Z directly took out 12 odd crystals from his pocket and placed them in the grooves. These odd crystals are all above the 10th order. Come in. Lin Z spoke to Yikai. Yikai nodded slightly, then walked into the device with Lin Z. Looking at a red button inside the device, Lin Z didn't hesitate and pressed the enable button directly. Boom boom boom. As soon as the button was pressed, the entire teleportation device seemed to shake instantly. Together with the ground, it was as if an earthquake had occurred, and in the groove, those odd crystals seemed to be emitting light. The entire teleportation device seems to have suddenly become bright because of the conduction of energy. The dazzling light made Lin Z squint. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, there was a louder sound, and the two of them were instantly drowned by the white light. After a period of time, when Lin Z opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a different place. The place where he was seemed to be in a huge basement. There are a lot of weird machines around. Although there are lights all around, the environment still looks a little dark. Boom! Ikai's body also fell down at this moment, hitting the ground heavily. Are you alright? Lin Z raised him up and said, I'm fine. Ikai patted the dust on his body and said, Now, have we really reached Namir planet? Ikai looked at the different environment around him, and then subconsciously said, Should be. Lin Z narrowed his eyes slightly and felt it carefully. The gravity of Namir planet was obviously different from that of Earth. Now he could clearly feel that my body has become a little heavier. 10 times gravity. Ikai also clearly felt it at this time, and frowned slightly. For Lin Z, the gravity 10 times greater than the Earth didn't feel much, but Ikai was obviously a little uncomfortable. Who is it? And at this time, a voice came from the front. A tall warrior walked over, looked at Lin Z and Yikai, and frowned slightly. Are you the guys that Jinli brought back from Earth? He walked forward and looked at Lin Z and Yikai suspiciously. Because the average height of people on the planet Namir was more than 2 meters. So Lin Z and Yikai are obviously much shorter than them. Yes, Lin Z said with a smile. Before coming, Lin Z had already learned the language of Namir planet through the people of the Nan family. So at this time, the conversation can be very smooth. Has the Earth been wiped out? Why did he let you 2 lowly Earthlings come here? The man looked at Lin Z and Yikai and said coldly. Also, in 3 days, the head will come over here and it would be over for you Earthlings. It seems that you are very interested in Earth. Lin Z continued with a faint smile. It's just that the head wants it. Your Earth is the head's toy. The man continued to speak, with an extremely arrogant look in his eyes. Well, what does he want you to do here? If there is nothing, I will kill you both. He said a little impatiently. He didn't want to waste his time on lowly Earthlings. He wants me to come to kill you all. While Lin Z said lightly, the dark-edged spear in his hand stabbed straight out. The pupils in the man's eyes shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Lin Z would attack him suddenly. Moreover, the shot that Lin Z stabbed was really fast, and it was so powerful that it seemed like it could pierce all the space. Boom! This man didn't even have time to unfold sphere, and was directly killed by Lin Z with a stab in the head. This is a man from the God Hunters. I think this should be their base. Lin Z said lightly. Yikai, who was a little surprised at first, nodded slightly at this time. Let's go. Lin Z looked at the teleportation device behind him, and said aloud. Yikai hesitated for a moment, then walked forward. Lin Z looked at the teleportation device and narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he wanted to destroy the teleportation device and prevent the people from the planet Namir from being teleported to Earth. But if it is destroyed, it will not be easy for Lin Z to return to Earth later. Who's there? Just when Lin Z hesitated, a stern shout came over. Chapter 872 Extermination. Chapter 872 Extermination. Who's that? Hearing this person's voice, Lin Z's eyes changed slightly. When he looked ahead, he could clearly see a group of warriors in the same uniform, rushing over. These people knew at a glance that they were the so-called god hunters. Uncle Yi, be careful. The few warriors who rushed over first, holding the swords in their hands, attacked Yikai directly. Boom! With a volley of the swords in their hands, an extremely terrifying skill suddenly erupted and they charged directly at Yikai. The pupils in Yikai's eyes shrunk slightly. He wanted to dodge, but found that he seemed unable to dodge because of his current strength. After all, he is only at the 9th rank. As for the group of warriors who are rushing over now, their strength is at least above the master warrior level, and there are even several warriors at the king warrior level. Boom! Just when Yikai thought he was going to be hit by these skills, Lin Z's figure had already appeared in front of him. With a direct slap with the right hand, all those seemingly terrifying skill powers were instantly dissipated. Are you alright? Lin Z stood in front of Yikai and said lightly, I'm fine. In addition to being surprised, Yikai shook his head and said, the powerful skill just now. Lin Z was able to resist so easily. His strength has improved so much. Earthling. At the same time, these warriors who rushed over had already surrounded Lin Z and Yikai. These warriors looked at Lin Z and Yikai, seemed to think of something and said aloud, Humph, the lowly earthlings. Who dare to attack us? You are tired of living, huh? One of the warriors looked at the corpse not far away, then looked at Lin Z and Yikai and said lightly. Lin Z looked at these people. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the past, facing these people, he might feel very strong. But now that Lin Z has reached the level of respected warrior, his strength has become extremely powerful. Ordinary warriors, no matter how many, are simply not enough to see. Aren't you the only ones left in your god hunters? Lin Z looked at them and said aloud. Hearing Lin Z's words, these warriors were all stunned. They don't seem to understand why this earthling suddenly said this. So much nonsense, one of the warriors said coldly when he heard Lin Z's words. Earthlings dare to ask them questions just courting death. As soon as his body moved, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Z. The sword in his hand slashed directly from top to bottom. It seemed that he wanted to cut Lin Z directly in half. Swoosh! But what he didn't expect was that as soon as his sword was cut down, Lin Z's figure seemed to disappear in place. Not only was this man surprised, but the expressions in the eyes of the rest of the warriors also changed slightly. And at this moment, the body of the man who had just slashed at Lin Z with the sword suddenly turned into two halves. When the others saw this scene, their eyes widened. They didn't realize what was going on at all. They saw the man's body split into two halves. It was as if his body was cut in half by a sword. Just this bit of strength. And at this moment, a voice came. Their eyes turned to the location where Lin Z was just now, and they could clearly see where Lin Z was. Lin Z, who had just disappeared suddenly, appeared here again. You. These warriors of the god hunters are now completely shocked. Ask again. How many of your god hunters are there and where are they? At this time, Lin Z turned his eyes to the front and said aloud. Die. Of course. These people from the god hunters couldn't answer Lin Z's answer just like that. At this moment, they all rushed forward, wanting to go up together and directly kill Lin Z. Humph. Lin Z snorted coldly, and with a stroke of the spear in his hand, a huge arc of white light suddenly appeared. Swoosh. The warriors who rushed over first were all chopped in half at this moment. Stumps and broken arms are everywhere. Lin Z continued to wave the dark-edged spear in his hand and kept killing all those warriors. In just a few seconds, only the last warrior was left standing there. Seeing that the blood-stained spear held by Lin Z pointed at his head, his body could not help shaking. In a few seconds, Lin Z actually killed everyone. It really scared him. Tell me, how many people are there? Lin Z said lightly. Hearing Lin Z's words, the man's legs softened and he fell to his knees directly on the ground. He now looked at Lin Z with a look of fear in his eyes. Lin Z's strength was so terrifying that he felt like a fish on the chopping block. There are more than 600 people. distributed all over the planet Namir. The man's body trembled for a while. Then he said, "How many people know of this base?" Lin Z continued to speak softly. The man was in a cold sweat, especially the corpses around him, which made him even more terrified. In addition to Jinlei and the others who went to Earth, there are also us, and the other group is the 4 to 5 generals led by the head of the regiment. They are all warriors of the king warrior level, and they will come here tomorrow. He didn't dare to lie at all, so he quickly explained everything he knew. Is that so? Lin Z raised his brows, then said lightly, "Really? It's true." He thought that Lin Z wanted to kill him, so he hurriedly said, "N? Goodbye then." Lin Z swung the dark edge spear in his hand, and at this moment, a large amount of flames were released, all of which rushed towards the surrounding corpses. Boom boom boom. The terrifying hellfire directly annihilated those corpses and this man, as if they never appeared at all. Lin Z, what level are you at now? Ye Kai secretly swallowed his saliva, opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, "Everything that happened just now was really incredible. Respected warrior. A level above the rank 9 warrior." Lin Z smiled lightly. Respected warrior. Ye Kai was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions now. "I'm going to look for those families under the Yi family's influence and see if I can contact them." Ye Kai thought for a while and said aloud, "Are you going alone?" Lin Z was startled, then said subconsciously, "N, I want to drop by to practice for a while. I don't want to hold master back." Chapter 873 Awaiting. Chapter 873 Awaiting. After hearing what Ye Kai said, Lin Z was stunned for a short period of time. "Please allow me to do so," Ye Kai asked respectfully. He was aware that with his current abilities, Ye Kai would not be able to do much for Lin Z. In fact, he might even become a burden. Just like before, he wouldn't be able to fight those people even if it was only one of them. If it wasn't because of Lin Z, they could have easily killed him. He was too weak now. "Alright, just be careful. If there's anything, remember to call me." Lin Z thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. "Alright." Ye Kai nodded his head as well. Both of them have special communicating watches. Even without the internet, they would still be able to contact each other from far away. "We should leave." Lin Z looked around as he said to Ye Kai, "You wouldn't have to destroy this teleportation device." The warriors from the God Hunters from before mentioned that there was only a couple of them who knew this place. The leader of the God Hunters will be bringing the rest of them here tomorrow. By then, he would only have to get rid of these people and no one would know about this device here. Both of them slowly walked up the stairs. As they got there, they could see a much broader space than before. There were also lots of strange and new machines that they had never seen. On the walls around them, there were lots of combat suits and weapons. "Ye Kai, you can take one and try it on." The combat suits and weapons here were obviously much better than the ones back on Earth, but the sizes of these suits seemed much bigger. Ye Kai was aware that the suits and weapons from the Nanowar planet would definitely be one of the best, but the sizes of these things are so much bigger than him. He picked up one of the combat suits and when he put it on, he realized that the suit was getting smaller automatically. It was becoming a size that could fit him. Is this really happening? Ye Kai widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe it. There are still lots of odd crystals here. Ye Kai, you can take them and absorb them. Lin Z had walked to the other side and saw the odd crystals that were piled together like a huge mountain. These odd crystals were at least rank 10. If Ye Kai got to absorb them, he would be able to quickly break through being a rank 9 warrior and soon become a warrior master. If that was the case, he would have an added protection as he stayed on the Nanowar planet. Ye Kai hesitated a little in the beginning, but he still decided to do so. He then walked towards the mountain of odd crystals and sat next to it. He crossed his legs as he sat next to it and slowly absorbed the crystals one by one. Soon, the next morning arrived. This is what it feels like to be a warrior master. The next morning, when Ye Kai opened his eyes, he could feel that everything was different. As he became a warrior master, he felt as if he was a new person. When you become a warrior master, you are allowed to claim a source mark. Lin Z smiled as he told his experienced Yikai. As he listened to how Lin Z was talking about his past, Yikai was surprised. He didn't think that Lin Z had become this strong. However, he was delighted that Lin Z had become such a powerful warrior. This meant that Lin Z would not be under any threat while he was on the Nanoir planet. Perhaps in the future, Lin Z might be able to annihilate the entire Bai family. Master, I will be taking a trip to find out more about the other family. If I find anything, I will contact you immediately. Yikai bidded farewell to Lin Z. Alright, be careful. Seeing how Yikai has already made up his mind about leaving, Lin Z nodded his head while giving him the approval. Plus, he had other things to do as well. If he brought Yikai along with him, he wouldn't have the time to care for Yikai. As Lin Z pushed the door open, there were bright rays of sunlight that shone into the room. When they took a good look, the place was built on an abandoned land, in the middle of nowhere. The houses around them looked old and there were lots of weeds grown around them. It was a sunny day and the sun seemed to be much bigger compared to the one that they see on Earth. It was getting hot as well because of the bright sun. Master, goodbye. Yikai bowed to Lin Z and headed in the other direction. Goodbye, Lin Z said with a gentle smile on his face. After sending him off, Lin Z took a look at the view around him. This place seemed to be far away from civilization and by common sense, there shouldn't be anyone who knew about this place. If that's the case, he only had to get rid of those who were coming today. This way, no one would know about the secret of this space teleportation device and how they could be sent to Earth. Then, he wouldn't have to destroy this machine. Time passed by slowly as daytime was longer than nighttime on the Nanoir planet. There was only 5 hours where the sun was down. At 5 in the evening, Lin Z was standing on the highest ground available and saw that there was a huge group of men getting closer to him. They are here. Lin Z narrowed his eyes as he took a good look at these men. Why didn't they come out to welcome you? The men continued walking towards the door. They frowned when they noticed that there was no one welcoming them. These idiots, I already told them yesterday that we will be coming with the leader today. Another man amongst their group was slowly getting mad. Don't worry about it. Let's head inside. Perhaps they have already conquered that little planet. We will then get those lowly peasant to work as slaves for us. The god hunters will definitely become much stronger. The men continued discussing it as they walked into the room. Let's take a look. The man who was dressed in luxurious clothing, whose aura was a little more different from the rest of them, finally opened his mouth. He was the leader of the god hunters. Xiao Gui. Yes. The rest of them were guarding him as they continued walking forward. Eei. When they were about to push the gates open, there was a sharp noise that came from inside. The gates were slowly opened on their own. HMPH, now they are here. One of the warriors sneered. However, the next thing that happened surprised them even more. There were no warriors that came out to welcome them. There was only a small man standing inside. Who are you? When they saw the man, the warriors were all confused and shocked. Chapter 874 Zhao Gui. Chapter 874 Zhao Gui. This was because the man standing in front of them was not from the god hunters. You're finally here. Lin Z looked at the group of warriors standing before him and asked them. He's not one of us. One of the warriors frowned and spoke to their leader. Zhao Gui. Finish him. Zhao Gui gazed at Lin Z for less than a second before giving the command. It was as if this was just another norm. Yes. The warrior standing closest to him nodded his head and dashed towards Lin Z. Z. He was quick and within a blink of an eye, he was already standing right in front of Lin Z. He had a sharp machete and he sprung it towards Lin Z. The warrior was prepared to chop Lin Z into two. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Z stretched his hand and caught the machete that was swung towards him. The warrior suddenly felt as if his machete had been caught onto something and he could no longer move it. What was happening? He was shocked as he couldn't believe his eyes. His machete may not be the best, but it was definitely sharp. This man, who doesn't look like he belonged to the Nanoir planet, managed to stop his machete. That's the best that you can do. Lin Z gave a provocative laugh. Lin Z covered his hands with his source energy and no matter how sharp the weapon was, it wouldn't be able to harm him. Smack. Then, With a slight twist of the hand, Lin Z broke the machete into two. With the broken piece of the machete in his arm, there was a bloody cut that appeared on the warrior's neck. The warrior held onto his neck with his eyes wide open. Soon, he fell onto the ground, dead. It didn't even take more than a minute for all that to happen. Damn it. The rest of the warriors realized that their opponent was much stronger than they had thought, and all of them decided to attack Lin Z together. All of them were warrior masters and have all activated their source mark. Some even released their yuan. None of them belittled Lin Z after what happened. Seeing how he was surrounded by the warriors from the god hunters, Lin Z was still extremely calm. He picked up his long spear and started swinging it in the air. As he was doing so, there were thousands and millions of spears that appeared out of nowhere. Clang clang clang. The weapons that the warriors had were all thrown onto the ground. Before they could react, the long spear that Lin Z had were already attacking them. Boom boom boom. All of them had their yuan released, but with one slight touch of the spear, it immediately broke their yuan, one after another. The warriors' heads exploded because of Lin Z. Xiao Gui, who was calm and affected, finally looked shocked after seeing what happened. He didn't think that Lin Z would be someone so powerful. All of you, go. Xiao Gui looked at Lin Z with cold eyes as he commanded his men. Yes. The rest of them heard the command and immediately attacked Lin Z all together with the weapons in their hands. They leaped into the air before heading toward Lin Z. There was an array of warrior skills being released at the same time. However, Lin Z was moving around as if he was only a figure and none of them could hit him. It was impossible to hit Lin Z. In the end, Lin Z killed all of them one by one. The peak of a warrior king. Xiao Gui remained on the same spot as before as he was watching his men getting killed by Lin Z. He was shocked. Lin Z ignored what he asked and asked another question in return. You want to make people on Earth your slaves? Lin Z looked at him and asked bluntly. You mean the new planet that we found recently? Xiao Gui gave another question back to him before offering him a deal. If you are interested in that, I can make you the vice of the god hunters. Come with me and we will take over that planet together. He thought that Lin Z wanted a piece of that planet. Earth was just a lowly planet, but there were lots of resources and slaves, which was a good deal. Don't you know where I'm from? Xiao Gui's expression changed when he heard what Lin Z had asked him. You're from Earth? Xiao Gui asked in disbelief. That planet only had low-rank warriors. He was thinking of heading there personally so that he would be able to conquer it. But something unexpected happened. That's impossible. You can't be from Earth. Xiao Gui shook his head. That was a useless planet. How would it be possible that there were such strong warriors from that place? Earthlings are much stronger than you can imagine. Lin Z said calmly. He held onto this long spear and started walking towards Xiao Gui. Just because you defeated these men, you think you can kill me? Xiao Gui noticed that Lin Z was walking toward him and he laughed. There were about 2,000 of them that had joined the god hunters, and they were scattered all over the planet. But the real core members were all here today. Then, they were all dead now because of Lin Z. Xiao Gui, who looked calmed earlier, started getting furious. The veins on both his arms popped. Ziyu, the sword that he carried on his back, flew into the air and was headed towards Lin Z. Clang! Lin Z quickly swung his spear when he saw the sword. The huge sword then changed its direction. However, it didn't go far as it took a turn and flew back, once again heading toward Lin Z. You're dead. At that moment, Xiao Gui was filled with rage and there was a green source mark that appeared on his head. When that happened, there was green grass growing from the ground beneath Lin Z. They grew out of nowhere and all of them were long and thick. They gathered around Lin Z and had wind themselves on Lin Z's body. Instantly, Lin Z's body was now covered with grass and he was a huge green ball. Go to hell! Xiao Gui roared. The huge sword came from behind and pierced through the center of the green ball. Ziyu! Xiao Gui caught the sword that came back to him and he gave a cold laugh. I actually thought that you were strong, but I guess you're not. He was confident that he had killed Lin Z. That lowly earthling killed so many of my people. Xiao Gui felt that it was a little wasted. Boom boom boom. Then, there was a weird noise coming from inside the huge green ball. Chapter 875 Aishuang City. Chapter 875 Aishuang City. What's happening? Zhao Gui could feel what it was and his eyes were slowly stretched wide open because of it. When he turned around, he could see that the green ball that he created was getting bigger. This was not because of him. His source energy would not be able to do this. The green ball grew. Kunlun. Then, it suddenly exploded. There was grass everywhere. A figure slowly appeared in front of his eyes. It was that man. Lin Z. He was totally unharmed. That's impossible. Zhao Gui screamed uncontrollably. He was one of the best warrior kings, and even when he used all the energy that he had in him, he still couldn't kill this earthling. Most importantly, there wasn't even a single scratch on this man. Nothing was seen, not a single scratch. You're pretty good, Lin Z said flatly as he continued walking Zhao Gui. Go to hell. Zhao Gui was provoked by Lin Z and he was madly whipping his sword around. There were sword auras that were continuously released and all of them were headed towards Lin Z. Kunlun. These crescent-shaped sword auras led to massive explosions. His sword aura may seem horrifying, but when it got to Lin Z, it did not cause any harm to him. This was illogical, this was impossible. Zhao Gui had already turned completely crazy. With the continuous attack, Lin Z was not injured at all and he could no longer keep himself calm. Ah! He roared in rage. With the huge sword in his arm, he raised it above his head and threw it downwards onto Lin Z's head. Clang! Lin Z did not dodge the attack. Instead, the huge sword landed on his neck, but it was only followed by a bright, crisp sound. Zhao Gui's eyes were opened wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His huge sword was extremely sharp and he even transferred his source energy onto his weapon. This definitely wasn't the outcome that he was expecting. You are a respected warrior. Zhao Gui finally thought of it and his body shook. You finally realized. As Lin Z answered him in a monotonous voice, he grabbed onto the sword that was on his neck. He gently pushed it and took away the sword from Zhao Gui. His body was shaking as he continued walking backwards. When he knew that Lin Z was a respected warrior, he no longer wanted to fight Lin Z. The difference in the abilities between a warrior king and a respected warrior was huge. Even if he was at his peak, it was still impossible for him to be the opponent of a respected warrior. Run! That was the next time that appeared in his head. Then, he gathered the energy in his body, and soon his body disappeared into thin air. Did you really think that you could leave? Lin Z asked Zhao Gui. Everything here was under his control. Zhao Gui, who was trying to leave, realized that Lin Z was suddenly standing right in front of him. You. Zhao Gui's lips trembled uncontrollably and his knees felt weak. He was the leader of the good hunters, but he was still afraid of death. Plus, he was still a young man. He wouldn't want to die here in this place. Under such circumstances, let me ask you something. Do you know the Bai family? Lin Z stood above him and asked the frightened man. The Bai family. Zhao Gui was stunned for a while when he heard Lin Z's question. No, I've never. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Gui shook his head. Really? Lin Z narrowed his eyes as he asked again. Logically speaking, the Bai family should be a huge family. How is it that Zhao Gui has never heard of it? There are lots of families on this planet. I have no idea which one you are referring to. Zhao Gui quickly explained himself. Plus, the mission of the God Hunters are usually on other planets. When it comes to our planet, we don't know much about it. Right, I have an account on the Interstellar Warrior Union. You can log into the website to look for more information. In order to survive, Zhao Gui was telling Lin Z everything that he knew. Give me your account. Lin Z narrowed his eyes once again. He didn't think that there was also a warrior union available on the Nanoar planet. But, this was an interstellar warrior union. Here, take this. This is a microcomputer. Zhao Gui quickly surrendered what he had. He removed the watch that was on his wrist that could be just as a projector to show a computer screen. His information for the account of the Interstellar Warrior Union was written on the screen. Can I leave now? Zhao Gui was carefully taking a few more steps backwards as he asked one again. He was a warrior king, but with a respected warrior standing in front of him. He was small and weak. You are the only one left that knows about this place. Lin Z finally opened his mouth. That's right. I'm the only one left. No one else knows about this and no one would be heading to Earth. Dao Gui already knew what Lin Ziyu was about to ask, and he quickly answered them. Great. Lin Ziyu spoke with a peculiar smile on his face. You'll be leaving then. Dao Gui looked delighted as he thought that he had managed to save himself. Then, he started walking towards the gates. Where do you think you're going? However, Lin Ziyu's voice suddenly appeared from behind him. When he turned around, there was a huge flaming bird that was flying toward him. Nuo! Dao Gui cried out loud and he quickly gathered the energy in his body. His yuan was released immediately. Kunlun, the huge flaming bird that was dark blue in color as it was made of hellfire instantly destroyed his yuan. This horrible, terrifying flame immediately toasted his body. Within seconds, his body had turned into ash. Now, no one will know about Earth. Lin Ziyu mumbled to himself. The average strength of those on the Nanowar planet was much stronger compared to those back on Earth. These people can never know about Earth. Otherwise, the people back on Earth would be in danger. The closest down should be Aishuang City. Lin Ziyu was playing around with the microcomputer that he got from Zhao Gui and soon found where he was currently. He even knew which city was now closest to him. After making some preparations, Lin Ziyu decided to leave. He took a look at the buildings as he was leaving. He picked out his spear and started destroying the buildings on the front. The palace started shaking and had turned into debris. This way, no one would be able to find the device that is hidden in the basement. He took a deep breath before he started on his journey. Now, he was about to go into one of the cities on this planet. Lin Ziyu had no idea what would be waiting ahead of him. Chapter 876 The Encounter. Chapter 876 The Encounter. As he continued his journey, Lin Ziyu felt as if he was walking into an old forest. The trees around him were huge, and it was so tall that it covered the sky. No matter if it was the grass or the flowers, all of them looked much bigger than it was on Earth. Crack. Lin Ziyu was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating, and there was a weird noise coming from his body. This was because his body was slowly turning bigger and taller. Lin Ziyu finally opened his eyes and stood up. His height now was originally 1.8 meters, but now it has already become more than 2 meters. His height was almost the same as those on Nanowar planet. This way, I should look the same. Lin Ziyu looked at his body before mumbling to himself. With his abilities now, it wasn't a difficult issue for him to change his own height. He will be entering the city soon and this would cause lesser troubles. Suddenly, there was a loud rustling noise that came from behind. Lin Ziyu turned towards the direction from where the noise was coming from and noticed a huge shadow. Lin Ziyu frowned. He narrowed his eyes so that he could get a clearer picture. Soon, he saw that there was a huge creature that looked like a wild boar on Earth that was running toward him. The creature was so huge that it looked like a little mountain. There were 2 fangs on both sides of his mouth that were extremely sharp. It was coming toward Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu remained standing and he did not move. When the huge evolved beast was in front of him, Lin Ziyu raised his leg and gave it a good kick on the head. Kunlun. The huge evolved beast instantly landed on the thick trunk behind it and it immediately broke the tree into 2. Where's the mutant flaming pig? At the same time, there was a man's voice that came from the other side. When he took a closer look, there were a few muscular warriors that were looking for the evolved beast. It's here. One of the men, who is much taller than the rest, saw the evolved beast that was lying on the ground. He was shocked to see what had happened to it. The rest of them went towards it as well. The mutant flaming pig that was huge was now lying on the ground and it was wailing in pain. Its body was shaking uncontrollably and it looked like the creature could no longer move. Who are you? Then, they noticed Lin Ziyu, who was standing opposite them. It had frightened them to see another man in the forest. Was he the one that attacked the mutant flaming pig? One of them seemed to be reminded of something and looked at Lin Ziyu in shock. Young man, this is our prey, you better stay out of it. One of them, who was wearing luxurious clothes, came up to Lin Ziyu and spoke in an unfriendly manner. Qian Fang, don't say that. Before Lin Ziyu could react, a young girl from behind them frowned and spoke up instead. Compared to the rest of them, She looked slightly smaller, but she was at least 2 meters tall. If it was compared to the standards back on Earth, she was definitely a very tall girl. HMPH. The man called Qin Feng sneered when he heard what the girl said. Hello. I'm Zhao Zhaoking. The woman walked towards Lin Z and smiled. Lin Z. Lin Z replied to her with a faint smile on his face. He just arrived on Nanoir planet and there were still loads that he didn't understand. It was not the right time for him to cause any trouble with these people. It would be best if he could get something useful from them. Did you do this? Zhao Zhaoking was looking curious. They were hunting down this mutant flaming pig. Although they have harmed it, they still couldn't hurt it badly enough where it just laid on the ground motionlessly. Lin Z did not say much and just nodded his head. Zhaoking, don't listen to him. This pig only ended up in this state because of our attacks. Qian Feng said in a cold tone. It's here. There's a small cut on the pig's head. Another man was already standing next to the mutant flaming pig, and his eyes were locked onto it. He was covered in shock when he saw what had happened to their prey. This was because there was a dented footprint on the pig's forehead. They could even see the pig's skull from the dent. It has to be noted that this mutant flaming pig was a king-rank evolved beast. Even with their sharpest weapon, they still failed to cause an open wound on it. But this cut, it looks like someone kicked it on its head. The rest of the warriors gathered around the pig and all of them were shocked as well. Let me see. Zhao Zhaoking walked towards the pig and when she saw the cut, her eyes widened in shock. King Feng, on the other hand, looked awful. The power of that kick has already clearly shown how powerful the person was. Lin Z, could we have a negotiation? Can you sell this evolved beast to us? Zhao Zhaoking hesitated for a while before asking Lin Z. The only reason why she was out here was so that she could get this evolved beast. You can have it, Lin Z said with a monotonous tone. Although this was a king-rank evolved beast, it still wouldn't give much to Lin Z. Brat, what do you think you're doing? Qian Feng was furious as he glared at Lin Z. The rest of them looked unhappy as well after hearing what Qian Feng had asked. This was a king-rank evolved beast. Forget about the odd crystals that they could get. He would still be able to get money from selling its body. However, this man was saying that they could just take it without giving anything in return and they were feeling suspicious. Are you serious? Zhao Zhaoking thought that it was unbelievable as well, but for some reason, she didn't think that Lin Z was an evil person. Perhaps you can help me. Lin Z was feeling a little helpless as he asked. What do you need? Zhao Zhaoking asked in return. Help me get to Aishuan City, Lin Z stated. Although he could get to the city with a map, the road ahead was winding and was filled with tall, thick forest which made it difficult. Lin Z thought that it was a little difficult to get to Aishuan City on his own. Aishuan City, you want to head to Aishuan City? Zhao Zhaoking looked a little surprised when she heard what Lin Z wanted. What's wrong? Lin Z was feeling confused. We are from Aishuan City. Zhao Zhaoking looked at Lin Z. Guys, don't you think that this is such a coincidence? I have a feeling that this brat already knows our plan and is trying to get close to us intentionally. Chapter 877 Hijack. Chapter 877 Hijack. Hearing Qian Feng's words, the rest of the people looked at Lin Z. There was a look of vigilance in their eyes. Under Qian Feng's deliberate guidance, Zhao Zhaoking was also a little hesitant. Speak. What are you trying to do by approaching us on purpose? Qian Feng stared at Lin Z and continued to speak coldly. Dumbo. Lin Z was a little speechless and said in a cold voice. You dare to scold me? Hearing Lin Z's words, Qian Feng's eyes widened and a look of incomparable anger appeared on his face. The next moment, he would wave his fist and attack Lin Z. Qian Feng, stop. When Zhao Zhaoking saw this scene, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed and he said aloud. But Qian Feng has ignored Zhao Zhaoking's words. Now he has only one thought, which is to beat the man in front of him to the ground. He really didn't like Lin Z. Boom! But just when his fist was about to hit Lin Z's head, Lin Z moved. He reached out and clenched his fist. The expression in Qian Feng's eyes changed slightly. He found that the punch he threw was actually stopped. He couldn't move at all. Courting death. Qian Feng couldn't withdraw his fist at all. so he suddenly became furious. The left hand clenched into a fist, and there was incomparably terrifying source energy gathered in the fist. The next moment, a fiery red flame erupted from the entire fist. Martial arts power. This seemingly powerful fist, in the next moment, directly charged toward Lin Z. Boom! But the same thing happened again. His fist was pinched by Lin Z's left hand again. The terrifying flame on the fist also disappeared at this moment. How is this possible? Qianfeng's eyes were full of disbelief. Why? Why was his punch so easily caught by this kid? Damn boy. Let me go. After failing to attack twice in a row, he yelled in a bit of anger this time. But as soon as he roared, Lin Z raised his foot and kicked his body out. Boom! With a loud noise, the man's body directly hit the trees behind him. The thick branches were directly broken. PFFD. Qianfeng fell to the ground and vomited out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened and in the next moment, he fainted. What is the meaning of this? The other warriors also came up at this time, looking at him with rage on their faces. Why? He is only allowed to attack me. Can't I fight back? Lin Z looked at these people and said with a sneer. Hearing Lin Z's words, the expressions of these people changed slightly. It was true that Qianfeng attacked him first. But after all, Qianfeng was part of them, so of course they had to fight against the outsider. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Qianfeng was reckless. Dao Xiaoqing said apologetically to Lin Z at this time. Why don't you follow us back to Aishuang City? No need. Lin Z said lightly, then turned around and left. Dao Xiaoqing looked at Lin Z's leaving back and wanted to say something. But she didn't, and she has a faint feeling of loss. Miss Xiao, this guy is definitely not a good person. It is very likely that he was here on purpose and wanted to take the opportunity to get near us. One of the warriors said suddenly after watching Lin Z leave. Yeah. I don't know where this guy came from. Miss Xiao, should we kill him? Enough. Xiao Xiaoqing's face turned cold when she heard the words of these people. When these people saw Xiao Xiaoqing lose her temper, they immediately shut their mouths. At this time, Lin Z had already walked towards the front. Since they came from Aishuang City, he just had to follow the path they came from. Zizizi. He pressed the watch on his arm and a subtle electric sound suddenly came out. The projection device on the watch quickly projected a system screen, but the projection flickered and seemed a little unstable. It seems that it was damaged from that time, Lin Z said to himself a little helplessly. This watch should have been damaged when the head of the god hunters was fighting with him. The map function also seems to be unable to locate due to a problem with the navigation network. A little helpless, Lin Z could only turn off the smartwatch projection and continue walking to the other side. Taking out the map he obtained on Marquee Planet and comparing it, Lin Z was sure that the path he took was correct. After some time, it was nightfall. Standing on a barren high place and looking at the distance, Lin Z could clearly see that there was a ray of light there. There is no doubt that the place in the distance is the city. Here, it should be Aishuang City. Right. Seeing this scene, Lin Z's eyes lit up involuntarily. According to the signs on the map, Aishuang City has a cultivation place that many warriors go to, the Tower of Cultivation. It is said that there is a special device there that gathers all the energy of the universe. It makes the cosmic energy in the air very rich. Therefore, the warriors who practice here will get twice the result with half the effort. Time to set off. Lin Z took a deep breath. There are many trees on this Namir planet and breathing is also very comfortable. Although he walked for a day, at the level of Lin Z, he didn't feel any fatigue. But just as Lin Z walked down there, he heard a rustling sound. The voice should be very subtle, but Lin Z's hearing was very good, so he could hear it clearly. After a little hesitation, Lin Z, who had just come down from the mountain peak, hid behind a huge boulder at the back. This thing is really heavy. At the same time, a panting voice could be heard. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, he saw some men in black uniforms carrying the corpse of a huge evolved beast. Its body was dark blue, with two big curved fangs. Isn't it the mutant flame pig that was kicked to death by him? Be honest with me. Otherwise, you will be killed. On the other side, Dao Xiaoqing and others were all held by those warriors with knives around their necks. Been kidnapped. Lin Z couldn't help frowning when he saw the scene. Let go of us, we are members of the Zhao family in Aishuan City. Do you want to die? Qianfeng was originally angry because he was injured by Lin Z today. But when he looked at these people, he immediately shouted angrily. Chapter 878 Who Tortured Who? Chapter 878 Who Tortured Who? Hearing his words, the group of warriors who were detaining them suddenly stopped. What exactly do you guys want? Looking at the eyes of these people staring at him, the look in Qianfeng's eyes changed. The Zhao family, Ao Xuancheng's Zhao family. One of the men with a bald head, but a long black beard stared at Qianfeng with a strange smile. That's right. This is Miss Zhao from the Zhao family. Qianfeng snorted coldly. He thought that these people were already scared when they heard him claiming his identity, so he couldn't help saying coldly. The words were full of pride. Zhao Xiaoqing's expression changed slightly at this time. When Qianfeng said this, it is very likely to have the opposite effect. You must know that these people seem to be desperados. Even if his family has a certain influence in Aishuan City, it is not necessarily that these people will be afraid. Ah, very good. The bald-headed long-bearded man touched his beard at this time, then gestured to a man around him with his eyes. If you know each other, put down the knife obediently and escort us back. Maybe I can spare your lowly life. At this time, Qianfeng said proudly. Boom! Just as Qianfeng finished speaking, a warrior next to him waved the sword in his hand and slashed at Qianfeng's neck. Still proud, Qianfeng was completely unprepared and was directly cut to the neck by this man with the sword. Boom! With a dull sound, the head fell to the ground, spattering with blood. One of the warriors behind Qianfeng was splashed with blood all over his face. He opened his eyes wide and his eyes were full of horror. He didn't think that these people would kill if they wanted to, without showing any mercy. You are all from the Zhao family, right? The bald-headed long-bearded man glanced at them and said with a strange smile. Hearing the man's words, the expressions in the eyes of the surrounding warriors could not help but tremble. Their legs were shaking. Don't kill us. Hearing the man's words, one of the warriors' legs softened and fell to the ground directly. He was too frightened to speak. She is the direct descendant of the Zhao family. If you go to her, you should be able to use her to obtain some of the Zhao family's property. Another man pointed at Zhao Xiaoqing and said with a trembling finger. Hearing the man's words, Zhao Xiaoqing's face reddened. His eyes were full of embarrassment. He had no idea that these people would say such words at this time. Oh, is that so? The bald-headed long-bearded man said with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. How about I give you guys a chance to live? He seemed to have thought of something, glanced at the people around him and said lightly. Hearing his words, the eyes of these men showed surprise. You guys, give her to me? The bald man showed a grim smile, pointed to Zhao Xiaoqing over there and said, You dare? When Zhao Xiaoqing heard his words, her face suddenly turned pale, but she still gritted her teeth and said angrily. The men also hesitated at this time. To dare to do such a thing to the little princess of the Zhao family is simply courting death. The people of the Zhao family will definitely not let them go. But if they don't do it now, they will be killed directly like Qianfeng. Miss Zhao, it's not our fault. These men looked at Zhao Xiaoqing at this time, and there was a green light in their eyes. You, whoever dares to. Zhao Xiaoqing was also completely panicked at this time. With her pale face, the source of her body was about to be mobilized. She would rather use her source power to explode herself than be defiled by these people. Who is there? At this moment, the long-bearded man seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly widened and he shouted angrily. With a wave of the right hand, a wind blade formed by the source energy directly charged towards the front. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise from the front. A huge rock was directly cut off by the wind blade he released. At this moment, Lin Z's figure also appeared directly on the other side. Who are you? The long-bearded man looked at Lin Z, who had avoided his wind blade and appeared on the other side and said suddenly, It's him. Zhao Zioking and the others were stunned when they saw this sudden change. She looked to the front and found Lin Z's location. Lin Z narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. The lives of these people have nothing to do with him. He just didn't expect that the long-bearded man's sensing abilities seemed to be good and he actually knew where he was. Passerby. Lin Z spread out his hands and said a little helplessly, "Passerby." A strange look appeared on the face of the bald man with long beard. "What a passerby, huh? Kill him." He glanced at some of his subordinates around him and suddenly said aloud, "Okay." Hearing the words of the long-bearded man, several of his subordinates said aloud. They grinned and walked towards Lin Z from different directions. "Let me think. How should I kill you? Do you want me to dismember your body? Or cut your flesh off one by one?" One of the men looked at Lin Z, licked his lips and said, his eyes were full of killing intent, "I think it's better to just split this kid's head in half." At this moment, a man holding a huge sword sneered and charged towards Lin Z. The huge and sharp sword was about to split Lin Z's head in half. But at this critical moment, a crisp sound rang out. Dang! The sword in his hand actually broke into two halves. And at the next moment, the head of the man holding the sword exploded into two halves. Just like what he just said. But it wasn't Lin Z who had his head split in half. It was him. How can that be? The other two men who came up from behind wanted to kill Lin Z. Their eyes widened at this time, and their eyes were full of disbelief. At that moment, they didn't even know what happened. "Mr. Lin, save me." Zhao Zioking was surprised when she saw this scene and said quickly, Chapter 879 The reward is a holo-level skill card. Chapter 879 The reward is a holo-level skill card. What do I get? Lin Z raised his brows when he heard Zhao Zioking's words, then said lightly, "He is not a saint that would save anyone." Hearing Lin Z's words, Zhao Zioking's expression changed slightly. Purple gold skill card. I'll give you purple gold skill card. However, she still responded quickly and said aloud. She didn't know what Lin Z's specific strength was. But according to the strength that Lin Z showed before, Lin Z is very strong. Don't want? Lin Z shook his head and said, "You don't even want the purple gold skill card." Zhao Zioking was startled. You must know that the purple gold skill card is also a very cherished skill card and it cannot be seen everywhere. Boy, you're courting death. Although the other two men were frightened by the scene just now, they still reacted quickly at this time. The source strength in the body is mobilized. They quickly released it, then formed a sphere to protect their bodies. Before Lin Z could make any move, they continued to attack Lin Z. Lin Z looked too young. They didn't believe that with the two of them attacking him together in a state of sphere, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Z. Lin Z raised his brows as he watched the two men unfold a sphere and attack toward him. Just as the two of them were holding the weapons in their hands and were about to attack Lin Z, a dark blue sphere instantly appeared on Lin Z's body. It was as if a dark blue flame surrounded Lin Z's body. Boom! The two men's weapons instantly attacked the dark blue sphere that Lin Z unfolded. Boom! Those dark blue hellfires were instantly died on their bodies because of the collision of their weapons. Their bodies, in an instant, were directly scorched by hellfire and annihilated. Only bones remained. It was too late and everything happened too fast. It only happened in an instant, and the sphere that Lin Z unfolded was instantly retracted, as if it had never appeared before. Zhao Zioking opened her eyes wide at this time, her eyes filled with disbelief. The strength of this group of people was quite high. Otherwise, she would not be caught by these people. But what he didn't expect was that these people that tried to deal with Lin Z were like a 5-year-old child trying to attack an adult. In an instant, they were directly killed. The pupils in the long-bearded man's eyes also shrank slightly. A high-level king warrior like him, at that moment, instinctively feared the power displayed by Lin Z. Who are you? The long-bearded man's expression also became cautious at this time. Being so young and possessing such strength, could he be the descendant of some big family? What else? Lin Z ignored the words of the long-bearded man and continued to speak to Zhao Zioking. Zhao Zhaoking was startled. But at this moment she also looked a little hesitant. She really couldn't think of anything else if he didn't like the purple gold-level skill card. Other than, if not. Bye, Lin Z said lightly, holding the dark edge spear in his hand. He was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Seeing the scene, Zhao Zhaoking said quickly. Immediately, she was a little depressed. She was good-looking and was from the Xiao family. How could this person not know how to be tender toward her? However, if Lin Z left now, it was clear what her fate would be. Thinking of this, she felt a chill down her spine. Holy level, I'll give you a holy level skill card. Deal? Hearing her words, the pupils in Lin Z's eyes shrank slightly. He has never seen a holy level skill card. Although he didn't know whether what Zhao Zhaoking said was true or not, it was enough to change Lin Z's expression. Boy, you know, who are you offending now? Be careful. The long-bearded man's face turned gloomy at this time. Staring at Lin Z, he said coldly. At this time, his subordinates also had a fierce look in their eyes, looking at Lin Z not far away. Then you guys? Do you know who I am? Lin Z showed a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Then said lightly. The long-bearded man was startled, staring at Lin Z, but found that he had no memory of the man in front of him. Using all these tricks, let's kill him together. Kill him, he said a little angrily. A young man. No matter how powerful he is, he could still be killed. At this moment, all 20 of his subordinates rushed towards Lin Z. Because of the lessons learned just now, when they rushed out, they all directly unfolded their sphere to protect their bodies. Be careful. Looking at this scene, the expression in Zhao Zhaoking's eyes could not help but change slightly. Even a powerful warrior would feel exhausted to face the attacks of so many warriors. Moreover, the strength of these warriors is not low at all. But Lin Z is still standing there, showing no signs of moving. It was as if he was scared. Whoosh whoosh. But the moment those people approached, Lin Z's body seemed to turn into thousands of shadows that shuttled back and forth, accompanied by flashes of cold light. The bodies of those people also seemed to be stuck in place at this moment. What happened? Seeing this scene, the long-bearded man's pupils shrank slightly. Bang bang bang. Before he could return to his senses, the bodies of these 20 or so warriors all exploded, turned into clumps of flesh and blood. It was bloody. Dead. Dead. Those warriors who had followed Zhao Zhaoking before were also trembling slightly now. They never imagined that Lin Z's strength would be so powerful. In addition to fear, they also felt a little annoyed and regretful. If he hadn't listened to Qian Fang's bewitching before, Lin Z would have been with them. They won't be caught by these people. While Zhao Zhaoking was in shock at this time, there was surprise in her eyes. Lin Z is really so powerful. The long-bearded man's face became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he seemed to think of something and rushed towards Zhao Zhaoking. Swoosh! The sword he was holding in his hand directly rested on Zhao Zhaoking's neck. Come any closer and I'll kill her. The bald man with long beard looked at Lin Z over there and shouted loudly. When Lin Z saw this scene, he immediately raised his brows. Kill her. Hearing Lin Z's words, Zhao Zhaoking's eyes widened. The bald man with long beard also trembled at this moment. Anyway, I have nothing to do with her. The corners of Lin Z's mouth curled up in a strange arc, then slowly continued to walk towards him. Chapter 880 Killed in Seconds. Chapter 880 Killed in Seconds. The bald-bearded man's eyes widened at this time. As soon as the sword in his hand exerted a little force, a bloodstain instantly appeared on Zhao Zhaoking's neck, but Lin Z still walked towards him slowly, without any signs of stopping. And the bald man with long beard looked at Lin Z's eyes. He found that there was no hesitation in his eyes, as if he didn't care about Zhao Zhaoking's life or death at all. If you come any closer, I will kill her. The bald man with long beard screamed loudly at this moment. He sounded a little crazy. Kill her, Lin Z said with a strange smile. In the next moment, his body moved and rushed towards him. Zhao Zhaoking's eyes widened, as if felt that her head was about to be chopped off by a bald man with a long beard. But at this moment, The bald man with long beard suddenly pushed Zhao Xiaoking's body away. Holding the sword in his hand, he charged toward Lin Z. Dang! His sword collided with Lin Z's spear, and a loud noise suddenly erupted. The long-bearded man felt a huge force, and his whole body flew out. After flying out for a long distance, he firmly stepped on the ground and stabilized his body. But the hand holding the sword already felt a little numb, the numbness caused by the impact of the powerful force just now. Who the hell are you? The bald man with long beard suddenly raised his head, looked at Lin Z not far away, and roared loudly. This kind of strength is too powerful. Holo-level skill card. Right. Lin Z ignored his words, staring at Zhao Xiaoking, who was pushed to the ground. Zhao Xiaoking, who was on the ground, was out of breath at this moment. She even ignored the tingling in her neck. Just now, she thought she was going to be directly beheaded by the bald man with long beard. Kill him. At this time, Zhao Xiaoking said aloud as if talking to himself. Courting death. The bald man with long beard looked at this scene and couldn't help roaring. The source strength of his whole body burst out at this time. A green pattern appeared on his forehead, and the whole ground shook crazily. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, there seems to be something on the ground that is about to bulge. Bang bang bang. A large number of rock spears pierced directly from the ground. What? Those warriors who followed Zhao Xiaoking before were stunned and their bodies were directly penetrated as they let out a wailing sound. Lin Z raised his hand, lifted Zhao Xiaoking, and threw it directly to the other side, and his body rushed towards the long-bearded man. Whoosh whoosh. The rock spears on the ground kept stabbing out at this time, but Lin Z's speed was too fast. These rock spears pierced from the ground had no way to stab Lin Z, not to mention penetrate Lin Z's body. What? The long-bearded man roared, and the sword in his hand suddenly gathered a large amount of white light. These are all source strength. With all the source strength gathered on the sword, the energy of his sword also reached an extremely terrifying level. Breakthrough fatal strike. Looking at Lin Z, who rushed over, he gritted his teeth, and the muscles all over his body seemed to have bulging blood vessels. With a wave of the sword in the air, a white energy group like a huge circular saw directly charged out. Swoosh. In the air, there seems to be a sound of breaking the air. This skill seems to be able to tear apart the space. Humph. Seeing the scene, Lin Z snorted coldly, and the dark edge spear in his hand instantly turned into amethyst glass. It looks very bright. The dark edge spear he was holding slashed directly at the skill power that was spinning like a circular saw. Courting death. The long-bearded man immediately roared when he saw this scene. With his skills, even a mountain can easily be cut in half. Lin Z's desire to use a weapon to resist it is simply a fool's dream. But something shocking happened the next moment. He saw that Lin Z was holding a dark edge spear that looked like amethyst glaze, and he broke the skill power with a single shot. How can that be? The long-bearded man who saw this scene opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This was the skill he was most proud of, and it was broken so easily. And after breaking his skill, Lin Z's movements didn't stop. He charged directly towards him. The long-bearded man only saw a cold light flash past, and the long spear appeared in front of him. Boom! The sphere that the long-bearded man unfolded was directly stabbed and exploded at this moment. The sharp head of the dark edge spear also penetrated his head. The bald man with long beard opened his eyes wide, as if he didn't even know how he died. With the movement of Lin Z's right hand, the spear was drawn out, and his body fell directly to the ground. At this point, all these people were wiped out by Lin Z. Let's go. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced to the other side. Looking at Zhao Xiaoking, who was lying on the other side, Lin Z said lightly. Then he walked in the other direction without looking back. Zhao Xiaoking was still in shock just now, but when she heard Lin Z's words, she came back to her senses. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. If Lin Z hadn't happened to be here just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But this Lin Z's strength is really too terrifying. In this short moment, all these warriors were killed. You must know that the strength of the long-bearded man should be a high-level warrior of King Warrior. Among the king warriors, he is also a high-level existence. Under Lin Z's attack, he couldn't hang on even for a few seconds. Wait for me. At this time, seeing Lin Z walking directly towards the other side, Zhao Zhaoqing stomped her feet and wanted to run forward. Just now, did you want that bald head to kill me, huh? Zhao Zhaoqing chased after him, walked beside Lin Z, and said angrily. The bald head took himself as a hostage. But Lin Z didn't seem to care about her life or death at all. You want kill you? Lin Z shook his head, and then said lightly. Why do you think so? If you really killed me, then I won't be able to get a high-level skill card. Right, Lin Z said with a faint smile. Humph. Zhao Zhaoqing snorted coldly at this time, feeling a little unhappy inside. This person really doesn't know how to show tenderness toward girls at all. Chapter 881 Taking the Holy Level Scale Card. Go this way. Zhao Zhaoqing walked in front of Lin Z at this time, then pointed to the way ahead and said, seeing her walking in front, Lin Z didn't say much. Is there really a high-level skill card? Lin Z was still a little unconvinced. But no matter what, had better go to Aishuang City first. Zhao Zhaoqing walked forward while touching the wound on her neck. The wound is not deep, and thanks to her powerful healing ability, the bleeding has now stopped. It's just a little pain when touched. Out of the corner of his eye, she looked behind him. She saw that Lin Z was still strolling leisurely. Zhao Zhaoqing could not help stamping her feet secretly, then walked a few steps faster. Lin Z didn't say a word along the way, just followed her footsteps. After about 2 or 3 hours, Lin Z saw a huge city in the distance. The buildings of the whole city look white and translucent. Looking at it from a distance, it seems like a city covered with snow and ice. This is Aishuang City. Lin Z narrowed his eyes slightly and said, That's right. Zhao Zhaoqing nodded. After arriving at Aishuang City, Zhao Zhaoqing was also obviously relieved. How many things happened before? It really made her a little scared. Walk, Lin Z said lightly, carrying his dark-edged spear on his back, and walked directly inside. The previous area was still quite hot, but after coming here, Lin Z felt that the temperature had dropped significantly. As he got closer, he found that the surrounding ground was covered with frost. Zhao Zhaoqing also seemed to feel the cold at this time, and hurriedly pressed a button on her battle uniform. Diddy! With a strange sound, the heating device of the battle suit was activated. Zhao Zhaoqing, who was shivering a little from the cold, suddenly felt a burst of warmth. He looked at Lin Z and found that Lin Z was wearing very thin clothes and he was not wearing a battle uniform. But he seemed to be not afraid of the cold. Aren't you afraid of the cold? Zhao Zhaoqing couldn't help saying at this moment. The temperature of this Aishuang city is freezing to the bone. Even high-level warriors will feel uncomfortable if they stay in this place all the time. But what is puzzling is that Lin Z seems to have nothing at all. Even a warrior of the king warrior level can't ignore the temperature changes so much. Right. Lin Z glanced at her, then said lightly, Go. Get me the skill card. Humph. At this time, Zhao Zhaoqing gave Lin Z a fierce look, then quickly walked to the front. At the gate of Aishuang City, there are several warriors guarding it. Hello, Miss Zhao. These guards seemed to know Zhao Zhaoqing and respectfully said to Zhao Zhaoqing. N. Zhao Zhaoqing nodded slightly, then gestured to Lin Z with his eyes. Lin Z didn't hesitate and went in directly. It seems that you still have some status in this Aishuang City, Lin Z said lightly as he walked in. Of course. I'm from the Zhao family. Hearing Lin Z's words, Zhao Zhaoqing said with great pride. Alright, skill card. Lin Z said lightly. Zhao Zhaoqing, who was so proud at first, glared at Lin Z as if she was a cat who had been trampled on the tail. After entering this Aishuang City, Lin Z was still a little emotional. This Aishuang City is completely different from Earth, both in terms of architectural scale and architectural styles. The things here seem to be several levels higher than the technology on Earth. No, the technology on the Marquee planet. There seems to be a special electronic teleportation array not far away, and there are few vehicles. Many warriors have come out of those fixed electronic teleportation arrays. This kind of thing seems to replace the traditional means of transportation. You haven't even seen the teleportation array, have you? Gao Xiaoqing looked at Lin Z staring over there, and suddenly said out of curiosity, "Skill card. Can you stop saying the word skill card all the time?" Gao Xiaoqing's cheeks were bulging with anger. Why does this person keep staring at the skill card? You don't have it. Right. Lin Z looked at her and said aloud, Of course I do. Gao Xiaoqing said with little confidence. Let me tell you, if you can't get a holo-level skill card out, then you know the consequences. Lin Z glanced at Gao Xiaoqing, then said lightly, after being glanced at by Lin Z's eyes. Gao Xiaoqing suddenly felt a chill. It made her back feel cold and she couldn't help shivering. I'll give it to you, Gao Xiaoqing said with a trembling voice. This man's eyes are so terrifying. He followed Gao Xiaoqing all the way to the front. On the street, there were many people looking at them. There is nothing special about Lin Z. It is probably because of Gao Xiaoqing that these people are curious about Lin Z's origin. Yo, Gao Xiaoqing. Why? Have you hooked up with a man? Just at the corner in front, there was a man in luxurious clothes standing there, blocking Lin Z and Gao Xiaoqing's way. Yan Quan. Gao Xiaoqing looked at him, frowning slightly. There seemed to be a hint of disgust in her eyes. It turns out you have quite the appetite, huh? You prefer pretty young boys. Yan Quan said with a bad expression on his face. He has been pursuing Gao Xiaoqing, but Gao Xiaoqing ignored him. Today, Gao Xiaoqing openly walked on the street with a handsome man, which made Yan Quan feel that he had lost face. And that man is obviously not a member of any big family in Aishuan City. Like an ordinary person who looks a little more handsome. Scram. Gao Xiaoqing stared at Yan Quan and shouted coldly with a gloomy face. Humph. Yan Quan's gloomy eyes glanced at Lin Z and Gao Xiaoqing, then walked directly to the other side. Just a self-righteous person. Don't pay attention to him. Gao Xiaoqing watched Yan Quan leave and spoke to Lin Z. Lin Z spread out his hands and said it didn't matter. The holo-level skill card is in my clan. Do you really want to get it? When Gao Xiaoqing was walking, she suddenly stopped. Then looked at Lin Z and said aloud. There was a hint of craftiness in her eyes. Certainly, Lin Z said with an expressionless expression. From the moment he came in, Lin Z began to look at the strength of the warriors around him. He sensed it carefully and found that the warriors around him had the lowest level of strength of a master warrior. The overall strength of a warrior is indeed much stronger than on Earth. Just up ahead. Chapter 882 Zhao Family 9-Story Pagoda. Chapter 882 Zhao Family 9-Story Pagoda. Gao Xiaoqing led Lin Z to the front. Soon, Lin Z could clearly see that there was a huge mansion in front of him. Above the gate, it was written in big calligraphy characters Zhao Family. The holo-level skill card you want is inside, Gao Xiaoqing said aloud. Lin Z didn't have any expression on his face at this time, and walked in directly with Gao Xiaoqing. HMPH. Just see what happens to you later. Seeing that Lin Z was still calm, Gao Xiaoqing secretly said in her heart, Miss Zhao, where have you been? I searched for you all day and couldn't find you. As soon as she walked in, an old man dressed in the appearance of a housekeeper just walked out. Looking at Gao Xiaoqing, he said anxiously, Nothing, just went hunting with a group of adventurers. Gao Xiaoqing stuck out her tongue playfully and said, You have to tell Uncle Fu next time. Otherwise I won't be able to explain to the master if something happens. The old man whispered to Gao Xiaoqing at this time. Understood. Gao Xiaoqing was a little helpless. This is. Uncle Fu only noticed at this time that there was a man beside Gao Xiaoqing. It was the first time he saw Gao Xiaoqing bring a man back and had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He's here to get that skill card. Gao Xiaoqing hesitated for a while, then said aloud. Oh. Uncle Fu looked at Lin Z, and then showed a strange look. Seeing Uncle Fu's expression, Lin Z couldn't help being stunned. Could it be that there's something weird about it? Okay. Uncle Fu, go to your work first. You'll take him there first. Gao Xiaoqing pushed Uncle Fu away at this time. Sure. Uncle Fu said helplessly. After watching Uncle Fu leave, Gao Xiaoqing turned to Lin Z. Let's go. Let's go over there. Lin Z nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Z still showing no expression, Zhao Zhaoking felt a little depressed. Why doesn't he feel confused or depressed? The Zhao family covers a large area. After walking for a long distance, there is a huge 9-story tower in front. There is a huge stone gate under the tower, and 2 huge demons are carved on the left and right sides of the stone gate. The demon's eyes seems to be staring at the approaching person, and it looked a bit scary. Damn, this is too difficult. And under this tower, there are several warriors who were trying to push the stone door open, but no matter how hard they tried, the door didn't seem to budge. The skill card you want is on top. Zhao Zhaoking stood here and pointed to the 9th floor of the 9-story tower. The Zhao family's 9-story pagoda has a hollow-level skill card on the top floor. Only those who pass the test of the 9-story pagoda can obtain it. But after so many years, no one ever got it. Are you messing with me? Lin Z narrowed his eyes and said lightly, looking at Lin Z's eyes. Although Zhao Zhaoking was a little scared, she still raised her chest and said, I meant to give you a hollow-level skill card, but you can only get it yourself. I didn't say I would deliver it to you in person. Zhao Zhaoking quibbled. You're sure you want me to take it myself? Lin Z said with narrowed eyes. There is indeed a hollow-level skill card. It's on it. Whether you can get it or not depends on your own ability. Zhao Zhaoking spread out his hands, pretending to be helpless. HMPH. How can it be so easy to get a hollow-level skill card? And for Lin Z, a guy who has always been expressionless, she wanted to see Lin Z looking depressed. But what was different from what she had imagined was that Lin Z looked at the 9-story pagoda at this time, and walked directly over there. Huh. Zhao Zhaoking was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that Lin Z didn't ask anything. Just walked over there. How heavy is this door? The muscles of a middle-aged man's whole body have swelled and the source strength of his body has also been used to the extreme. But even so, there is still no way to open the stone door. HMPH. Get out of the way. This skill card belongs to me. Fanghua. At the same time, a warrior with a huge body and terrifying muscles came over, pushed the man away, and stood in front of the stone gate. Is it Fanghua? Is Fanghua here? When some warriors around saw the scene, their eyes were full of shock. Fanghua, a king warrior level character with very powerful physical strength. Many warriors around seemed to be very surprised when they saw his appearance. The warrior who was pushed away by Fanghua was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Fanghua, they all backed away angrily. Humph. Fanghua looked at the stone gate of the 9-story pagoda, and snorted coldly. All the source energy in his body gathered in his hands. A pair of huge and muscular arms, at this time, was covered with a layer of blue translucent energy. This is the materialized source strength. Only when the source power is extremely strong can it be clearly seen with the naked eye. Open. As soon as he stepped on the ground, the whole ground seemed to vibrate. He slapped the stone door with his palms, let out a low roar, and pushed the stone door open slowly. Cluck cluck. With the strength of his hands, the stone door had been cracked open, and as it was slowly pushed open, there was a strange sound. It's opened. When the others saw this scene, their eyes widened. As expected of Fanghua, he is indeed amazing. When the others saw this scene, they also said a little excitedly, because from just now, so many people, no one has been able to push this stone gate open at all. But now Fanghua pushed it open directly, which shocked many people. What? Seeing that the stone gate was being pushed further and further open, Fanghua continued to roar, and the whole person rushed in when the stone gate cracked a gap just enough to accommodate him. Boom! As soon as his men rushed in, the stone gate instantly returned to its original position and closed, and a loud noise erupted. Got in. Fanghua really went, and it seems that this hollow-level skill card is going to be obtained by Fanghua. Some of the surrounding warriors were shocked at this time. It's not that easy. Entering the door is only the most basic. Inside, there are 9 levels of challenges. The warrior who didn't open the stone gate just now sat on the ground beside him and said with a cold snort, bang bang bang. At the same time, inside the 9-story tower, There seemed to be a sound of fighting. These warriors want to see it. But there are no windows on this floor, so they can't see what's going on inside. Boom! It didn't take long for a window on the second floor to open, and a huge figure flew down directly from the stone window. Chapter 883 shocked everyone. Chapter 883 shocked everyone. Boom! With a loud noise. One could clearly see a man falling under the 9-story tower. Taking a closer look, he found that the man was Fanghua. Fanghua. When some warriors saw the scene, their eyes widened, because the person who fell from the second floor of the 9-story pagoda is undoubtedly the Fanghua just now. Fanghua's eyes widened, and there was blood spilling from his mouth. There are a lot of wounds on the sturdy body as big as a hill. These wounds are huge, and they look like they have been bitten by some beast. What on earth did Fanghua encounter? When some warriors saw this scene, they couldn't help covering their mouths. Fanghua's expression was full of horror, as if he had encountered something terrifying before he died. Holo-level skill cards are hugely attractive to everyone, but I have never heard of anyone who can reach the top. It is said that even a respected warrior reached the 8th floor once. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. Some warriors who originally wanted to enter the 9-story tower now feel that there is no hope. Did you see it? Zhao Zhaoqing said proudly to Lin Z at this time. This 9-story pagoda was built by our Zhao family ancestors. Those with strength can obtain the holo-level skill cards left by our Zhao family ancestors. But you have also seen that people who are not strong enough will end up like this. While talking, Zhao Zhaoqing observed Lin Z's expression. Originally, she thought that Lin Z would be afraid, but what she didn't expect was that Lin Z was still as calm as the wind, without any fear at all. I'll know how awesome it is later, Zhao Zhaoqing thought to herself. When Lin Z can't even open the stone gate, she must laugh at him. Some warriors around shook their heads at this time, and were about to leave. At this time, seeing Lin Z walking over, a curious look appeared in his eyes, because Lin Z was really too young, and he was wearing an ordinary long coat. Apart from being very handsome and having a special temperament, he seemed like an ordinary warrior. He was definitely not as good as Fanghua. He might not even be able to open the stone gate. When these people thought about it, they couldn't help but sneer at the corners of their mouths. However, Lin Z ignored those people and walked over with the dark-edged spear on his back. The first gate of this 9-story pagoda is a huge stone gate. The statue on the stone gate is like 2 demons guarding the gate, and they were lifelike. I don't know how many tons this door weighs. It's easier said than done to push it open. When some warriors saw that Lin Z seemed to be about to push the door, they couldn't help showing a sneer. I guess he's here to have fun. The rest of the warriors could not help but show a playful smile. Even Zhao Zhaoqing, who had seen Lin Z's formidable strength, did not believe that Lin Z could push the stone door open. Lin Z looked at the stone gate. His eyes narrowed slightly, and all the strength of his body gathered in his hands. After reaching the level of respected warrior, Lin Z's strength has become extremely powerful. The source power is not comparable to that of ordinary warriors. After taking a deep breath, Lin Z flexed his hands. They respectively pressed on the stone door. I knew this kid can't push it open. Tisk tisk. Let's go down. Don't waste your time. Seeing this scene, these people couldn't help laughing. But soon, his smile stopped. Because at this moment, this stone gate was slowly pushed open. How is this possible? Those warriors who were still mocking just now, their eyes widened at this time. Both eyes were full of disbelief. Boom! As Lin Z continued to use his hands violently, the 2 stone doors were completely opened. Unlike Fanghua who just opened it halfway, Lin Z had completely pushed it open. Is this fake? Zhao Zhaoqing originally planned to laugh at Lin Z, but when she saw the current scene, her eyes were wide and round. This stone gate is not an ordinary stone gate. It is made of special materials, and its weight is unimaginable. So just pushing the stone gate open made many warriors discouraged. But Lin Z pushed it away so easily. Lin Z walked in without any hesitation. Boom! As Lin Z stepped into the nine-story pagoda, the huge stone gate closed in an instant. This is impossible. A warrior who was mocking Lin Z just now hurried up at this time and reached out to push open the stone door. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could push the stone door. Everything was true just now. When the warriors outside were shocked, Lin Z had already entered the nine-story pagoda. The inside of the tower looked very dark, with only the candlelight illuminating the surroundings. Ka. At this time, a strange sound suddenly came over. Lin Z raised his brows. Before he could react, a large number of steel needles shot from the surroundings. Dang. Lin Z's reaction speed was still very fast. These steel needles all stabbed the ground, and they didn't stab Lin Z's body at all. A steel needle with source strength. He took a closer look at the steel needles stuck on the ground. There was a blue translucent source strength on the steel needles. Under the wrapping of this terrifying source strength, the power of this steel needle is enough to easily pierce the body of a warrior of the king warrior level. Just now, Lin Z glanced at Penghu's body. It was obvious that his body also had a wound that was penetrated by a steel needle. This person must have been injured by a steel needle on the first floor, and then killed by something on the second floor. Interesting. Lin Z not only didn't feel scared, but got a little excited. After all, after advancing to the level of respected warrior, there are fewer and fewer warriors who were worthy of being his opponents. And this kind of fun is rarely encountered. This guy, he wouldn't be able to get that holo-level skill card right. Seeing that Lin Z still hadn't come out, Zhao Xiaoqing couldn't help but say out loud to himself, "There are cleaners in this nine-story tower, and the bodies of warriors who die will be tossed out directly, just like Penghu just now." Lin Z hadn't come out yet, which meant that he was still in the tower and not dead. Walking on the wooden stairs on the second floor, Lin Z could feel the cool aura coming from above. What was it that was upstairs that caused Penghu to be directly killed? Chapter 884 Beast Emperor Alien White Tiger. Chapter 884 Beast Emperor Alien White Tiger. When Lin Z just lifted his foot and walked upstairs, he felt a huge white figure and rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, the pupils in Lin Z's eyes shrank slightly, and he dodged directly from the side of his body. Boom! The group of black shadows fluttered at the entrance of the stairs where Lin Z was just now, and suddenly made a dull sound. Lin Z, who was dodging to the other side, could clearly see this white figure. It was an evolved beast. A very large, sturdy, evolved beast like a white tiger. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the analytic eye. Name Alien White Tiger. Rank Beast Emperor. Features: the limbs are powerful and powerful. The explosive ability is extremely strong and the fangs are highly poisonous. Weaknesses except for strength suppression. There are no obvious weaknesses for now. Seeing the news from the analytic eye, Lin Z's brows could not help but twitch. The Beast Emperor. It seems to be a higher rank than the Beast King. Is it equivalent to the level of respected warrior of a human being? Thinking of this, Lin Z's body trembled slightly. This is not a trembling of fear, but a trembling of excitement. Very good. Then let's play. Lin Z put the dark edge spear on his back, took a deep breath, bowed slightly and leaned his hands forward. The strength of the body. At this moment, all gathered in the legs and hands. Roar! Seeing Lin Z's eyes full of fighting intent, the alien white tiger let out a loud roar as if his dignity was being challenged. With a sudden force on his legs, his entire body, like a white shadow, rushed towards Lin Z. Humph! Lin Z snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Without dodging, he directly attacked the alien white tiger that rushed over. The source strength on both hands and arms materialized, forming a pale red translucent gas. Boom! The fist collided with the claws of this alien white tiger and a huge sound suddenly erupted. Lin Z's body and that of the alien white tiger were both shaken and retreated by the huge impact generated by the collision. Interesting. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Z's mouth. Crackling. The fists of both hands, at this time, had a large number of blue lightning flashes. After reaching the level of respected warrior, The power of the skills used by Lin Z also became more powerful. The alien white tiger looked at the current Lin Z and seemed to sense the danger of Lin Z. There is also a cautious look in his eyes. Roar! It roared a little angrily and the hairs on its whole body seemed to stand up. The entire body was immediately covered with light blue energy. What is this? Seeing this scene, Lin Z also showed surprise in his eyes. Those energies materialized on the body of this alien white tiger seemed to be the source strength. Could it be that evolved beasts above the Beast Emperor can also cultivate and use source strength? Before Lin Z could think about it, this alien white tiger directly attacked Lin Z and bit him. This time, its speed is even faster. When the paw, which was wrapped in a light blue energy group, was swung, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Lin Z didn't dare to be careless at this time. The power of his whole body turned into motion, and the light red source strength wrapped his entire body, directly confronting this alien white tiger. Boom boom boom! Everyone outside, at this time, heard a huge noise from inside the 9-story tower. This guy! Zhao Xiaoqing stared at the 9-story tower with wide eyes. The first and second floors of this huge 9-story pagoda became slightly brighter. This proves that Lin Z has passed the first floor and is on the second floor. And Lin Z, who is currently on the second floor, seems to be fighting with something. Just now, Panghu was knocked into the air. They never thought that Lin Z would be able to hold on for so long. But he definitely won't be able to get that skill card. Dao Xiaoqing said secretly. The reason why the Zhao family opened up the 9-story pagoda for other warriors to challenge it is not because they don't value the holo-level skill card at the top of the tower, but because no one in their clan could get it. The 9-story pagoda stands here and after so many years, no one has successfully reached the top of the pagoda. So Zhao Xiaoqing doesn't believe that Lin Z can do it. Even if Lin Z is very strong. Boom boom boom. At the same time, Lin Z was still fighting this alien white tiger. Without the use of weapons, Lin Z not only was not at a disadvantage, but even got the upper hand. Crackling. At this moment, watching the alien white tiger rush over again, Lin Z's fist burst out with a lot of lightning. The surrounding air seemed to be electrocuted by the lightning. Boom! With this punch, it directly charged towards the alien white tiger that rushed over. The speed of punching is very fast. This alien white tiger has no way to escape. This punch with an electric glow directly hit the body of this alien white tiger. Its huge body was directly blasted out by Lin Z. It hit the back hard. Its entire body, at this time, has a large amount of electricity flickering. However, this alien white tiger has rough skin and thick flesh, and this blow does not seem to have suffered particularly serious damage. It responded quickly and got up again. But at this moment, Lin Z had already appeared in front of him, with a fist covered in electricity. He continued to attack this alien white tiger. Boom boom boom. As Lin Z kept throwing his fists, the alien white tiger was continuously beaten out by Lin Z. The body hit the wall of the 9-story tower, making the 9-story tower seem to be shaking. Go to hell. Seeing that the alien white tiger became weaker and weaker under his attack, all the source strength in Lin Z's body gathered in the fist of his right hand. With a fist, he will directly kill this Beast Emperor level alien white tiger. But the moment the fist hit this alien white tiger, its body instantly turned into white particles and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Z was startled. Before he could react, he heard the boom sound. In the front corner, a ladder leading to the top suddenly stretched down. Is this fake? Looking at the stairs that appeared, you don't have to think about it. You know that he had completed the second floor challenge. But how could that alien white tiger just disappear in this way? Could it be that this alien white tiger appeared as a type of energy body? Lin Z was a little confused. Shaking his head, he walked directly to the stairs. The third floor. The third floor is lit up. Some warriors who looked at the 9-story tower outside saw the 3rd-story tower also emit a faint light and their eyes showed shock. Chapter 885 He is a monster. Chapter 885 He is a monster. Did he really reach the 3rd floor? Dao Xiaoqing was startled at this time. The tower on the third floor had already emitted a faint light, which proved that someone went to the third floor. Lin Z didn't know how shocked the people were outside. At this time, he had already stepped into the third floor. When he first stepped on the third floor, he could clearly see many strange bronze knights around. These people were wearing armor and holding giant swords and shields on their bodies, and they looked lifelike. As soon as Lin Z stepped onto the third floor, he heard a strange sound. Ka 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 ka. He looked around and saw that there was nothing else besides these strange bronze figures. There are no stairs. It seemed that there was something strange about these bronze figures. Lin Z looked at the bronze man and thought subconsciously. Just as Lin Z was observing these bronze figures and trying to find some pattern, he heard a faint sound from behind. Boom! Lin Z subconsciously moved his hand to the back, and a bronze man's giant sword slashed on Lin Z's arm. The giant sword looked very sharp, but even so, there were no scars on Lin Z's arm. Humph! Lin Z snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked the bronze figure who attacked him from behind, sending it flying. Ka 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 ka. At the same time, the surrounding bronze figurines seemed to be resurrected and they all started to move. All of them attacked Lin Z. It turns out that this floor was to deal with these darn things. Swoosh! With the movement of Lin Z's thoughts, the spear on his back flew out directly. Lin Z held the dark-edged spear in his hand and the spear waved wildly as soon as his thoughts were triggered. Bang bang bang. Following the piercing of the dark-edged spear, the bronze figurines also reacted quickly and directly raised their shields to resist. The spear tip stabbed on those shields and a dull sound erupted. But there was no way to pierce those shields. Clack clack. And at this time, these bronze figures gathered again and they all attacked Lin Z. These bronze figures seemed to have a large number of gears moving inside, and every time they moved, they make a strange sound. As Lin Z swept the dark-edged spear in his hand, the surrounding bronze figures were swept away again. Lin Z's weapon wielding was very powerful, but even so, there is still no way to directly smash these copper figurines. You could tell the toughness of these bronze figurines. Seeing these copper figurines who didn't feel any pain, after flying out, got up and attacked him again, Lin Z got a little irritable. His eyes narrowed slightly and his body's source power was mobilized at this moment. Boom boom boom. The spear in his hand drew an arc in the air. At this moment, a large number of flames burst out directly. The flame is a dark blue flame. Hellfire. The moment those flames flew out, they turned into streaks of flaming birds and swept towards the surrounding bronze figures. This hellfire is the most terrifying flame on the Marquee planet. Even on the planet Namir, this flame is one of the most terrifying flames. At this time, as the flames rushed past, the surrounding bronze figures slowly began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clap clap. In the next moment, they all exploded. This guy is on the fourth floor. The people around have been paying attention to the ninth-story tower, but they didn't expect that at this time. The tower on the fourth floor also lit up. Zhao Zhaoqing covered her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming. This was something she hadn't expected at all. Lin Z actually broke into the fourth floor. Zhaoqing, what's wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice rang beside Zhao Zhaoqing. Zhao Zhaoqing was stunned for a moment, then turned to look aside. There was a middle-aged man who looked like her. It was her father. Zhao Lin, a friend, broke into the fourth floor. Zhao Zhaoqing said subconsciously. Oh, Zhao Lin was also stunned for a moment, then looked up at the tower and saw the fourth floor of the ninth-story tower, which was already emitting a faint light. This obviously indicates that someone is on the fourth floor, not from Aishuang City. Zhao Lin hesitated for a while, then said to Zhao Zhaoqing. Zhao Zhaoqing's friend should be of the same age as Zhao Zhaoqing, but among her peers, there should be no such powerful warriors in Aishuang City. I met him when I was hunting outside the city. Zhao Zhaoqing nodded. Well, if he can come out alive, bring him to meet me. Zhao Lin also had a curious look in his eyes at this time. Boom! At the same time, when Lin Z first stepped into the fourth floor, a terrifying flame rushed toward Lin Z. The temperature of this flame is extremely high, as if it could annihilate a person directly. If it is an ordinary warrior who is caught off guard, he would definitely be directly annihilated at this time. But to Lin Z, this kind of flame is nothing at all. Walking in this flame, directly ignoring the existence of this flame, under the protection of source strength, Lin Z's clothes were not damaged in the slightest. After 5 minutes passed, the stairs leading to the upper floor appeared again. Is it that simple? Lin Z said aloud to a place in the corner. Taking a closer look, in the corner, a dark shadow moved slightly. From the very first floor, Lin Z felt that the 9-story pagoda had someone else hiding in it. This person used some kind of power to hide his body in the tower, so that people can't find him. But Lin Z could clearly feel it. Seeing that the shadow seemed to disappear, Lin Z shook his head slightly, looked at the stairs that appeared on the opposite side and continued to walk up. The 5th floor is a world of ice and snow. For Lin Z, it was nothing at all. Just keep going up like this. The 6th floor, the 7th floor, the 8th floor. The 8-story tower is lit up. Those warriors outside the 9-story pagoda were completely dumbfounded at this time, because Lin Z actually broke into the 8th floor. The 8th floor. Xiao Lin, who originally wanted to take a casual look, was extremely surprised at this time. He remembered that the last time someone broke into the 8th floor was when he saw his grandfather there when he was a child. But he came out with serious injuries. If it wasn't for the Zhao family, he would have died inside. After so many years, someone broke into the 8th floor again. He's a monster. Zhao Zhaoking's body trembled slightly and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Part 11 of this series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.